I tell you, Jack Callis was probably up there as well. You know, Jack Callis, when it was moving around, he basically put a lot of shots in the out of the way. He didn't look to drive you. He waited for a wide ball to cut. He waited for that little, when he went up on one leg. Now and again, he might have a little pull now and again, depending on the pace of the pitch and the pace of the bowler. And he played in the V. So certain players can do that. Steve Waugh, look at Steve Waugh's shots, right? No matter what, he said, right, I'm not going to hook because he got out when he's younger, wasn't he? He said, I'm not going to play that shot. He waited for the full ball, or the one that just drifted onto middle and leg, and he put you through mid-wicket every time.
I saw a Sachin Tendulkar innings, extraordinary. He made 248 not out at the Sydney Cricket Ground against a strong Australian side. Didn't score a single run in front of square on the offside. Totally took out in front of square on the offside. Either played straight, leg side, or cut behind square on the offside. Amazing.
Yeah, I remember that. It's because he kept nicking off, didn't he?
Well, no, he'd actually had an elbow problem, and he thought that's why he was nicking off. He wasn't able to control the plane of the bat swing because of the elbow, and he thought that's why he was nicking off. So he thought, damn it, I'm playing at the Sydney Cricket Ground against the Australians. I won't offer them that as a chance of a wicket. 248. It's good effort on your own, isn't it?
It is. Another one that springs, Graeme Smith. He found he had his method, and he scored in his areas, and he waited till the ball got in those areas. I mean, you watch him when he first came out, when we first saw him bat, you're thinking he ain't got a chance.
He finished me off with 2 doubles. He walked me into retirement. You're right. He put everything. You bowled at the stumps or just outside. He hit it through mid-wicket. Yeah. No matter where you put it, he played to his strengths.
Right, boys, I'm going to just put a hold on you for a moment because we've got Phil Simmons. We might hear about yesterday's effort from West Indies here. He's with Samuel Badri.
Coach, an interesting day's play yesterday. I'm just curious to find out where you sit at the moment. On the one hand, bowling out England inside the first day for 204, and on the other hand, at 114 for 9, getting to that aforementioned 204. There must be some contentment as well as discontentment. On which side of the fence are you?
I got no problems. I think that we bowled really well in the first 2 sessions. We've seen in this whole series that after the ball gets to 40 overs, I think it gets harder to blast people out. And you have to give people credit. The 2 guys batted well down at the end. So at the beginning of the day, I'll have taken 200 for all out.
And that last wicket partnership, like you mentioned, with 90, might have been frustrating, but it's also quite heartening for your batsmen that there are runs to be had out there.
Well, that's the main thing. That's the main thing you take from it. The fact that the 2 of them held up to our attack, and they faced every bowler we had in that session. But again, the big part is the new ball. And if we get through the new ball, our batsmen have seen that, look, the wicket's getting better to bat on. And I think today and tomorrow are the 2 best days to bat on it. And
just with team selection, the exclusion of a specialist spinner, I think that was dictated by the conditions on offer.
Yeah, I think when you come and you saw, it didn't have the same amount of grass on the last day as the first day we came, but I think Pumala hasn't hit his straps as well as we've expected him to in the first 2 test matches, and then seeing that, we thought the seamer would have given us a little bit more, and he did in his first spell.
Thank you very much, Coach. All the best today.
Thanks, no problem.
Okay, so Phil Simmons reckoning today and tomorrow the best 2 days to bat. Well, let's find out what Mark Butcher makes of the surface that Phil's talking about.
Very good morning to you from Grenada's National Stadium. Pitch on day 2 does not look entirely dissimilar from the way that it looked on day 1. There is still live grass. There are still these cracks that are running up and down the length of the surface. One thing that's slightly different, though, we've got a few of these little white pit marks in the pitch. It started off a little moist yesterday, the pitch, and I think it's dried out after a very, very hot day in the sun. But what's happened is that the ball has made little indentations around the pitch on a length where the bowlers were bashing away at it, and that might also contribute to a little bit of up and down bounce, a little bit of sideways movement. We saw plenty of that yesterday. In fact, more yesterday than we had done at any other time in the series.
Okay, thanks, Butch. We're going to hear from Chris Woakes when we come back from the break. We're not far away from play getting underway on the second day in Grenada. Don't go away.
Exclusive international cricket live. The West Indies versus England on talkSPORT 2.
Every day, talkSPORT 2 probes the sharpest minds in the business, bringing you all the big-name news, views and opinions that matter. Plus, talkSPORT 2's official betting partner, 888sport, is on hand with the insight and in-depth analysis you need to crack the big betting puzzles of the day. talkSPORT 2 with 888sport, official betting partner of talkSPORT 2. 888sport, made to challenge, made to debate, made to play. 18 plus, begambleaware.org.
Get ready because the Homestyle Crispy Chicken is back at McDonald's. A delicious crispy chicken breast, bacon, hot and spicy mayo, and a red onion relish, all inside a glazed poppy and sesame seed bun. Delicious. Tuck in until the 26th of April. Served after 11 a.m. Subject to availability. Only in participating restaurants. See mcdonalds.co.uk/homestyle crispy chicken for details.
Hold on to your mugs. EE's Full Fiber is here. New broadband that can handle anything. And whatever you think that means, times it by a zillion and dip it in chocolate. Because this broadband connects 100 devices in your home. Search EE Full Fiber.
18.3% UK availability. Check coverage at ee.co.uk.
Come on. Right now at Cinch, you can save up to £1,000 on selected cars. So go fill your boots, literally. Like Lisa, who's treated the family to loads of new camping gear.
Like this wind-resistant tent.
Nice.
And this gas stove.
And that?
An inflatable unicorn with sunglasses.
Of course. A camping essential. Fill your boots today with up to £1,000 off selected cars for a limited time only. Don't just nail it, cinch it. Offer ends 3rd of April 2022. T's and C's apply.
At Dulux Decorator Centre, we're here for the early risers and the late picker-uppers, for the big job teams and the one-woman bands, for the online click and collectors and the face-to-facers. Whether you're a colour connoisseur or a 5-star review chaser, we're here for you non-stop with all you need to do the best job. Just like we've been here for all our customers for over 125 years. Because at Dulux Decorator Centre, together we roll. Visit us online or in store today. Dulux Decorator Centre, centred on you.
My prostate cancer was thankfully caught in the nick of time, but it shouldn't be down to luck.
Men at higher risk are
aged over 50,
those with a family history of the disease, or black men over 45.
Check your risk of prostate cancer now. Search Risk Checker or visit prostatecanceruk.org. Men, we are with you.
The perfect match for talkSPORT 2's coverage of the EFL Trophy is Papa John's Pizza. Listen to hear exclusive match previews and incisive analysis of all the mouth-watering matchups. Plus, hear live commentary of selected matches throughout the tournament.
Runs up to the edge of the area and hammers it right, footed into the corner.
The Papa John's talkSPORT 2 with Papa John's Big Match Bundle. Get 2 large pizzas, 2 sides and a large drink for only $28.99. Papa John's, proud sponsors of the EFL Trophy.
International Cricket Live, the West Indies versus England on talkSPORT 2.
Here's Kyle Mayers again.
Shakib Mahmood down the wicket now. He's launched it over long on, straight over the boundary for 6.
Alzari Joseph
in once again, full and straight and driven by Mahmood.
We just knew if we stuck in there, then they'd have to turn to part-time bowlers and stuff before the new ball, and that's when we could cash in a little bit.
As Mahmood is down the track and smashes Jermaine Blackwood down the track for a 4.
Credit to West Indies, I thought they bowled exceptionally well, but now we've got a chance to bowl tomorrow morning with that new ball, so hopefully we can do similar.
90 put on by Shakib Mahmood and Jack Leach yesterday evening, our time, late afternoon, Barbados time. A fantastic partnership that got England back into the match, and that, of course, has dramatically changed the odds. Let's get those now with 888sport.
Form focus on talkSPORT 2 with 888sport. What's your thinking? Download the app today. 18 plus, begambleaware.org.
And our man at 88sport is Sandro Di Michele.
Yeah, good afternoon, Mark. Look, when we spoke 24 hours ago, we said there's some grass on the wicket. At one point yesterday, when they were 114 for 9, were as big as 8-1 to win this Test match. A brilliant 10th wicket stand, and England find themselves much shorter than now. 19-10 they are to win this third and final Test match, but it is the West Indies who are the odds-on favourites. They're 17-20 now to win this Test match, having been 3-1 before a ball was bowled. The draw is 4-1. It does appear, based on what we've seen in the first day's play, it's unlikely we're going to get a draw. And of course, all eyes now point towards how good this England bowling attack is, how friendly towards the bowlers the pitch is, and of course what the first innings total is for the West Indies. At the moment, we're pitching their total around the 275 mark, which would give them a lead of about 70 runs or so. It's 19 to 20, 275 runs or more. It's 5 to 6, 274 or less. And of course, it is Brathwaite and Campbell, the openers. Brathwaite is 21 to 10 to score a 50. Campbell is a 7 to 2 chance to go and score a 50. So this opening pair, they've struggled a little bit in this series. Clearly they're not expected to have a big opening stand and score plenty of runs. Let's hope when we speak next time that the England attack have managed to do something similar to what the West Indies attack did to us yesterday, and maybe, just maybe, this England prize to win this third and final test match will be slightly shorter than the 19 to 10 that it currently is.
Good call, Sandro. Thanks very much for that. Ladies' odds there with 888 Sport. Gamble responsibly. Be 18 and over. And remember the website, begambleaware.org. Okay, we're going to head back to the Caribbean because Mark Butcher's got Chris Woakes.
Chris, first of all, from a batting perspective, the ball was a little bit older perhaps when you came out to bat. Did that make a significant difference in terms of being able to play a few strokes and make a few runs?
Yeah, it certainly seemed that way. I think as we got to about the 40 over mark, it seemed that the ball probably didn't do quite as much, but still felt there was a ball in it. He kind of went through periods of feeling like it was okay, and then a couple would misbehave. So certainly kept you on your toes as a batsman, and obviously kept the bowlers interested. So, yeah, I think, like you say, whilst the ball's harder, it'll probably be harder work, but then, you know, as the ball does get older, it gets a little bit easier.
Now, it must have been tough in the dressing room for the top order players. They had people going backwards and forwards, seeing the ball go all over the place. What was it like up there to watch numbers 10 and 11 put on what could be a defining stand for the match?
Yeah, I mean, it's fantastic, really. Obviously, it's a huge stand for us. All the stats were suggested yesterday that it doesn't happen too often, does it? So
1885 last time. 10 and 11 were the top scorers.
Amazing, really. An amazing achievement from the two lads down the back end to get us up to, which we're hoping obviously is a competitive score. I mean, you never know until two teams have batted on it as to what is a great score, but we certainly felt from obviously where we were, to get up to that total is really crucial, really.
Now, with the ball, obviously you start off with the ball this morning. You'll be hoping to get similar sort of movement. What's the key for you in terms of bowling on a surface like this, where there are so many different variables?
Obviously holding length is going to be crucial. I think the lads said yesterday when they held a good length, it was quite tricky to score. You felt that if you overpitched a little bit, you could maybe score a little bit better. But yeah, I think basics really on a wicket like this. I think the more balls you can put in the right area and challenge the batsman's defence, the more likely you are to get some results from it and get your rewards. So certainly that will be the aim, to try and keep it simple, do the basics right, and hit a good long length.
Yes, that's probably a usual tactic, I'd say.
It did make me chuckle, that, Mark. I mean, just listening that.
So what length would you bowl?
Well, he's talked himself out already at bowling a fuller length. Hold your length.
Amazing.
That tells me, hold your length, it means it's a length that's hard to score. There's a difference. With a new ball, it's ball a full length. And get risk getting it for 4. Get risk getting driven down the ground for 4. Because if it's swinging and moving, the fuller length's going to bring the batsman into the shot. You've got to take wickets with a new ball. You've just heard everyone talk about the new ball is the key. Simmons, the West Indies coach, new ball's the key. We get past the new ball, it becomes a lot easier to play. Yeah, he's saying, hold your length. Pitch it up.
Good. Goughy, animated, angry even. Matt Pryor, Phil Simmons spoke quite confidently, I think, of things getting easier. Sandra de Michele reckoned about 275 was the price they were thinking, if they were buying or selling that offer 275 for West Indies. Does that sound about right for you?
Yeah, I think so. Firstly, Phil Simmons, he's done a good job as a coach there, hasn't he? Because guaranteed the West Indies would have come off disappointed last night, and he sort of has to go, hold on a minute, let's look at the big picture here. We won the toss bowled and bowled England out for 200. We're in the box seat. It's going to be a tough morning. We know the ball's going to do, as Goughy's just alluded to, it's going to do its most when it's new. But if we get through that, when England bowl too short, when we get through it,
that team psychology, you remember that, don't you?
Yeah, every day.
So what you say is when, listen, they were 130 for 1, we bowled them out for 200.
Yeah. Exactly. Just great day, lads. Great day.
Okay, the players are making their way to the middle, and the camera focuses on Saqib Mahmood, understandably, after his brilliant performance yesterday in harness with Jack Leach. It's a classic of a day in the Caribbean. All those shades of blue, from a deep, dark, metallic blue right to that bright, shining turquoise of the beach side. Wonderful for all the players and everybody to be out there in Grenada. We're delighted to get going on today's coverage. Certainly, I think Goughy's going to stay in his seat here. We'll be joined a little later, actually, in 20 minutes by Mike Atherton. No, half an hour by Mike Atherton. Also Samuel Badri and Matt Pryor, of course. But it's Neil Manthorpe who's going to take us away.
Thank you very much indeed to Mark Nicholas. Well, Craig Brathwaite, seen a bit of him in the last test match, 15 and a half hours. He batted for over half of the test match. Quite extraordinary. His 10th test 100, and it's going to be him, I think, who takes strike to the first delivery. He's marking out his crease now in Shivnarine Chandapal fashion by removing one of the bails and hammering a couple of little holes just to show him where middle and off stumps are. Chris Woakes is going to bowl the first over for England. Welcome to our listeners on talkSPORT, joining us here on talkSPORT 2, live ball-by-ball commentary exclusive to the network, and we're about to get underway on the second morning after England's remarkable recovery yesterday, which saw them stagger and lurch to 114 for 9 and then perk up with a record partnership of 90 for the 10th wicket. Only the second time in Test history that numbers 10 and 11 top scored in a Test innings, and it was Jack Leach with an unbeaten 41 and Saqib Mahmood at number 11 with a top score of 49. Here's Woakes, first ball of the morning, and it's an away swinger outside the off stump. Darren Gough's alongside me. He'll be pleased with the length of that, because he was implying that he'd be bowling back of a length and looking to hit the splice of the bat and make it hard for the batsman to score, but at least the first one was pitched up, Goughy. It was a little wide and not tempting enough for Craig Brathwaite, but you want him to bowl full, don't you?
I do with the new ball. I don't mind if you get into a situation where they get off and you don't get any early wickets. You have to go into defensive mode.
Works again, wide once more, but it's full and it's left alone by Brathwaite.
But the conversations, time and time again, is when you're bowling with a new ball, especially away from home, you have to make the batsman play and drag him forward. If there's going to be any movement abroad, it's going to be with a new ball. Simple.
Well, Chris Woakes needs to make the batsman play, that's for sure. Got to get him dry. That's short from Woakes. That is short. That's not back of a length. That's short, and it's left alone by Brathwaite outside the off stump, and taken behind by Ben Foakes as the ball dips on him, and little swing after it pitches. Actually, I thought the first two deliveries were full enough. Rather than back of a length, but Matt Pryor and Mark Nicholas disagree with the commentary box. They don't think it was nearly full enough, but the third one was definitely short and harmless and outside the off stump. West Indies 0 for 0 reply to England's 204. Woakes in, bowls. That's better. A little gentle ripple of applause.
Good length
from
good
Matt
length.
Pryor.
Terrible line. Good length.
Very wide, wasn't it?
Little bit of swing though, encouraging signs for England. Only 3 slips in place. The West Indies yesterday, I think they had 4 slips in a gully at one point. 3 slips in place for Chris Woakes. Needs a big game. Needs a big innings.
He took 1 wicket in each of the first 2 test matches. He's got 2 in total. Here is Woakes once more outside the off stump. Make him play!
Yeah. Good length again. Just hiding the ball. Bowling at the keeper, I call it. The keeper line. Both stump. Just bowl it at him all day. You'll not go for any runs. Not getting any wickets.
Make him play. 3 slips in. Woakes left alone again outside the off stump. Didn't make him play with the first 6 deliveries of the innings. So West Indies still trailing by 204. It's a maiden from Chris Woakes, but it's harmless and it's done nobody any good at all. Maybe he feels good about kicking off with a maiden. Anyway, live ball-by-ball commentary exclusive here on talkSPORT 2. And for the time being, we'll say farewell to our listeners on talkSPORT. West Indies 0 for 0. Don't mean to sound too harsh or cynical. I mean, there is something, could be something I assume it's quite comforting about kicking off with a maiden, especially if you're having a struggle on tour.
Yeah, exactly. I think the idea to bowl is to try and get the opposition out, is to try and get a wicket. But if you're bowling over and you haven't got a wicket, a maiden, it's not a bad thing, is it? You ain't got, it's not done any damage.
But your captain would rather you were making the batsman play.
Yeah, that was a poor over. But on paper, it looks a great over. And that's sometimes when you look at stats, you think, oh, he's bowled another maiden. But it was poor over, wasn't it?
John Campbell on strike. Craig Overton's the new bowler. And the West Indies are underway. It's tucked off his hip. Overton over the wicket to the left-hander. Tucked away nicely down to long leg for a single. It's a very big innings for John Campbell as well. There's a very strong feeling that... This is make or break for him. I mean, he's averaging 23 in 15 Test matches, and he's been dropped a couple of times. He's made some runs at the beginning of this domestic season, and so he's on a 3rd recall. But there's a feeling that there's no way back for him unless he does something to force the selector's hand, and he's got to do it this Test match, obviously. Pushed away defensively by Brathwaite, straight back to the bowler, and there's no. I don't think there's any question that Craig Overton will. Well, maybe there is a question. Hopefully he goes full.
Well, the last delivery was full, very full. You could even say it was possibly an half volley, but Brathwaite's not looking to score, he's looking to survive. That's the way he bats. He's batting the best he's probably done in his career, this series.
Here is Craig Overton once again, and that's full and wide. Okay, I'll go fullish. But it's wide, and it's left alone, and really... England need to make the batsman play. Good morning, Jared Kimber.
Morning, Manners. Would you like some numbers from CricViz on how wickets fell yesterday by length?
Definitely.
From 6 to 8 metres, which is traditionally a good length, but now is probably seen as slightly
back of a length. Overton in once again, hit on the pad, bouncing and heading down the leg side, I suspect. An ooh rather than an appeal.
I would say now, the average length of Test bowls used to be about 7 metres, and now it's about 6. So I'd say it's, a little bit more towards back of a length. A wicket fell, there were 4 wickets there, and they fell every 52 balls. And there were 2 wickets that went when the ball was pitched between 5 and 6 metres. So on that, on a very good length, a very fullish length there, and they fell every 31 balls. And you see there was a couple of wickets that went that hit the top of the bails as well. So I think that's really, on this particular pitch, because of the way the ball's coming off, that's probably your ideal length.
3 slips stand waiting, short leg as well. Overton in, pushed away defensively by Brathwaite to Stokes at mid-off, no run, 1 without loss.
Because I can think of at least 2 or 3 English players who weren't sure whether to come forward or go back around that length. And that might have something to do with the inconsistent bounce as well. But I think if you can find, whatever the length is on this pitch that you can find that gets it around bail height, I think that is absolutely ideal on this surface, based on what we saw yesterday anyway.
Well, bring the stumps into play. That's a way to get them out. If you hit the stumps, they're out.
Here's Craig Overton once again up to the crease from the Darboe end, and it's just wide of the off stump, and again it's left alone. 2 overs gone, only 2 shots have been played out of the 12 balls bowled so far. Jared, when you've got a moment, can you just tell me what Sean Pollock's career economy rate was in Test cricket? I know that
in the 2s it's got to be 2.8 2.7?
I'd have thought so. I'll tell you why I'm asking the question in a moment. It's under 3.
Because he bowled to the wicketkeeper for a long period.
But there is that.
I mean, Callis was the worst in the South Africa team.
No, but that was his job. That was intentional, because his job through the second half of his career was to bowl 6 overs for 8. just to put a break on one end, and he selflessly did it.
It was his job after, because he didn't like going for runs at all. It didn't like anyone playing a shot off him. No one's ever complained about boundaries off his own bowling more than Callis used to.
Do you know who was the best bowler at the stumps? Dale Steyn. Pleasure to watch him. I used to love watching him bowl. When he first came over to England, you might remember this, Manners. I'll talk about it in a minute.
Here is Woakes once again over the wicket, leg side, a flick from the miss from Campbell, hits him on the pad. West Indies remain one without loss.
We signed him for Essex, me and Ronnie Irani, right? He came over to Essex.
It was wild and woolly.
Oh my word, I've never seen anything like it. I thought, what have we got here? We got somebody who could bowl rockets, and he just wanted to hit people on the head. He would not pitch it up no matter what pitch we played on, but he was rapid. And I'll tell you what, once it clicked and he got the length right, 12 months later he was bowling for South Africa and knocking everyone over. He was amazing.
Woakes again, bowls full and wide, hopelessly wide, outside the off stump. You know what, I've never experienced quite such a strong sense in a commentary box of the will of all of us to see Chris Woakes bowling well, because he just hasn't.
Yeah, I said yesterday, everybody knows I'm a huge fan of him. I think he's a great bloke. I think he's a good bowler, top bowler actually. And he's got all the skills you need in your locker to be successful.
Woakes again, full and closer to the off stump, but not close enough to make the batsman play.
Sean Pollock's economy was 2.39.
So what he did was, at the start of every test match, he would stand alongside the stumps and take 6 paces alongside the side of the pitch, obviously not down the middle of it. 6 paces from the stumps. He's quite a tall, long-legged man, but not like big paces, just normal walking paces. 6 from the stumps. Here is Woakes once again. That's very full, almost half volley length, almost Yorker length actually, and it's squeezed out by John Campbell down towards the boundary. And there's a heroic effort from Alex Lees, who chases it all the way from backward point towards the boundary and dives just as it is about to reach the boundary and flicks it back. And he's being asked by the umpire now whether it actually was 4 or not, and he says, I don't know. Shrug of the shoulders. And that's fair enough, actually. We're just looking at a replay, and it's very hard to tell. He might not... the back of his right hand with which he flicked the ball was very close to the umpiring, the boundary triangles.
All I'll tell you is, but 20 years ago, that's 4. Nobody's even trying to stop that.
You're quite right. And he's gone head over heels as he dives forward into a parachute roll, all to save 1 run.
It's dangerous, isn't it? I mean, when you think about it, watch the follow through here. There's a great stop, but those boundary boards
the
there.
Third umpire is Leslie Reefer, and he probably won't have a more difficult decision to make, or a less relevant one. It's just, what was the decision then? He saved it. Okay, well done. Actually, I mean that, genuinely, Alex Lee. It's a 100% commitment, for sure. Here is Woakes again, and this one clipped out to Lees, who's now fielding at square leg, or in front of square, quite close in, a little closer than normal, so he's stationary rather than walking in, saving 1. And put Sean Pollock, back to Sean Pollock, that was it, and then he would make a little mark surreptitiously on the side of the pitch. You're not allowed to do that. But just a little scratch with his studs so that he knew where it was. And he reckoned it never varied. Wherever the pitch was, wherever it was in the world, it never varied by more than half a metre either side of that. 6 paces from the stumps. And when nothing was happening, he'd hit that length. Time after time after time. Woakes in again. Played defensively by Craig Brathwaite. And there is no run, 4 without loss, trailing by 400. And that varies from bowler to bowler. That's not the same. That's because of his height and his action and the fact that he bowled close to the stumps. That was the length for him.
But in that era, there was a lot more test matches going into the 5th day. And the bowlers that did that were successful. You look at the best ones at the time. Glenn McGrath, Sean Pollock, Angus Fraser for a short period. Bowling that length and just frustrating the batsman was a good way to bowl on what you would say better techniques and better pitches. The way one day influence.
Overton in, wide of the off stump, left alone, into the 4th over, 4 for none.
The way one day cricket has influenced Test cricket, I think now, do you know what I mean? The different types of bowlers in English conditions when the ball's swinging around. How many Test matches do you get now that tend to go 5 days? I know we've had a few of late with the West Indies and Australia, but they went the other way, didn't they? They were that flat.
24 of the last 168 have been drawn. Well, 24 of the last 169, I suppose we just had a result today, didn't we?
Here's Overton again, and clipped away and off his pads by Campbell. Jack Leach chases it from square leg, but it's actually picked up down on the boundary by Shakib Mahmood.
I think Pollock bowled at least a metre fuller than Ambrose, Walsh, McGrath, though. I think they were more back of a length bowlers. They were probably around that 7 to 8 metre mark, controlling the game. And I think that is why modern bowlers came in bowling around that 7 metres. And then with that sort of Ryan Harris, Muhammad Asif, Vernon Philander school, they've all gone a little bit fuller.
Overton in once again. Forward comes Campbell. That's right. That's the right length and line. Campbell plays defensively.
I should add Stain to that. I think he was a bit fuller than that as well. So
Brett Lee bowled full. With a new ball, he was unbelievable with a new ball.
Brett Lee did, but he was a swing bowler. There weren't that many. He was one of the, him and Hoggy were sort of two of the last sort of those kinds of swing bowlers that we had. Jimmy was for a little while, obviously, before he morphed into something else. But most guys coming in were seam bowlers by that point, weren't they? Taller and more back of a length, controlling the game.
Here's Overton again. Campbell leaves. That's a good leave. It's a good ball too, just outside the off stump. Sorry, what's Jimmy morphed into if he's not a swing bowler?
Well, at the moment he's a wobble ball bowler, but he's not. He doesn't come in and bowl outswingers from close to the stumps anymore. He bowls like most modern bowlers. He comes a little bit wider on the stumps. He angles the ball in and then moves it both ways. Whereas before, if you watched him, he would bowl big hooping outswingers for day after day. He doesn't really do that at all anymore. And in fact, he's kind of the last one. I don't know. Is there any? Maybe Southie?
Here's Overton. Short, pulled. Does like a horizontal bat shot, does Campbell, and it's down towards deep backward squares. Sakib Mahmood runs around the boundary's edge to do the fielding, and they've scuttled through just for one, actually. That was very good fielding from Sakib Mahmood. They thought about the second, decided against it. Brathwaite's yet to score. Campbell has all 7. West Indies 7 for none.
If you looked at cricket in the 80s and 90s, the dominant form of bowling was close to the wicket, outswing, like Dennis Lilly had done, like Richard Hadley had done. And the West Indies and then Glenn McGrath completely changed that, and we went to taller bowlers who bang it in. And now we've got guys who come wide on the wicket, angle the ball in.
Overton once again to the right-hander. Brathwaite, who's finally off the mark, tucking it off his hip. Sakib Mahmood doing a lot of fielding and covering a lot of ground as well from long leg to long leg. End of the over. 4 overs gone. Lots of ways to keep up with the cricket here on talkSPORT 2. The easiest is via the talkSPORT app. Just swipe left for talkSPORT 2 and we're on your smart speaker, the website, and also on the talkSPORT YouTube channel where you can find us alongside a ball-by-ball scorecard as well.
When Glenn McGrath came into the Australian team, they said he wouldn't make it because he didn't have an outswinger. When was the last time you ever heard anyone in Test cricket say, this guy won't be any good, he doesn't have an outswinger? We don't even really talk about outswingers anymore.
No, it's a good point, I mean, when you think back to, especially New Zealand, they used to have these little swing bowlers, workman-like attack, but now they've got pace. They've got serious pace.
Woakes again, wide of the off stump, and it's left alone.
Height. Look at the difference in the New Zealand bowlers we're talking about from that era, like Danny Morrison and Richard Hadley, not particularly tall men. You've now got, Trent Bolt,
Gavin Larson, swing bowler.
Simon Doull was one of their few taller bowlers. Now all their bowlers are tall, right?
He was a swing bowler though, Dooley. Well, seam bowler. You put him down as a seam swing.
He was almost both, wasn't he?
Yeah, he did a bit of both. For a couple of years, he was excellent.
Yeah, he had a very good short little period.
Here is Woakes once again, wide of the off stump. I'm getting irrationally and disproportionately frustrated. Does one of you, if you've got a stat there, does CricViz tell you how many balls have been played at, and how long does it take from each bowler?
Well, I'll tell you, about 6. Might be 7 they've actually had to play at.
So, here is Woakes. In again. Wide of the off stump, and there's a little game going on here. It's Chris Woakes and Ben Foakes playing catch. You just cut the batsman out of the equation completely.
Well, it's confidence as well, isn't it? I mean, you've got a guy who is absolutely top performer, but he's struggled And it can get to him, all the stuff that's been written about and said about him. I'm sure it's there in the back of his mind. He knows he needs a big game, a big innings.
Here is Woakes again and bowls, and that one is played out eventually by Craig Brathwaite, and it's a little push drive. Just beats Ben Stokes at mid-off, and Stokes has got the chasing to do now because it doesn't have the power to reach the boundary on the long-off fence, and the dive from Stokes meant that he had a long chase out to the boundary, and Brathwaite picks up 3. The thing is, Gough, we just talked about the importance of the new ball. We just heard Phil Simmons, the West Indies coach, talk about the importance of the new ball. Get through the new ball, and the ball is getting old without the batsman having to play at it.
But no, that last one there, it's gone for 3, hasn't it? Did he go for 3 or 2? Yes, it went for 3, right? But that was a good delivery. Look at the technique of the batsman. He were tested. He just beat the fielder. That's the length. It's hard to believe it because it's gone for 3.
Here's Woakes again, bowls leg side. Campbell tucks it off his pads nicely down towards Jack Leach at long leg, and they go through for another single. Campbell onto 8, Brathwaite 4, and the West Indies 12 without loss. So Jared, how quickly does the system update, or does it update? Do we have just like a simple stat for how many balls a bowler has made the batsman play at from his overs?
Yeah, I'll look it up in a sec. It should have pretty much everything up until the last couple of balls, but just let me bring it up for you.
Thank you, sir. I wasn't testing you. I was just curious to know how quickly the system updated. 3 slips and a gully, no short leg. Woakes in, bowls last ball of the over, and it's left alone. Again, Craig Brathwaite is 4. At least Woakes, his entire first over, the opening over of the innings, was left alone, which set a concerning tone. Got to make the new ball work for you. Got to make it work.
Yep, you brought up on that. Opening bowler, first change bowler. You get the opportunity with the new ball. One new ball till 80 overs. Gonna make the best of it because it does get harder. And you get used to it probably when you go to... in English conditions, it's not as important. But I think when you go to any other country, the new ball is vital.
Here is Craig Overton, and thick outside half of the bat. Alex Lees fields it at cover point. Was there a number that was acceptable when you were taking the new ball? Was there a number like I have to if he plays at less than half of them, that's unacceptable? Was there a number, 60%, or was it 4 out of 6 in the over, or what was acceptable?
The thing is, if you're swinging the ball and you're making them play for half the over, that's good enough because it puts doubt in the batsman's mind.
Overton up right in the block hole length to Campbell, who digs it out. I was going to say 50%. I was going to be my speculation, Jared.
It was exactly half at the start of this over. Half the balls had been played and half the balls had been left.
From Woakes and Overton?
Yeah.
Okay, that's but more from Overton. I can say that with some confidence.
Yeah, well, I haven't broken it down by that, but I would assume, yeah.
6th over of the innings. Here is Overton again. But Campbell chops it away behind square on the offside. He's hit that nicely. He's going to get 4. Just too much width from Overton outside the off stump, and I have to say that you wouldn't rate the shot particularly high on aesthetics. It didn't look great, but it's 4 runs out the middle of the bat.
Yeah, middle of the bat, wide, poor delivery. No real foot movement, stood on where he stumps, he didn't go across to the ball. A little bit uppish, but it goes away for 4. He's moved on to 12 though, Campbell.
16 without loss now as Overton is in once more. Campbell hit on the pad, ball pitching outside leg and possibly missing leg, but no run or leg by. Brathwaite 4, Campbell 12. West Indies 16 without loss. You will know by now that England were bowled out for 204 yesterday. Amazing how the emotional momentum had shifted towards England, and it was all the talk was about this 10th wicket partnership of 90, and yet England were bowled out for 204. Campbell has a little push at this one. Good delivery from Overton. Pitching off, had to play at it, and played and missed.
Yeah, a little bit wider of the crease, went across the batsman. The change of the angle made him think he had to play at it. Testing delivery, bit of bounce as well from Overton, as there should be. He's quite a tall bowler. Yeah. Right through to Woakes. Good carry. Good shape.
Last ball of the 6th over. West Indies trailing by 188 as Overton is now around the wicket to the left-handed Campbell, and it's pushed out to Jack Leach at mid-wicket, or just in front of square leg. 6 overs gone, 16 without loss. A reminder, of course, that you can follow us in a variety of different ways. We're on your smart speaker, talkSPORT website, and also the talkSPORT YouTube channel, where you can find us alongside a ball-by-ball scorecard. So, an ineffective first 20 minutes as far as England's seamers are concerned. Brathwaite and Campbell are largely untroubled. And to take you through the next 20 minutes should be with Mark Nicholas.
Thanks, Neil. Yeah, they are largely untroubled. I think that's right. England get it up, get it straight, but we've heard it from Gough so often, it's just unbelievable. It's not a message that the best bowlers in England don't absorb and then apply. Here comes Woakes. That's straighter, not quite fuller, but straighter, and hit pretty comfortably to mid-on. There doesn't seem to be much uneven bounce. That's the obvious difference to me, Goughy.
No, there doesn't. There's a good carry with a new ball. But, I mean, they only have to look at the GOAT, don't they? Jimmy Anderson. Look how often with the new ball in his hand, Jimmy Anderson, he makes the batsman play. He realises the importance of the new ball and makes them play. Stuart Broad comes round the wicket to left-handers to make them play.
Brathwaite's on strike, batter aloft now, waving it just a touch, and he goes back and defends, trying to squirt a single somewhere and can't really, goes with the hint of movement. I think the GOAT is such an unattractive line for the person you perceive to be the best.
Well, he is. He's always seen as the best. I think sometimes we're a little bit harsh on
world
Stuart
sport,
Broad.
Isn't it? They talk about Ronaldo as the GOAT.
Oh, and Tiger Woods and all that stuff.
Very unattractive.
Yeah.
What about another word you just used, that I'll just come to after this ball. Very studious looking Brathwaite. That's a lovely length. There's the place. And sure enough, it catches the footwork out of position.
Yep.
But the ball didn't do anything, so Brathwaite did sort of poke it out into the covers for no run. But that's the length. Another one you use, shape. Do you remember, when did shape come in? Good shape from the bowler. We always used to call it swing or movement.
Yeah, it's shape.
Whatever. But where did shape come in, do you think?
No idea.
Early 90s, when did you start?
With
92,
shape.
93, did you first play? First played for England in 94. When did you first play for Yorkshire?
89.
Here's Woakes again. That's nice. Perfect. There you go. That was fourth stump, but it's a very threatening length and a hint of movement left alone by Brathwaite. I'll tell you how tight that is. If that nips back, it probably hits the stump. So we'll settle for that as wide as he needs to be. Lovely seam position, or as the Essex guys used to call it, good string.
There's all sorts.
All this colloquialism of the modern game, it's good string. John Stevenson came to play for Hampshire, and he used to bowl balls like that occasionally and say good string. Works again, and that comes in at Brathwaite, only really with the shape, nothing more than that, and he pushes it out to cover. There's no run, so 5 balls in the over, dot balls, and a better over, though the worry for England is it is doing nothing, is it? I mean, a hint of swing, mainly out, and that's it.
A hint of swing, exactly, and the odd one has bounced a little bit more than you would expect, but it definitely looks flat.
Woakes again, and through it goes to Ben Folkes, left alone, end of the over. 16 for no wicket here on talkSPORT 2 and on YouTube as well. I'd be worried already if I was Joe Root. I would, because there's no spite in the bowling at all. That's the problem for me.
Yeah, join the dots, and they'll quickly go to that. They'll have a blast with the new ball, and if it doesn't work for England, I think each seamer will have a good go at it. And if it doesn't work, I think Jack Leach will come into the attack. And then I think they'll go back to bowling that back of a length and try and frustrate the West Indies out. But the problem they have got, when you've got someone like Brathwaite, who just likes to bat time, is in no rush. There's 4 days of this test match left.
Well, and Saqib Mahmood's in no rush. He's just done a full run-up rehearsal.
Yeah, not wrong with that.
Oh, there is Gough. The over rates are terrible. You can't let a bowler do that. He's fiddled around at the end of his run, set the field, had a long chat with Joe Root, then he's run all the way in without out the ball to the crease, and now he's walked all the way back to his mark again, and we still haven't got the over going. Am I grumpy today?
Well, nearly 30 minutes gone. How many overs have gone? 7? I think it's pretty good, the over rate.
Yeah, because they're leaving every ball. Well, it's true. Them's the facts. Okay, John Campbell on strike. 12 he has. 16 for no wicket the score. Can Saqib Mahmood find the magic he found with the bat yesterday? A promising cricketer for sure. And finally, in he comes to bowl his first ball. He arrives at the crease now, round the wicket, and that's just a tad leg-sided. And it comes off, probably off the thigh pad, or did he get some bat on it? I'll watch the umpire off the thigh pad, leg by. So a run. Goughy, nice wrist position from Saqib Mahmood and flexibility in the wrist. Obviously, you have to keep your hand behind the ball, but he's got a nice flexibility with that wrist.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of him from the first time I saw him. He's got tremendous work ethic. Works really, really hard. He wants to be a fast bowler. He wants to be a good bowler. He wants to be different. He knows his strengths.
Here he comes now. Arrives, bowls. Nice full ball that is driven firmly by Brathwaite and very well stopped by Ben Stokes, who's still at mid-off. He goes quickly to his right and stumbles, but gosh, his England cap is covered in sweat, and the old white salted marks there on that dark blue piece of felt. A really good ball, that. I love that, because it encourages the batsman to push at it, and if that swings, well, you can certainly edge that. Stokes still not slipped because of that finger injury. Pity. Here comes Saqib again. Lots of outswing there, but not a very good ball, a bit too wide and not much rhythm in it. That went through on the second bounce to the wicket-keeper.
It's one of the advantages as well as having a right and left-handed opening partnership, isn't it? We've talked about that for many, many years. I mean, when you're a bowler, you want to get into a rhythm, bowling at 2 right-handers or bowling at 2 left-handers. And when you've got them rotating the strike, Brathwaite right-hander and Campbell the left-hander, it can be very difficult, and that's why it's always useful at any level, whether it be club cricket, whether it be international cricket, whether it be first-class cricket.
Here, Saqib again. Nice, making Brathwaite play on off stump, a hint of movement, but he goes forward, half forward with a straight front leg. He's sort of knee bent back a bit rather than bent forward and over the ball. And as it went back, it straightened, and that meant he didn't have much control over the stroke. But anyway, because he's a good player and plays nice and late, he didn't get into any trouble. And then he makes a signal with his right hand that what batsmen do, they sort of move the 2 fingers, the gloved fingers away, that says that was a little outswinger. I'm alert to that. Extraordinary coloured stand behind the players in this salmon pink. I don't think I've seen a stand that colour anywhere. Saqib again. And that's too wide, way too wide, and left alone. So a real mixed bag here from Saqib. None of it rubbish, but only a couple truly threatening. Of leg buys the first ball, and then 4 dots. 17 for no wicket, and Brathwaite is booking in. This is bed and breakfast again, isn't it?
He's seen it that way. He looks like he's in no rush to score. 4 of 29 deliveries. Not as a player against a lot of the balls that have been bowled to him. It's just about getting back on ball for him on the real full one. Try and get the odd one. If it's a real big half volley, you might take a little bit of a risk.
And that's very full, up at almost Yorker length, and dug out by Brathwaite. It shoots away to Point, who does the fielding, and there is no run. So just that bye coming off it. It's sort of a bit of a dead feel. It's a bit like the morning after the night before. There's not much action from the spectators or the players at the moment. It's as if the joust is on rather than the fight itself. Anyway, we're getting great pictures of the sea and the sky, and it's, as you would expect from the Caribbean, absolutely spectacular, and it was many shades of blue. We've now got a picture actually of a huge cruise ship that's obviously settled into not into the harbour, but on the outskirts of the harbour. That size of ship couldn't get into the harbour in Grenada, but it's a most fabulous island. Michael Atherton said yesterday that it was the prettiest drive to a cricket ground in the world, and it's Michael Atherton who we say good morning to.
Good morning, Mark. Morning to all our listeners.
Nice to have you with us. Morning in your part of the world as John Campbell sets up, batter loft. That's, oh my goodness me, he got inside edge onto it. If he hadn't, they'd have all been up, and so would the finger.
Brilliant, mate.
Well, it's nice to see Chris Woakes get one straight. I counted up the number of times that West Indies openers were allowed to leave the ball outside the off stump. Woakes' first 3 overs with a new ball, it happened a dozen times. Bowling far too wide to be effective with the new ball, and the new ball so important on this surface.
Man after my own heart. I've just been saying the same thing. Woakes again. That's driven by Campbell, and probably for 4. He's a pretty hard hitter. Yeah, good shot. He got a nice low position, bit the Jack Leach-like actually, in that low position with the bent front leg and the head nicely over the stroke. So well done, John Campbell. 16 he's got, 21 for no wicket.
And he's looked good. He's one of those curious players, John Campbell. He's only got a couple of test match half centuries and a very modest record averaging in the low 20s, but he looks to the naked eye a better player than that.
Yes, well, given Desmond Haynes is chairman of selectors, he knows a bit about opening the batting, and that's left alone very wide from Woakes, far too wide, in fact so wide that Foakes ends up the other side of first slip, having taken the ball. And Gordon Greenwich is a great friend of Desmond Haynes. They'll know who the best guys are, and somebody said to me the other day, why does Campbell get such a run? And I said, well, the options can't be good because his record isn't good. So Haynes and Greenwich have decided he's the best out there. But you're right, he looks a player. Woakes again, and that was a tempter. We don't mind that ball, a tempter, and left alone by Campbell, but on another day he'd drive that, but some discipline there, and a complete fumble by Ben Foakes. It bounced out of his gloves, shot away to where leg slip would be. In fact, it's one of the few that's bounced a bit more through to Foakes, trying to take it around belly button height. Lovely day. Gosh, we saw a very strong breeze. Those trade winds were really whipping up through certainly the first 2 days in Barbados, and they hung around throughout the test, but today is just a gentle zephyr to cool the players as Campbell goes forward and the ball comes off the blade, the face of the blade, out to Lawrence at cover point, who does the fielding and then shines the ball with some vigour, I'd say, first on trousers and then on shirt. I've never thought those the material in the modern shirts is necessarily the best thing for shining the ball, but anyway, Lawrence has gone to work on it. The deficit for West Indies is 183, so there's plenty to do, but at the moment conditions suggest that things are better for batting than yesterday as Campbell goes back and works that ball to square leg off, I don't know, about just below chest height, and there's no run at the end of that. Chris Woakes over, so 21 for no wicket. Any goss out there about the pitch and conditions and likelihoods of the day, Michael?
Pitch seems fine, not dissimilar to yesterday. A few cracks visible under quite a thick kind of mat of grass. It doesn't look vastly different to yesterday. You'd think that its first 20 or 30 overs or so is the time to make inroads, given how flat it went late last evening.
Mahmood now pounds in, bowls a beauty. That's the one at last, the ball really. It didn't hit the stumps, but it whistled past Brathwaite's outside edge with some late movement.
Just to go back to Campbell for a minute, you look at him, he looks technically proficient, he's got all the shots. I think it's something that Graeme Gough used to refer to, just the art of run scoring he needs to learn, rather than anything fundamental about his game or technique.
Well, that's great you brought that up, because it brings me to a subject I want to talk about. Mahmood is back and works it nicely, actually. I just wondered that about Zach Crawley. We had a chat about him this morning. A lot of fans around of Zach Crawley, understandably. We've seen him play some super innings. But there is an art to your selection of shot, to your judgment of conditions, and to that particular skill of playing in innings, that making runs. It's more than just having some ability. Here's Saqib again, and that's whistles away, I think, off the middle of... actually, not really whistles, it's an exaggeration. It comes off the bat nicely for 2 to square leg, we'll sum that up. Gooch was particularly good at that, would you say?
Well, I remember chatting to Zach in South Africa. It must have been around about the time that he made his debut. There was a game at Cape Town. Might have been his first test, can't quite remember. He was facing Rabada, and Rabada basically had bowled a 5-over spell and was into his 6th over, and I think Zach got out on the last ball of his 6th over. And that was the classic example, really, because as an opening batsman, you would know Rabada's not going to bowl more than 6 overs, so that last ball, just get through it and he's done. And he played a big airy drive and got out, and that really is the art of thinking about batting and run scoring.
Saqib again, and Campbell is back, and the hands a bit away from the body, pushes it out square cover. Well, you're quite right, it was Cape Town, and it was a very interesting over in that Rabada bounced him a couple of times and caused him some trouble. He had one sort of attempted hook pull at it and then ducked one, and then he offered him the chance to drive, pitched it up, and he caught him with no feet, as they say up in Yorkshire, and so it was a combination, you're right, of last ball of the spell and also, wanting to respond aggressively to the aggression. And he's talked about that, actually, and admits that he learnt from that. He's a great guy and a good learner and a very good player. I think possibly as Campbell goes forward and pushes that full ball to mid-off for no run, possibly because he's a good guy and works so hard and the players talk highly of, he's got so much talent, perhaps the expectation on him is higher than on some others.
Well, it's high because of how he played in that 260 as well, which is a quite magnificent innings, and because of the eye-catching strokes that he plays. But I remember before that ball, you never quite stopped thinking as an opening batsman, and I was telling myself, don't drive, Zach. And of course, there it was.
Yeah. Saqib just a bit wide, not a bad ball by any means, left alone by Campbell. They're playing really well, these two, by the way, Brathwaite and Campbell. 24 for no wicket. talkSPORT 2, which is also on YouTube. And no, we're actually getting a picture now of the steel drums being beaten, but I haven't felt much vibe there this morning. Am I misunderstanding it?
No, it got very lively yesterday. There was a really nice atmosphere around the ground, a good turnout of locals here, probably outnumbering English tourists for the first time in the series. They've canned the requirement to be vaccinated to come into this test match, and vaccination rates are quite low in Grenada, just 30%, so that will have helped. And the tourist board here have done a good job of really promoting the game. Probably it's been more visible, I would say, than in either of the first two venues. So a good turnout yesterday. It's quite quiet at the moment here, but I suspect as we get through the day that more and more will come in. And of course, if West Indies get going and have a good start, then the atmosphere will pick up as well. Here's Ben Stokes for the first time today.
Yeah, good choice to get Stokes into the attack, I think. Here he comes. Attacks the crease. Bowls back of a length, and so Brathwaite is back, working it off his body, making batting look pretty simple. He's only got 7, but he's been particularly well organised, as you'd think he would be after the time he spent at the crease in both the last matches. Actually played pretty well without going big in Antigua. I said Stokes is a good choice because Root needs a bit of something to happen, and if anybody's going to make it happen, it's this guy. What have we got? 3 slips, a gully, a square cover, or point as they call it in Australia, mid-off, mid-on, square leg, long leg. So pretty orthodox field, just outside off stump, played on the back foot by Brathwaite, didn't bounce much, out it goes to wide mid-off, no run. Stokes with a full head of hair these days that's blown back by the wind. And England, as I've just mentioned, enough of a zephyr, so a few shirts just flapping in the breeze rather than really billowing, as the sail might do. That's what it looked like on Jason Holder, actually, on the first or second day. It was in one of the two in Barbados when he ran into bowl. It sort of billowed behind him. Here comes Stokes again, and that's a lovely, lovely line. It wasn't certain from Brathwaite for once, so what he cleverly did was he waited. He didn't push hard at the ball, and he almost let the ball hit the bat, which is something Joe Root's got very good at doing, and it ran down into the gully for no run.
His great horse is running tomorrow in Barbados, Craig Brathwaite's War Eagle in the big Tanglefoot Stakes at the Garrison Savannah.
What a place that is for a day out in Barbados. So many places to go in Barbados, but that's right up there. Full, but a bit middle and leggish, and Brathwaite just sort of squeezes it out into that gap on the leg side for a single. You're a bit of a horseman, aren't you, as I remember?
Yeah, passing interest. Brathwaite's a very keen student of the form and owns a few horses and has stables there, and this horse of his, War Eagle, is a Derby winner in Barbados.
Stokes turns and begins his approach. Tubby grip all the way down his arms, and that is an attempt at a magic ball. He's trying to pitch it leg and head off and didn't get it quite right, and it hits the thigh pad and rolls down to long legs, so there's also a run coming from that. So there's a bit of a trickle here with what have we got, 2 off the first ball, then 3-1, so 5 off the over so far. This is the perfect start for West Indies. I mean, all they wanted really was a quiet, unshowy, untraumatic first hour, and so far 10 overs, or about to be 11 after this ball, and there it is, easily blocked. It's looking flat in Grenada. West Indies 28 for no wicket here on talkSPORT 2. Athers,
well, I would say
promising.
England have been distinctly average with the new ball. I think it's a really important new ball morning for 2 reasons. One, because of the conditions that we've talked about. The pitch is likely to get flatter as the ball gets older, so that's the first reason. And then for both the new ball bowlers, Woakes and Overton, you'd suggest it's a big test match. Woakes' record away from home needs no pondering on, because we all know how average it is, so there's thoughts about his place in the side, and Overton similarly, even though he's not played as much as Woakes. So for those 2 reasons, it's a big morning for them, and I don't think they've been particularly good with the new ball so far.
The average total in the second innings of all matches played here, in test matches, that is 388, so it does seem as if it gets better to bad it, but that would be 1 point. Anyway, Neil Manthorpe's going to take over.
Thank you very much indeed, Mark Nicholas. Saqib Mahmood around the wicket. Balls cut by Campbell behind square on the offside, and it's racing away for 4. That is just a little bit too much width. Michael, it was kind of you to say that England's bowling has been average. It's not been that good, has it?
I could have used some different terms, but I'm conscious that I'm on public radio. Manners. Average will have to do.
It's been very, very disappointing. I mean, Chris Woakes has had a struggle all tour. I mean, it's hard to recall more than a couple of overs that he would genuinely say were him at his best, that he would be satisfied with, let alone a whole spell. Here is Saqib Mahmood. Oh, short wide. That's a gift. He's absolutely thrown the kitchen sink at that, as John Campbell. And why wouldn't you? There's no third man. There's nobody on the cover boundary. It's just open real estate out there, and that's just a wide long hop length, and Campbell has belted it for 4. As you said, Michael, there's much to please the eye about John Campbell, as long as you don't look at his numbers.
Well, he's getting to that dangerous territory. He's 26, and an experienced watcher of West Indies cricket said to us in Antigua, when he's in the 30s, watch out, that's his dangerous period. He'll get a beautiful 30 and then get himself out. Well, he's 26 and going well.
Off 31 balls, he is going well. Saqib Mahmood in once again, and this one clipped away off his pads down towards long leg, and they go through for another easy single. I'm told that the problem the West Indies selectors have with John Campbell really is a lack of options. I mean, they've tried a lot of opening batsmen in recent years, and the next step seems to be to try and convert a middle order batsman. But they've brought Campbell back because there's just nobody else knocking on the door. back to that in a moment. Here is Saqib Mahmood, bowls, and full and wide, left alone by Brathwaite. 37 for none.
Yeah, I mean, they're not flush with options here when you consider that Craig Brathwaite is the outstanding player in the West Indies team, and his average is only just a tick over 30, or was at the start of the series. So that is a reflection on the general standards of batsmanship in cricket, in the first class scene in the Caribbean. But I think they want Campbell to succeed for the obvious reasons, that he looks a player, he's left-handed, he's quite strong and dominant, and so they'll give him opportunity.
Here is Saqib Mahmood once again. Forward comes Brathwaite, playing defensively, straight back to the bowler.
I think in the match that Craig Brathwaite got his big double 100, I think that was Barbados against Jamaica, the game that preceded the first Test match. Brathwaite got 276. I think John Campbell got a good 100 in that game as well, so it's always good to get 100 at the other end from the West Indies captain who is watching on.
Yeah, that's going to get you a vote, if the captain does have a vote in the selection meeting, and he normally has a say, if not necessarily an official vote. Craig Brathwaite, 8 off 39 balls. Here's Saqib Mahmood over the wicket to Brathwaite. Again, pushes it back past the bowler, and it's fielded by Ben Stokes. I had a long conversation with Jacques Callis several years ago, soon after he retired, and we were speaking about the art of top order batting and scoring big hundreds, and the fact that he'd got 13,000 test runs, and I admit, put my hand up and say that I led him from time to time because he put a great deal of thought and analysis into his game, but I think sometimes it was almost sort of subliminally done. But we reached the conclusion that his game really changed once he had mastered the art of denial. Here's Ben Stokes once again, and that's clipped away out towards mid-on. And we reached that conclusion. I said to him, how many innings, he played 163 test matches, how many innings would you say you played in a carefree style? And he thought about it, and he said, certain periods of some, but never a whole innings. And I said to him, look, put aside the first half hour, because obviously you're not going to play carefree. You're not going to play all your shots in the first half hour, or whatever, however long it took you to get in. Here is Ben Stokes once again, West Indies 37 without loss, and that one is chopped away by Campbell to backward point, straight to the fielder Dan Lawrence, and there's no run. But he reckoned his career probably turned once he'd mastered the art of denial, and once he'd sort of worked out that which shots were right and appropriate for the conditions, and once he was no longer bothered that he wouldn't be driving or playing horizontal bat shots on a particular pitch, then he was then free to score without it ever being an issue. Does that make any sense at all?
Complete sense. In fact, he's almost the opposite end of the spectrum to John Campbell, who plays the odd very eye-catching shot, and often you may say he plays the shot of the day, which you probably wouldn't say that often with Jacques Callis, but who just knew how to put an innings together and how to score runs, and of course scored thousands and thousands of them.
He did. Here is Stokes once again, and that's pushed, just not driven, just pushed by Campbell to Woakes at mid-off.
And it's not that Jacques Callis didn't have all those shots, both you more so than I, but I saw him as a very young kid as well. I think his first game for South Africa A was against my England team in '94, so we all knew what a wonderfully talented player he was, but that art of self-denial, of knowing which shots not to play as well as the ones that you do want to play, is so important.
Here's Ben Stokes once again, and that's chopped away and towards cover, and it's fielded by Dan Lawrence, but they scuttle through for a quick single. And of course you have to make sure that you're not affected by harsh observations or criticism or negative criticism as well, don't you? And he was very good at that. I mean, he's not nearly as thick-skinned as he came across, but, you know, people like me would say, Joe Callish has got so many shots, why does he bat like that? Well, the answer is he's got 13,500 test runs. Last ball of the over coming up from Stokes. To the crease now. Oh, a big in-swinger, and, significant in-swinger, and it's tucked away towards square leg, fielded by Lawrence, and they go through for another run. 39 without loss.
Yeah, Steve Waugh was another one of those who was a very expansive player early in his days for Australia. Was a big player of the hook shot, and then decided to just put that away and just get either hit on the body or duck the short balls. He completely put that shot away because it was too risky. Alan Border was another who had all the shots, but said basically he looked to play 3 or 4 of them in a test match innings. And I'm not saying that every player has to have that element of self-denial, but you do have to know how to construct an innings, and that's where Campbell yet has got some improvement to make.
Saqib Mahmood is charging in, thundering in up to the crease now. Bowles, and Brathwaite plays defensively up towards Leach at mid-off. No run. Jared Kimber.
John Campbell is in his 9th professional year as a first-class cricketer. He's played 85 matches as a batter, and he averages 29.6 with 600s. And to go back to Athas's point before, if you have a look at his average, his scores, he's in 160 innings, 55 times he's been out between 20 and 49, which is a remarkable amount of times that he's got starts and not even gone on to get a 50, let alone go on. I mean, he's got a very low 100 count, but he's also got a fairly low 50 count as well.
Here's Saqib once again, looks for the Yorker length, and it's clipped up off his toes to Woakes at mid-on. What was the number again? Between 29 and 49...
55 occasions.
Out of
161 innings. There's a few not outs, of course, you know, scattered throughout.
Third? Well,
a third of his innings, he basically gets a start, gets towards 50, and then goes out.
Oh, goodness, no wonder the locals told others to look out for when he gets into the 30. A third of his innings between 29 and 49.
20 and 49.
So, okay, 20 and 49.
It's not better.
That's amazing. I mean, well, it means that he's very good at making a start. Here is Saqib Mahmood, and that keeps very low. That might well have hit a crack outside the off stump. That's one positive way of looking at it, Michael.
Well, it's an infuriating statistic from a former opening batsman's perspective, because what you know as an opening batsman is that you're going to likely get more single-figure scores than everybody else, just because how tough it is at the top of the order, particularly if you're batting in England with a Duke's ball and on a seaming pitch. So when you do get those starts, you've got to try and make the most of them if you can.
He has more scores between 20 and 49 than he does single-figure scores, which for an opening batter shouldn't be okay.
Saqib Mahmood in once again, and it's clipped off his toes up towards mid-on, and there's no run, straight to the fielder. Brathwaite 9, 45 balls.
And of course, there are players with very weird patterns when it comes to this. I think Marcus North finished his test career with more scores in single figures and triple figures than he had in double figures, and Sean Marsh had an unusually high rate of going out between 0 and 5. So players do that, but this is a very consistent pattern all the way through his first-class career of he gets in, plays a couple of lovely shots, and as we saw against Jack Leach, he spent a lot of this series trying to get out to Jack Leach when Jack Leach struggles against left-handers.
3 slips in a gully for Saqib Mahmood, and he's up to the crease once again. No away swinger here, and it starts too wide and swings away wider. Taken by Ben Foakes, no shot offered.
He's very funny last night after play, Saqib Mahmood, when he was talking about walking out to bat and seeing all his teammates in their whites, fielding whites, with no expectation that he was going to last at the crease. He played fabulously, didn't he, yesterday alongside Jack Leach?
He certainly did. We were also talking in our build-up towards today's play, Michael, about how the West Indies fell apart. Starting off with just assuming that the 10th wicket would fall quickly and taking their eye off the ball, metaphorically as well as physically, with a couple of dropped catches. Here is Saqib Mahmood once again, and Brathwaite plays defensively, and there's no run. But what did you make of the shambolic bowling for the new ball from 12 overs out, and changing bowlers and part-timers bowling, with England at 8-9 down, and the part-timers are bowling, and there were 7 bowlers used in the span of 16 overs at one point, and they looked an absolute shambles, didn't they? Rabble.
Yeah, it was a combination of factors, wasn't it? The pitch definitely flattened. I think West Indies started to look a bit weary. Three back-to-back test matches, 3 consecutive test matches, quite hard on the bowlers who've been flogging away on dead surfaces. The drop catches, dropped Leach on 10. Saqib was dropped on 15, albeit a much tougher chance. And as you say, that then rather aimless passage of play where they were waiting for the second new ball. So all added together, they really ought to have bowled England out for 120 or thereabouts.
Here is Ben Stokes again, bowls leg side and clipped nicely off his pads by Campbell. Alex Lees chases it towards the boundary, and they come back for a couple easy runs. Campbell on to 28.
He's 30 now.
30.
Manners. He's into the 30s. Watch out.
Yeah, but he's made a start. John Campbell's made a start. He's very good at doing that. He's just not very good at finishing. 41 without loss to West Indies. I must say, there doesn't seem to have been very much misbehaviour at all in the pitch. I thought that the cracks, which were visible apparently even on the first day, might contribute to some up and down bounce. Stokes in is round the wicket, and that's a long way down the leg side. Harmless little flick from Campbell, but nobody could have reached that. It was a long way down the leg side. So yeah, the cracks don't seem to have been playing much of a role at all.
It looks a pretty good pitch, to be honest. There are 1 or 2 cracks there. I think West Indies need over 300 in this first innings, well over 300 actually. It's not going to be easy, I don't think, batting last on here, so this is their chance really.
Just 2 slips for Stokes into Campbell, pushes one into the offside and sets off for a single. Chris Woakes looks slightly bewildered as to why they were contemplating a single, pushing it straight to him at mid-off, and they changed their mind wisely. Brathwaite 9 off 47 balls. How do you feel, Michael, just before you go, when people play a record, a test match is saved on the 5th day, or batsmen play a marathon innings like Craig Brathwaite did, and there is it becomes appropriate to put up lists which include your marathon, your career-defining test match saving innings at the Wanderers all those years ago. Gosh, almost how many years ago was it? 25?
Long time.
How do you
27, yeah.
27 years ago. How do you feel when you see your name pop up there again? Do you remember the pain and the sweat and the toil, or do you remember the glory?
Well, it's a long time ago, as you say. It's nice to be remembered just occasionally, because it is such a long time ago. But it obviously came up when Babar Azam was playing recently.
Pushed away defensively again, and well, when Brathwaite was playing in the last Test match. Do you remember
Brathwaite's innings was the first innings, wasn't it? Really, where he put in a marathon and then added 4 more to his 11 hours. But that was an astonishing achievement, I thought, over 2 innings, just all but 19.1 overs of the game he was on the field, and then Baba put in a marathon 4th innings performance in that second Test against Australia.
41 without loss, the West Indies. Last ball of the 15th over. Stokes is in around the wicket, and it's pushed away defensively by Campbell, who remains on 30. Craig Brathwaite has 9 off 47 deliveries. 15 overs gone. West Indies 41 without loss, and the good news is that England have managed to get 15 overs in the first hour, which doesn't happen very often. Michael Atherton, thank you very much indeed for your time, much appreciated, and time to remind you, of course, that former England captain is an award-winning journalist for the Times newspaper and Sky Sports commentator, and much praised and also award-winning. Lots of ways to keep up with the cricket here on talkSPORT 2. The easiest is obviously via the talkSPORT app. Just swipe left for talkSPORT 2. We're on your smart speaker, the website, and also on the talkSPORT YouTube channel, where you can find us alongside a handy ball-by-ball scorecard as well. And after each day's play, we'll bring you the following on podcast in partnership with the ECB, where we look back at the key moments from the day's play and hear from the players involved. You can also hear the best of our lunchtime shows as well, including tributes to Shane Warne, our investigation into the rising costs of playing cricket and pathways into the game, as well as the big interviews with the likes of Mike Holding and Sir Viv Richards. So following on is available via all good podcast providers. It's basically your highlights package if you can't listen to us live and exclusive ball by ball here on talkSPORT 2. Drinks then at the moment at the National Cricket Stadium in Grenada. The West Indies made a very solid start, 41 without loss. Don't think England have bowled as well. In fact, I know they haven't bowled as well as they would have liked in the first hour. 5 overs, none for 11 from Chris Woakes, mostly because the batsman left most of his deliveries. Craig Overton's only bowled 3 overs for 9. Saqib Mahmood 4 overs for 12. Ben Stokes 3 overs, no maidens, none for 7. And Samuel Badri and Mark Butcher are standing by to take over for the next half an hour. I must say, gentlemen, it looks very, we're not allowed to use the word flat, are we? It looks very batting friendly, the first hour.
Manners, friendly is a good word to use. I don't think I've ever seen, and you know, my memory can be clouded by the passing of time, but I don't think I've ever seen a more friendly opening exchange than that of Woakes and Overton to Brathwaite and Campbell. It was astonishing. Just they ran up and bowled the ball wide. They left it. There wasn't a bouncer bowled. There wasn't anything even in the least bit threatening. Pace was down below 80 miles an hour from both of them. Joe Root's body language sort of told the full story, really. He stood there at first slip, and he's generally a pretty affable fella, but he had a face like thunder behind the sunglasses. And I can completely understand why, because they would have spoken about it. Chris Woakes spoke to me about it whilst doing the pitch report for the television, about sort of, you know, banging away at areas, making sure that you're bringing the stumps into play, and they weren't able to do it. And as a consequence, West Indies have got off to a really handy start here, 41 without loss. Craig Overton looks as though he's going to come back into the attack from the river end. And Jack Leach is going through some warm-up exercises. We might be seeing spin much earlier than we would have anticipated. 15 overs, 41 without loss. Brathwaite is 9 from 47. Picture of concentration once again from the West Indies skipper. And John Campbell is at 30 from 43 balls. And Samuel Badri is beside me. That was a fair assessment of what we saw in the first hour?
Absolutely spot on. It was really quite a gentle exchange, wasn't it? The fast bowlers didn't appear menacing whatsoever with that new ball.
Overton's in, and it's a leg stump half volley that goes past the bat. I think it's been signalled as 4, actually, so I think it looks like Craig Brathwaite may have got a little inside edge on it. It goes past Ben Folkes and runs away for 4. It's just another terrible delivery. I'm going to say I've had enough with mincing my words. It's been really bad. It's been awful from England in the first hour.
Yeah, a bit of a gift. First ball up down the leg side, and they've erred trying to bowl too straight, and then they've been too wide, so they've left comfortably, and then they've been gifted runs on the pads. Overton in once again. This one on the pads once again. Worked away out of square on the leg side, no run. But they haven't been, I would say, threatening, but more than that, they haven't been banging the ball in. It's sort of a gentle type of delivery, and nothing has really surprised the batsmen or hit their bats hard.
No, there's been a lot of floated up there deliveries, batters propping on the front foot. There's been a little bit of swing, yes, you'd expect that, as Overton is in once again. That ball is on a decent line and length, but Brathwaite has nothing to do with it. Goes through to Ben Folkes at ankle height. Speed gun reading 129 kilometres per hour.
And Saki Mahmood has managed to get the ball up into the late 130s. I mean, you do have to say that for the bowlers, particularly that played in both Antigua and Barbados, there have been a lot of miles put on the clock over the course of those two test matches as Overton is in, and that's 2 straight. Brathwaite just allows it to come to him and then gently turns the hands on it out behind square leg, and they come back for 2 more. 45 without loss now. 47 without loss, make that.
Yeah, and you thought that the first hour on the second day would be quite tricky. West Indian batsmen would have wanted to see out that period and ensure that they don't lose too many wickets. But in fact, it has been quite easy. It's been really simple going, unflustered, nonplussed.
Overton in once more, and Brathwaite almost carbon copy of the previous delivery. It might have been a little bit more towards off stump. He allows it to come in, flips it away behind square on the leg side, and again they come back for 2. Ben Folks takes the throw and whips the bails off, but the batsmen are home safely. And yeah, it's looking it does not look anything like the cricket we saw in the first hour yesterday, which has certainly benefited from being out in the sun, the baking hot sun here in Grenada all day yesterday. Some of that moisture has gone. You cannot help but thinking that England have just fluffed their lines this morning as Overton is in once again. Draws a forward defensive from Brathwaite. It's the end of the 16th over. 49 without loss. West Indies are 155 runs behind here on talkSPORT 2.
Mark, I know that this red ball reset and this fact-finding mission is something that has been spoken about quite a lot, but there have been some questions answered, haven't they? And answered quite negatively, admittedly, from the bowling standpoint anyway. The fast bowlers who are here and haven't been able to be penetrative. Chris Woakes in particular, we know of his away record, and that continues to be quite diminishing in these circumstances. But the other bowlers as well, they haven't really found any sort of success.
No, it has been tough on them for sure. Stokes is around the wicket to John Campbell, who pushes forward and defends out onto the leg side, and there is no run. Stokes trying to make something happen, but again, your eye is drawn to the speed gun, 126 kilometres per hour. Gargantuan effort from him and Saki Mahmood to try and make something happen in the flattest of conditions in Barbados, and it certainly looks to have paid a toll. It paid a toll on the West Indies bowlers yesterday. These bowlers look flat today. Chopped away on the offside, that short and wideish delivery from Stokes to Campbell, and Johnny Bairstow fields in the covers, and there's no run.
Yeah, it seems as though it would be Jack Leach once again who would have a huge part to play in this contest with the ball, and how many overs he can deliver be on the back of that monumental effort in the second test. But the seamers, nothing so far.
No, Ben Stokes' towel tucked into his waistband, fires in a Yorker to Campbell, who flips it around the corner to Jack Leach at fine leg. And that brings up the 50 partnership for the West Indies. Giving vociferous applause. Travelling English fans are a little bemused, I think, a little quiet up in the stands here, soaking up the sunshine. 99 deliveries it's taken Brathwaite and Campbell. 17 for the West Indies skipper, 31 from John Campbell, who is in need of a score, I think it's safe to say. And he's gone some way to making one. He's got himself off to a start as Stokes is back over the wicket to the right-handed Brathwaite, and that ball is on the line of off stump. Good line, good length. Brathwaite defends. Ben Stokes turns rather gingerly, it has to be said, to go back to his marks. Heavy strapping on his left knee, and he certainly doesn't look to be operating at full tilt right now.
Yeah, when you come up against someone like Craig Brathwaite and there seems to be no way through, it sort of deflates you, doesn't it? But this opening partnership on the back of a healthy 83 and 59 in the first test, and they're looking quite solid at the moment.
Stokes in once more. And that ball stays down on Brathwaite, but Ben Stokes rather just turns and wheels away back to his mark. I think England's premier all-rounder is struggling a bit here, if I can read into his body language. You'd have thought, given a delivery that almost snuck under the defences of Brathwaite, he might have stayed and had a glare or a word or so, but nothing. So he's now back to his mark. Ball in left hand, transfers into his right, hits the crease. Oh, that one's gone straight along the ground. Ben Stokes appeals. Brathwaite doesn't even bother to look up. He starts to walk. First time perhaps I've ever seen a batter walk off the field for an LBW, and Ben Stokes has the breakthrough for England.
Absolutely right. I thought he was actually bowled. Ben Stokes didn't bother to appeal vociferously. He didn't look at the umpire, and Craig Brathwaite didn't even look at the umpire either. He just started to walk. That one was absolutely plumb. Kept low under the bat, and to breach the defences of Craig Brathwaite had to do something off the surface. That one didn't get up whatsoever. Brathwaite goes for 17 of 56 deliveries. The first wicket for England, 50 for 1.
And that's Ben Stokes is trying his very best. He now walks off the field. He's got a yellow bib in his right hand, his England cap in his left, and he's making his way off the park to go and get some attention. He certainly doesn't look particularly comfortable, and if that's the last act that he plays with the ball in this innings, well, at least it's been to take the wicket of Craig Brathwaite. That was quite something. Stokes ran in and banged the ball into the middle of the pitch. Brathwaite was on the back foot, and it literally just went straight underneath his bat. The ball before almost snuck underneath. They hit him on the back pad in front of all three. Stokes, as Samuel Badry quite rightly reported, didn't turn round to appeal to umpire Brathwaite, and batsman and skipper Brathwaite didn't even bother looking or waiting for the decision from the umpire. He literally put his bat underneath his arm and just walked off. It was as plumb as it is possible to be. And finally, England have their first wicket, and that dismissal illustrates the fact that there are still things happening on this pitch. If you can bowl the ball into the pitch, into the surface hard, bring the stumps into play, there are things happening here. England just haven't managed to do it.
And I think Steve Harmison was mentioning that to you a little bit earlier in terms of banging the ball into the surface as opposed to just floating it up there. As we've seen from the other bowlers, Ben Stokes is actually hitting the ball in the surface, and once it hits those cracks or those indentations or even the grass area, it will react differently. Some might just skid through, some might bounce, some might seam, but you will get something, but they're not just hitting the surface as hard as they can.
Overton in, and he is around the wicket to John Campbell, who is on the back foot, punches it to the right of Chris Woakes, and they come through for a single, which will bring Shamar Brooks on strike for the first time in the innings.
You're having three,
and I think you make a very, very good point. It's looked to me as though it's kind of like an overcast May morning in county cricket, and the bowlers are running in, bowling sort of 80 miles per hour, trying to get the ball up there and swinging it. It certainly hasn't been the case where Saki, Woakes, Overton are running and just tried to hit the pitch as hard as they possibly can. They've been looking for swing rather than seam, and it's been the seam movement and up and down bounce that has been the difficulty on this pitch. As Overton is in again, and it's a very pleasant looking forward defensive stroke from Brooks, who's into the hands of Overton and is followed through, and there's no run. 51 for 1 here in the 18th over. England have just made their first breakthrough. If you're just joining us here on talkSPORT 2, Ben Stokes has dismissed the West Indies skipper for 17, and unfortunately for him, he's had to wander off the park. He doesn't look to be as comfortable as he might be. As Overton is in once again, Brooks once more with that rather pleasing straight batted forward defensive stroke. Saki picks up at mid-off, and there's no run. 51 for 1.
And of the two opening batsmen, that would have been the wicket that they would have wanted. Craig Brathwaite, we all seen what he can do and how long he can stay out there and build partnerships with the other batsmen. As it is, there are two batsmen out in the middle now who aren't certain of their place in this team, as Overton comes in once again neatly behind that one. Shamar Brooks back to the bowler, no run. So both these batsmen in possibly the innings, a career-defining innings, because both of them have been recalled into this test series. They've been out of contention for quite some time, so another opportunity for them. So far, Campbell has done quite well, 32. He'll want to press on and try to capitalize on this start, but Shamar Brooks hasn't had a decent score in 4 attempts, so this might just be a final opportunity for him.
Overton's in. Oh, that one nips back, and Brooks manages to get a thick inside edge on it. It goes down to Alex Lees at fine leg. He gets himself off the mark. 52 for 1 now. I mean, both these two players look sort of technically adept. So it's simply a case of concentration issues, or not having the grounding or the amount of first-class cricket to really understand how to make big scores.
Yeah, I think so. They've been around for quite some time. They've been around the regional game for the better part of a decade. So they've had that time to grow, to mature. It's all about putting all of those efforts and experiences into performances. Overton round the wicket, they hit him on his head. Good short ball, very well directed. John Campbell tried to get out of the way, but wasn't able to, and crashed into that helmet.
Well, I hope John Campbell's okay. Craig Overton immediately just checked with the left-handed West Indian opener to make sure that he was all right. Hit him right in the grill. John Campbell thought about ducking underneath it, then realised that the ball wasn't going to get up, so he tried to sway out of the way, and it's hit him a really nasty blow. The helmets these days, the grills are pretty good, and fortunately the gap between peak and the top bar of the helmet was narrow enough that the ball didn't sneak through. I know what that's like when that happens. It's not pretty. Craig Overton managed to hit 140 Ks that last delivery, by some distance his fastest ball of the innings. And whilst nobody wants to see anybody injured out there on the cricket field, that's a little bit more like it. That's a bit more like the sort of cricket I'm used to watching in the Caribbean. Bit of chin music, making the batsman uncomfortable, because up until this point they've looked anything but uncomfortable.
Man, that was a fierce delivery. Just the direction of it and the speed really caught John Campbell by surprise. That additional effort from Craig Overton, we haven't seen that. You're quite right. Throughout the course of the morning, it's been quite friendly, quite polite, quite gentle. And that one certainly wasn't. It was nice to see that Craig Overton immediately went to John Campbell just to check to see if he's okay. He's still having the concussion protocol being administered by the physio, just to make sure all is well. A selection of helmets have come out to the middle, just to give him an option, a choice as to which one fits the best, so that he's comfortable to carry on with his innings. But it seems as though he will be able to carry on. Promising signs for Campbell and the West Indies.
Yeah, I mean, it's one thing it certainly hasn't gone out of the game. You only have to watch guys like Cummins, Stark and Shaheen Shah Afridi bowling to know that the short ball is still very much a part of the fast bowler's armoury. But we've seen tragedies in the game of cricket caused by the short ball. There was even some sort of move or call to have the bouncer outlawed. And again, I reiterate the point that whilst nobody wants to see batters and players being injured on the field, it's very, very much a part of the game of cricket. The ball's hard. The technical aspects, the mental aspects are challenged in test matches, but also courage, bravery. It's always been part of the game. Do you have the ticker, the cojones to go out there and face down the quickest bowlers when they're flinging it around your head? And Campbell is okay. He's got a new helmet. There's another thing that would surprise players of my vintage and before, that you probably have a helmet for maybe 3-4 years, and you take the odd blow and you bounce it around and you cough in or throw it on the ground after getting out. But they're only supposed to take one impact and you're supposed to replace them, and that's what's happened with Campbell. Saqib Mahmood replaces Ben Stokes. His first ball is on a really good length, and that stays down and scuttles through to keeper Ben Foakes. Just a few signs here that England are starting to find their range. It's taken them a while, but better late than never.
Yeah, this ball now 18.1 over Zool, and we've seen that once the shine comes off, it does a little bit more. That one keeping a bit low, but only the 4 overs for Ben Stokes, and I think he's still off the field. Might be worrying signs for England.
Sakib in once again, and that ball stays down as well. Brooks is not keen to get out of his crease here at the moment, but he might need to, because that's 2 deliveries on the bounce that have just not quite rolled along the deck, but they certainly haven't got much above shin height. 52 for 1 here. Sun is blazing down here in Grenada, which will be of little consolation to you at home, although I'm hearing that the weather is very cheery back there in the UK for the middle part of March. As Sakib turns and runs away from us once more. Back of a length delivery, hits the pitch hard. That one bounces as you would expect, and it's nicely played off the back foot by Brooks.
Yeah, this is more like it from the England bowlers, trying to hit the deck as opposed to just looking for that seam and nibble by floating those deliveries a little bit full to the West Indian batsmen. This time around, they seem to have understood what is the requirement on this surface. It has taken them quite some time, but they're hitting the deck now, and the lines are much straighter for those types of deliveries that will just dribble along the surface and hit the batsmen low on their pads, like it did to Craig Brathwaite.
Sakib in again, and tries with the in-swinger. And that, again, barely gets above shin high, and Ben Foakes has to dive to his left and take the ball on the second or third bounce as it scuttles through. So all the inconsistency is becoming consistent, and that's a low bounce at the moment.
Just looking around at the stadium, and so many local fans in, not what we've seen so far in this Test series. So Grenadians and a lot of school children as well. Today is Friday, of course, and what a day to be not in school and looking at the cricket.
Sakib is in, and that's another good delivery. Brooks props forward and is beaten on the outside edge. Another good ball from Sakib Mahmood. Yeah, always could make the argument, couldn't you, with coming to the cricket, that there's mathematics involved, and there are various learnings to be had for young school children. Nowhere I'd rather be. That is here on the Grenada National Stadium, watching Test match between West Indies and England as Sakib goes away from us again. Blue band tape on his left bicep. Back of a length delivery, hits the pitch hard. Brooks on the back foot. That ball behaves normally, defends, and that is the end of the over. It's a good one. A maiden over from Sakib Mahmood. His figures are none for 12 from 5. West Indies are 52 for 1 from 19 overs. England have been less than impressive with the new ball, but the wicket of Craig Brathwaite, West Indies skipper, the marathon man, give them hope that things might improve as we head towards the lunch break.
With the wind, you can give yourself another 5.
Yeah, West Indies, of course, fortified their batting lineup with the inclusion of Kyle Mayers at the expense of the specialist spinner Versamy Permaul, and they would be hopeful that his inclusion in the team would mean that their batting effort would be much more significant than...
Oh, he's hit him again. Craig Otherton has run up and bowled another bounce, another short ball to John Campbell, and he turns his head away from this one, and it hits him in the side of the head again. We're going to have to have another concussion protocol here. Gregory Brathwaite waves on the West Indies physio, and consecutive balls, John Campbell has taken a blow to the head.
Almost carbon copy from that last over. Same direction, same height, and same response from John Campbell, just taking his eyes away from the ball and being hit on the back of the helmet this time. That might be the only difference, not the grill, back of the helmet. And once again, the physio, Dinesh Bayam, out in the middle, just going through the routine to ensure that John Campbell is okay. So that's 2 helmets in 2 overs that will need to be replaced, and John Campbell will have a third helmet in this innings.
Well, he's not played that very well. The first bouncer certainly didn't get up anywhere near as high as John Campbell was expecting. But that one didn't seem to be any sort of low bounce there at all. In fact, that bounced pretty much as you'd expect it to. John Campbell just simply took his eye off it and it crashed into the back of his helmet. Now, the first helmet that he was wearing had those padded protectors around the back part of the neck that have become very much a part of the protective equipment. I think the new one had them on, and of course that was the introduction of that particular piece of protective equipment came about because of the Phil Hughes tragedy. Thankfully for John Campbell, he's okay again. He and Craig Overton punch gloves. Overton's not wearing any, but glove and back of the knuckles from Overton. Campbell's okay, he's now at the non-strikers end, but Craig Overton causing some discomfort out there right now. Another delivery up in the 140s, and perhaps England might settle upon a bit of short pitch stuff to John Campbell going forward as Overton's in once again. That's up there to Shamar Brooks, who plays a beautiful clip off his pads wide of mid-on, and that'll run all the way down to the fence for 4.
A really aesthetically pleasing shot from Shamar Brooks, full on the line of the leg stump and neatly worked away by Shamar Brooks. Elegance and grace in that. His first boundary moves on to 5, but just followed up that short ball to John Campbell with a gentle half volley. The inconsistency.
Third slip moves out to mid-wicket to plug the gap that ball just went through. Overton again goes full. I think Shamar Brooks might have been expecting something short there. He was a little late getting forward, but managed to drop the drawbridge on it, and it ended up in the hands of Saki, but mid-off, and there was no run.
Yeah, first signs of aggression in this bowling attack from Craig Overton.
Big difference, isn't there, in pace between the short ball, 140. The last two deliveries, 132 and 127, the two pitch-up deliveries from Overton, and he's in once again, and he's banged that one in, and Shamar Brooks turns his head away, and that's hit him a nasty blow in the midriff by the looks of it. Brooks has played that really badly, and Overton has made that ball jag back sharply. It's actually hit him in the rib cage. And West Indies being caused some real discomfort here by the big man from Somerset.
Yeah, no concussion protocol here because he wasn't hit on the helmet, but a nasty blow nonetheless to Shamar Brooks. And you're quite right, they aren't playing this short ball well at all. They're taking their eyes off it quite early.
Overton is in once again, and goes a little bit fuller this time. Brooks turns it around to fine leg, and he'll pick up another single. Actually hit Shamar Brooks as a right-handed batter. Obviously you're presenting the left side of your body to the bowler. But Shamar Brooks turned his head and turned away from that delivery so early from Craig Overton that it hit him on the right side of the body, the right rib. Imagine that the way that these two have played the short ball, that they're going to be seeing a lot more of it, as Overton is now around the wicket again to John Campbell, and goes opts for the length delivery, which is pinged away backward at point off the back foot by Campbell. It ends up in the hands of sub-fielder Ollie Pope. Still no sign of Ben Stokes, and that is the end of the 20th over. 58 for 1, bit of action out there in the middle, and time for me to hand back to the London studio. There's a bit happening all of a sudden, gents.
Well, England have bowled much better, Butch, haven't they, in this period? They've attacked the stumps more, and they found a bit of uneven bounce, so that's good. Which is a surprise on both counts, really. Something's clicked so in their brains, and the other is the fact that the older ball, not that it's old, but the older ball has bounced a bit more unevenly. Maybe they've just bowled more balls in the areas where it bounces unevenly, which is straighter. It could just be as simple as that. Stokes has the 1 wicket to have fallen. It'll be a blow if he's off the field for any length of time. Mahmood again. That's really well played. Shamar Brooks standing up and really at the top of the ball's bounce, he works it away off his hips for a couple. Ollie Pope is the guy sweeping out at square leg, but he had quite a lot of ground to make in front of square. Disappointed not to see him playing in the team. I really did think England had a once in a generation player in Ollie Pope, but it hasn't as yet worked out for him. It still might. He's got a great first class record for Surrey. I remember particularly 130 odd he made in Port Elizabeth against the strong South African attack. There was an innings of the highest class. Banged into the surface, but not a very good ball from Saqib, and it's easy for Brooks to duck underneath it. Ben Foakes has a lot of ground to make down the leg side there, but he does so. Always keeps with his sleeves rolled down. Most do all that diving around, particularly on those arid Caribbean outfields. Anywhere in the anywhere where it's very dry, you get the old elbows sure scratched to death, don't you? Torn apart, Matt. You can talk about that in a minute as Brooks waits now. Nice upright player. There's another one banged into the surface, and again Foakes falls and rolls over, Matt.
Yep, it's as much the look as well, isn't it? The wicket keeper. You don't see many keep it in a short sleeve top these days, and if they do, they get a little bit of grief for it. I think, there's always the tendency, unless the batter takes the gloves and, wicket keeper injured, you see them in the short sleeve. I think Adam Perore is probably the last wicket keeper to keep in short sleeves with the sweatband.
Last one I can think of, yeah.
Most wicket keepers now will be long sleeves.
Mahmood again. That's a very good delivery. Just sort of angles in to Brooks, who goes forward nicely and plays it out to cover. And there's no run from it. 4 balls in this over. 2 off the first ball and 3 dots. Mahmood seems to have his stride pattern nicely worked out, and everything on the delivery stride is good too. So, yep, he got the wrist behind the ball. The seam is up. And there is a hint now of some swing. So that's much more encouraging for England because they're attacking the stumps. The hints of swing earlier came to balls that were very wide. They were all outswingers, and they were all wide. There's a short mid-wicket in place now. 2 slips in the gully, and there's a good one too that bounces a little from outside off stump and is taken at waist high by Ben Foakes.
Yeah, it was interesting in the England innings as well early on. I mean, the ball did do something from the start, but it certainly seemed to do more the closer we got to lunch on that first morning, and then after lunch was probably where it did its most. So England will certainly be hoping that's the same this time around.
Do you know that funny thing about that first hour was the extremes? It was lavish movement or no movement. So key bowls again, and it's very full and driven straight by Shamar Brooks, but the fielder is Chris Woakes, who runs round to pick up pretty easily, actually. Do you remember, some balls were just going like miles, like it was a dark green snake pit, and other balls were doing very little, and we thought you just had to avoid the one with your number on it, and then you'd probably be okay, but it wasn't to be the case.
No, exactly that. And it seemed okay. Again, it was hard to bat on, or it wasn't easy to bat on, let's put it that way. And then I just remember it was about four overs before lunch. It just seemed to change the intensity, the West Indian bowlers. And it might have been that they just hit their straps. They got the information they needed from where to bowl on the surface and were just hitting the right areas more often.
Yes. That's beautifully played. The great thing about John Campbell today is now on 32, so he's getting into the danger zone regarding his own scores, or he's in the danger zone, I should say. 20 to 49 is a bad time for John Campbell. We've had that proved by the figures. Completely forgot what I was going to say, but anyway, he's worked a single through into mid-wicket. Oh, I know, it was just looking at the West Indies card a moment ago that I was surprised at the lack of awe by the names on the card, and I'll just explain what I mean by that in a minute. Brooks is back and drops his hands and bat underneath the bouncing ball past off stump. Rather an odd bit of batting, but anyway, he gets away with it. West Indies 61 for 1. Brooks on strike has 8. Campbell 33. And the first hour of this innings went very smoothly for West Indies, but this last period has just been not difficult, but certainly England have been better. I really think there's nothing more to it than that. Brooks waits again, and that's a long half volley and driven down the ground by Shamar Brooks with the greatest of ease. In fact, he took the bottom hand off the bat and controlled it entirely with the top hand, and sweetest timing.
Yeah, fantastic shot this, and Brooks just easing on. It was a long half volley. Has to check himself, in fact, and that's why he sort of releases the bottom hand and follows through with just the top hand in control of the bat. And it shows again. I mean, you see Overton's reaction. He's disappointed. He's been driven down the ground for 4, but if you keep the ball full, it's just not. It doesn't seem that easy.
Well, we know this ball won't be full, and it isn't. It's back of a length and knocked to mid-wicket. Oh, hello. Sorry. There was such indecision between the batsmen that Campbell had a bit to do there. Didn't pick up who the fielder was, but a direct hit. I think Campbell would have made it, but there wouldn't have been much in it.
Yeah, it's Bairstow, Johnny Bairstow at mid-wicket, running round. They got a deep square leg. It wasn't hit hard enough to get to him. Bairstow ran round, picked it up with his right hand, and had a shy at the stumps. And the batsman, I think he probably would have just been in, but certainly more alarm than was needed.
Yeah, in, I think. Overton again. Bangs it in, pulled away. Excellent shot that by John Campbell, who's decided again that's not so far away. So the second run is the pressured run for the non-striker, who is Shamar Brooks, and it was quite clever of Overton's. The throw came in from Ollie Pope. It was wide, and Overton sort of brushed it onto the stumps with his hands, and I reckon the batsman's in here.
I think he's in.
Bats down there. Bats down.
Actually, we've seen
Safely made it
in the replay.
In
real time, you thought he'd done a pretty good bit of work there. The ball was coming in on the half volley, and Overton, instead of trying to gather the ball cleanly and take it onto the stumps, he's almost trying to swat it onto the stumps. In fact, it's missed his, which, as I say, in real time looked pretty impressive, but actually it's missed his hand, hit him in the stomach, I think, and ricocheted onto the wicket.
Another bouncer, another hook shot. It's good from Overton. He's seen a weakness, and he's going to try to punish it. Lots of short balls. Not a bad over that from Craig Overton. 68 for 1 is the score. What was the first West Indies side you played against? What year?
Actually, my debut, 2007.
Can you remember the lineup or most of it? Was Lara playing?
No, Lara wasn't in. Shiv Chanderpaul. God, testing me here. No, the bowlers were Corey Collymore, Lawson, was Fido Edwards. Would have been
so no Ambrose and Walsh. It was past.
No,
you started a bit later.
Past.
When did you first play for England then?
Tour of Zimbabwe, 2006, 2005, 2006. That winter.
I thought you were a couple of years earlier, but what I was about to say really was that when you look at this West Indies lineup, the lack of awe when you think of the West Indian cricketers of the past, and obviously everybody refers to that period from 76 to 1990, or maybe you go as far as 92. But even into the late part of the 90s with Ambrose and Walsh and Lara.
I did play for Sussex in a game against West Indies when Lara and Chanderpaul just smashed us absolutely everyone. Just watching Lara, there were certain players you'd stand behind and you'd think, I hope they don't get out, because this is just
good call.
Just fantastic.
Yeah, I once played against West Indies for Hampshire, and Lara and Richards batted together.
It's a long day for the bowlers.
It's a full ball from Saki. Brooks is back, and it goes out to the gully off the face of the bat. Sort of caught, probably caught and wanted to be forward, but Mahmood's coming in with plenty of energy and enough power. He's not bowling super quick or anything, but enough power to hurry the batsman. Yeah, it was the 91 tour, Viv Richards' last tour, and Malcolm Marshall's last tour as well, and I think Lara's first tour. And they both played it, well, unless memory deceives me. They both played at Southampton. Quite good they were. Mahmood again. That's LBW, is it? It's kept low. Yes, it is. Well, if low bounce is to be the thing, we have an interesting afternoon on our hands, because we've already had one batsman, Craig Brathwaite, out to a low bouncing ball. Now Brooks is going to review this. He's gone down to chat to John Campbell, and he's not going to review it. John Campbell's given him the bad news. It's hitting leg stump, matey. And so Brooks, who looks in good touch, has to go, and that's the beauty of bowling straight.
Yeah, very straight. Good length again. Just staying low, staying much lower than the batsman expected, thudding into the pads. Brooks,
there's not much in it, Matt, is there? It's clipping leg stump, I think.
Just in the replay, you sort of think, was it worth it? I was just about to go into, sort of as Brooks walked down, looking at his mate, do we review it? Do we have a look? And I was thinking, no, surely not. You're not going to have a look at that. And he, of course, was told by Campbell, nope, I'm sorry, buddy. I think we've got to just go with the umpire's decision here. Yeah, I think there was. It's hitting the stumps by enough that it would be at least umpire's call.
Yes, I think I'll support that view as Nkrumah walks to the wicket. There's three West Indian fellas, Grenadian chaps with 3 T-shirts, and the one on the left D, the one in the middle R, and the one on the right S, DRS. No need for it on that occasion. In the end, after some persuasion, it has to be said, Shamar Brooks has accepted the umpire's decision, but it ain't hitting much of leg stump. It's hitting plenty of leg stump. So the television replay now tells us full on leg stump, so well bowled, full and straight, and a bit of uneven bounce. That is the batsman's nightmare, even more than sideways bounce. Particularly low bounce, you've got absolutely no chance. 12 matches and averaging 44. Nkrumah Bonner, who made that fine 100, a real long fight it was in that first test in Antigua. That was a dull old pitch too, every bit as dull as the Barbados pitch. In fact, you could argue more so, but there wasn't much in it. This pitch is a lot more interesting.
Ball is right arm over.
Okay, right arm over, says the umpire. Just the 2 slips for England, but quite a strong leg side field. Square leg, short mid-wicket, mid-on and long leg, which tells us how straight Mahmood plans to bowl at Bonner. Here we go. This is where he's good. I like this. You can sense his tail up. That ball was at a decent pace, at 137 kilometres per hour, but it had something on it. There's fast medium bowlers who don't use a lot of their body and don't seem to get a lot on the ball, and others who seem to hit the pitch pretty hard. Strong actions, I suppose it is.
Has he got a little bit of whacker unit?
Yeah, much. Masses. Absolutely, he's Wacker Yunus, yeah.
Just noticed that.
If only he was.
Yeah, well.
Wacker Yunus.
Well.
Wacker Yunus. Balls again, and there's through, particularly in his follow-through, actually, that's left alone outside off stump. It's slightly, the arm might be just lower than the perpendicular, and the follow-through is really sort of extreme. He gets right through his action, pulling his left side through and finishing with his right side. 68 for 2 here at St George's in Grenada in reply to England's 204, a total that came after a quite extraordinary stand for the last wicket of 90 between Saqib Mahmood and Jack Leach. And here is Saqib Mahmood running in now to Bonner, and he wants him to play at one, and he can't get him to play at one. 3 balls to leave alone outside off stump. Not bad balls, but not good ones neither. 68 for 2 here on talkSPORT 2 and YouTube.
Yeah, I think that last ball was actually well left. I think there are many batsmen fresh to the crease may have been tempted to have a bit of prod at that one. Bonner's obviously in good touch, good form, young career, averaging mid-40s though, so a very good start.
Oh, it's not the end of the over. Last ball now. They've all regrouped. And he bowls. That does make him play. Really good ball and a really good defence. We saw all of the face of the bat there. So Bonner is sharp. So too Saqib. 68 for 2 here on talkSPORT 2 at the end of that over. They just showed the cameras showed Michael Atkinson unpacking in the press box in a trousers and a shirt. Obviously, as the Times correspondent, he feels the need to stay away from shorts and t-shirts. Followed the great example set by the men who occupied that position before him. Many good men: Christopher Martin Jenkins, Alan Lee, John Woodcock. Good men. Who's to come? Carl Myers, Jermaine Blackwood, Jason Holder, and Josh Silver, the main batsman, though Azari Joseph and Kemar Roach like to hold up an end and do so quite well. So an extra batsman for West Indies, having dropped Pamal, the spinner, and instead played Myers, who picked up wickets yesterday. Distant sound of that steel pan. The murmur around the ground from a small but now much more interested crowd than they were in the first hour. Here's Craig Overton coming round the wicket to John Campbell, again banging it into the middle of the pitch. Flies over Campbell's head at no great pace, and it's a wide called by Joel Wilson. I suppose I think the batsman could have reached that, but rather to be strict on that, 'cause it was a bit of a wasted ball really. I'm not sure it was actually wide, but anyway, the umpire's made his decision. Oh, it bounces a fair height, but he ducks quite low. I think in his normal stance, rather than his batting stance, it wouldn't have been that far over his head. Anyway, wide it is. Overton again. Is that a little edge? There's something, a clicky sort of noise. Well, it has definitely hit something. England are very sure they will review this. If Foakes and Overton have their say, yep, there comes the review from Joe Root. It was the clickiness of the sound. So has it brushed the hard part of the thigh pad, or has it brushed the inside edge of the bat? Is Campbell a worried man or a cool dude at this moment?
The ball is quite close to the glove, and the pad I'm going to need ultra edge to confirm if there's any glove involved. Just roll it through. Yeah, just freeze it right there. There's a spike as the ball is on to the glove. I've got conclusive evidence to suggest he's hit this ball. I'm ready to go back on field to Joel. Joel, I'm going to ask you to overturn the decision to out. You're on screen now.
And Joel Wilson overturns his decision. Magnificent bowling from Craig Overton. He had a plan and he pulled it off. He hit the pitch hard. He forced a mistake from John Campbell, and that dreaded period between 20 and 50 that so often cost him his wicket has done it again. Craig Overton, the winner of that little cameo of a contest.
Yep, as you say, Mark, England had a plan. They sniffed a bit of a weakness and they went for it. This time the ball not getting up as high, just stifling Campbell down the leg side, catching the glove. England up straight away. They were never in any doubt. Sometimes there's in the wicket-keeper, but if you watch the wicket-keeper specifically, Ben Foakes, he goes up, he was in no doubt. Sometimes down the leg side, you're never quite sure he's at thigh pad, but you get a view if it comes straight off the glove, and Foakes obviously got that.
Yeah, did you see the England players signal to the dressing room? I suspect that John Lewis, the bowling coach, or I don't know, maybe Paul Collingwood, has had something to do with that plan. They've obviously spotted a flaw in John Campbell's game as Jermaine Blackwood comes out to the middle now. We've 10 minutes till lunch, and Neil Manthorpe will take you there.
Thank you very much indeed, Mark Nicholas. Well, imagine how much pressure the West Indies might have been if England had bowled half decently in the first hour. The second hour has seen them get into their work, and Craig Overton certainly has been persevering and, as Mark says, hitting the pitch hard. And nothing like a plan that comes together.
Always nice, isn't it? You have a plan and it works. Yeah, it's all well and good having a plan, but you then have to execute the plan. And fair play to Overton. He's run in hard, hit Blackwood on the head a couple of times. So it was obviously in his, or on his mind, should I say, that that's where England were going to go. sometimes, when you've nicked one down the leg side, you feel there's an element, you feel a bit unlucky. But this time it wasn't that case. You could tell England had a plan, and that's what they were going for. And as a batsman, you've got to be very aware of, especially the ball around the wicket, fending up balls when they're going down the leg side, because there's always a chance that you might nick one to the keeper or brush a glove, and that's exactly what happened there for Blackwood.
Imagine if England had been bowled out for 120 and the West Indies were 69 for 3. They'd still be feeling quite relaxed, I would imagine. But instead, England, thanks to a 10th wicket partnership of 90, made 204, and the West Indies are 69 for 3, as Overton is in to the new batsman Jermaine Blackwood, the vice-captain. It's steered away to Jack Leach, third man, and they go through for a single. You don't often see a third man. Runs are at a premium. I don't know. I know that Blackwood plays a lot of shots, but I suspect that England don't have a third man back for the Jermaine Blackwood uppercut. Not on this pitch, which is lacking in pace. John Campbell, the last to go, for 35. The West Indies were 50 without loss, now 70 for 3. And Craig Overton has some reward for his hard work, 1 for 34 in his 8th over. And Kumar Bonner remarks his he's marking his guard for the first time. He hasn't faced at the river end, and that's where he is now. Here is Overton in the short, pulled, and it bounces towards the stumps and he kicks it away. Very quick reactions from Kumar Bonner. I don't know whether you want to be pulling on this pitch with variable bounce, particularly early on in your innings, and it he got into a bit of a tangle and it bounced and it was heading towards the stumps, but good reactions for him to kick it away.
Yeah, tough shot this to play on, as you say, Manners, on a pitch like this, but a bit of up and down bounce in particular. It's a bit too paced. He saw it short and had a go at it, but it beat him for pace, hit him quite hard, ball ricochets down. Yeah, good skills to kick it away though.
Very good.
Game in the five-a-side football team.
What do you think of Craig Overton having no slips?
I don't think much of it.
Didn't think you would. Here is Overton again, bowls, and this banged into the pitch again and knocked down towards short leg is a gully, and they've got various men. They've got an orthodox square leg and a deep backward square leg, so 2 men out on the leg side and a mid wicket as well. But at last there's some life in the game once again after a very quiet first hour.
Yeah, the reason I don't like not having the slips is because, look, England have got a clear plan. They've got all the men out on the leg side. They're going to go short on a pitch that we've been speaking about. Going full is probably the best idea. But when you're going short at a batsman, he knows, he's got it in the back of his mind, the full one that just moves a bit is the one that he then nicks. Now, if you work into that, then you don't have your slips in place.
Overton in once again. That's full... back of a length down the leg side. I forgot to mention that it was a short leg as well. So there's actually a short leg, a square leg, and a deep square.
Yeah, I think there's 5 men on the leg side. Or certainly 4. And that's the point. So if you can't then go, the batsman's standing there, and he's looking, he goes, right, well, there's no slips in place. I know that they're not going to try and nick me off. So I don't have to worry about that shot. And Overton can only go to the short ball. He doesn't have an option to then follow. He bowls a good short ball, couple of good short balls, gets the batsman in problems, then tries to nick him off. That's a good plan.
Short again, pulled out towards the Ben Stokes at backward square leg, and they go through for a single. I mean, there's a bad plan's better than no plan.
No, of course, yeah, and England have a plan, and fair enough, and hopefully it works, but you just don't want to be too telegraphed or take away any other method of dismissal. But having said that, they had a plan and it worked previously, so let's hope it works again.
I wonder whether Jared and his bevy of technicians can give us some idea of how much the bounce has changed from predictable in the first session of the first day to variable now. He's very good at providing us with degrees of swing and spin, but what degrees of variable bounce have there been. I wonder whether we can predict how much it might increase. Saqib Mahmood in. That's a quick ball. His tail is up now. Back of a length, bounces steeply, and Kumar Bonner whips his bottom hand off the bat as he knocks it down defensively behind square on the leg side. 70 for 3, West Indies.
It was exactly the same time yesterday, and I think, Manners, it was probably you and I talking on air, that the pitch seemed to get a little bit more spicy. It seemed to get, and it was more the variable bounce, not so much sideways. So something about the hour or half an hour before lunch, and then it continued after lunch as well. So England will hope for that.
Different plan for Saqib Mahmood. He's got 2 slips. Forward comes Bonner, pushing this one behind square on the offside to backward point where Dan Lawrence fields. So, yeah, there's 2 slips, a close-ish mid-wicket, also a short leg in. Saqib Mahmood is the quickest of the England attack. At his peak, he touches 90 miles an hour, just about, but mostly mid to high 80s, which is quicker than any of the other bowlers, apart from, I suppose, Ben Stokes when he's really on fire. He can bowl quickly, he can still bowl quickly. You get the impression that he saves those all-out effort balls now these days, though. 71 for 3, West Indies, still trailing by 133. Saqib Mahmood 1 for 14. The other wicket taker, Ben Stokes, and of course I mentioned Craig Overton has got 1 for 35. Ben Stokes is on the field now. He spent some time off it after taking his wicket. Mahmood in again. Forward comes and Kumar Bonner pushing it up to the aforementioned Ben Stokes towards at mid-off, and there's no run. Ben Stokes got rid of the previously immovable Craig Brathwaite, immovable in the second test match where he batted 15 and a half hours. Amazing resistance from the West Indian captain, but he got a dreadful delivery from batting point of view from Ben Stokes. Banged in back of length, hardly bounced, pinned him in front of middle stump. LBW. Mahmood in again. He's getting a little bit of tail back into the right-hander, and he's bowling full, almost looking like he wants to bowl a Yorker length, and it's dug out by Kumar Bonner. Jared's beavering away. If you can hear the whir of his computer telling us to tell us.
You're going to say the whir of his brain.
Both. I've got some stuff.
Do you really? On variable bounce?
Yeah. The Brathwaite ball was delivered between 8 and 9 metres on length.
Here comes Saqib Mahmood, and just wide enough to be left alone, which we would expect to bounce at hip height, right?
Yeah, probably even maybe slightly above that. It's really a back of a length area, and it bounced just under 50 centimetres, which was where you would expect a half volley on a flat pitch to basically end up. So quite a variable position. It's not the only one either. There's actually another ball here that was over 9 metres that just goes over 50 centimetres, so about knee height from what is a real back of the length ball.
Here's Saqib Mahmood. Anything to help, well appreciated. Oh, that's a good delivery. It's gone past the inside edge. He's definitely getting some shape back into the right-handers, and I think that one's gone between bat and pad, just past the inside edge. Quick as well from Saqib Mahmood. That's very impressive. Good over to finish the session. I think yes, it is the last over of the session. 25 overs gone. Go on, Gerald, finish off.
Just quickly to say that there's another ball bowled at 8 metres, Matt, that bounced at 125 centimetres. So you've got one ball at 8.5 metres that bounces at 45 centimetres, another one at 8 metres that bounces at 120. So that one has bounced 3 times as high as another ball that was shorter. Good luck, everyone.
I just had my 13-year-old cricket-mad son phone me up and say, why are the West Indies jumping when it's staying so low?
I'll send him some cricket biz data so you can have a look.
Yeah, if you could just send me that data, that would be great.
West Indies are 71 for 3 after a really disappointing first hour in which England's bowlers didn't do themselves justice and didn't make best use of the new ball. They've bounced back with 3 wickets in the second over of the session, and Kumar Bonner and Jermaine Blackwood are both fresh at the crease. Bonner has faced 14 deliveries for his 1. Jermaine Blackwood has faced just the 1 delivery and was off the mark to it. The men are Craig Brathwaite, LBW, to Ben Stokes for 17. Shamar Brooks, LBW, to Saqib Mahmood for 13. And John Campbell caught off the glove down the leg side by Ben Foakes off Craig Overton for 35 from 54 deliveries. Woakes was disappointing. 5 overs, 2 maidens, none for 11. Didn't make the batsman play as often as he should have done. In fact, they left more than they played in his 5 overs. Craig Overton, 8 overs, no maidens, 1 for 35. Saqib Mahmood, 8 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 14. And Ben Stokes, 4 overs, 1 for 8. It's been a session in which England continue to claw their way back into the Test match. Remember that at their nadir on the first day, they reached 90 for 8 before recovering to 204, and the West Indies were 50 for none before taking lunch on 71 for 3. Don't go away, because we've got some celebrating to do in the lunch break. England haven't won a Test series in the West Indies since 2003-04 season. A pivotal moment, as many of you may remember, and if you don't, we're going to relive it now, came when the hosts were bowled out for 47 in Jamaica, with our very own Steve Harmison blowing them away with his iconic 7 for 12. During the lunch break, Mark Nicholas and Harmy will look back on that moment and the series where England eventually came out the winners. You're listening to live and exclusive coverage of the West Indies versus England right here on talkSPORT 2.
Exclusive international cricket live. The West Indies versus England on talkSPORT 2.
Every day, talkSPORT 2 probes the sharpest minds in the business, bringing you all the big-name news, views and opinions that matter. Plus, talkSPORT 2's official betting partner, 888sport, is on hand with the insight and in-depth analysis you need to crack the big betting puzzles of the day. talkSPORT 2 with 888sport, official betting partner of talkSPORT 2. 888sport, made to challenge, made to debate, made to play. 18 plus, begambleaware.org.
Some people worry that being a Royal Navy reservist won't fit into their everyday life. True, you might have to miss your brother-in-law's open mic night, and the odd repeat of celebrity cash under the hammer. But when you're in a rib doing 38 knots on a crisp winter's morning, we're pretty sure you'll get over it. Royal Navy Reserves. Don't do the everyday, every day. Search Royal Navy Reserves.
Come on. Right now at Cinch, you can save up to £1,000 on selected cars. So go fill your boots, literally. Like Lisa, who's treated the family to loads of new camping gear.
Like this wind-resistant tent.
Nice.
And this gas stove.
And that?
An inflatable unicorn with sunglasses.
Of course. A camping essential. Fill your boots today with up to £1,000 off selected cars for a limited time only. Don't just nail it, cinch it. Offer ends 3rd of April 2022. T's and C's apply.
So that's an Americano, 2 lattes and a flat white with oat milk?
Jasmine urgently needs trained baristas to make sure business in her coffee shop doesn't grind to a halt.
Oh, you want soya lattes?
Indeed can help her find great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. With Indeed Instant Match, we immediately show you candidates whose CVs on Indeed meet your sponsored job description. To start hiring, visit Indeed.com/try today.
My prostate cancer was thankfully caught in the nick of time, but it shouldn't be down to luck.
Men at higher risk are
aged over 50,
those with a family history of the disease, or black men over 45.
Check your risk of prostate cancer now. Search Risk Checker or visit prostatecanceruk.org. Men, we are with you.
Hear the biggest sports stories first and fast with the Back Page Review on talkSPORT with Tesco Mobile for Business. Listen to talkSPORT Breakfast every weekday morning from 6 for the latest breaking Back Page news, plus unbeatable reaction, opinion and comment. Back Page Review on talkSPORT with Tesco Mobile for Business. Big mobile networks are raising your bills again. Join us for prices that stay fixed.
Tesco Mobile. Every little helps. For applicable terms and verification, see tescomobile.com/fixed prices.
Exclusive international cricket live. The West Indies versus England on talkSPORT 2.
It's a flash and out. Good pressure by England's opening bowlers here. Harmison and Hoggard.
Giving him out. Sawan goes for a double duck in the test match. Well, it's rolled back onto the stumps. Harmison picks up another wicket.
Harmison, he's on fire. He's enthusiastic. He's been very accurate this morning. He's created pressure and he's given England so far the upper hand.
Gone straight up and caught. Could not evade it on this occasion. Ridley Jacobs. Gone. That's 5 wickets for Steve Harmison.
Good bowling this. It's a way to bowl to the tail enders.
Very easily for us to stop it at first slip, who's made that look supremely easy.
That'll do it. Trescothick takes the catch. Harmison becomes the most successful bowler ever at Sabina Park. 12 overs and 3 balls, 8 maidens no less, 7 wickets for 12.
Grievous, bodily, Harmison. That's what it became. The famous day when Steve Harmison blew away the West Indies at that famous ground, Sabina Park in Kingston, Jamaica. West Indies 311-47, England 339 and 20 for no wickets. Harmy did his damage in the second innings, 7 for 12. I mean, they are staggering figures, and it actually forced a public apology from the West Indies team for their poor performance. Unprecedented, I think, in the history of West Indies cricket. It really was a humiliating day for West Indies. Of course, there was a sense of revenge, I think, for England on the back of so many exasperating defeats from the great sides of the 70s and 80s and indeed parts of the 90s too. Quite a story to tell, and Steve Harmison is with it to tell us now. Harmy, hello.
Hello, Mark. Yes, it was nice goosebumps listening to some of the commentary back.
Yeah, well, that was the TV commentary. We covered it for talkSPORT, actually. And the unusual thing about that tour was that Tony Greig worked with us. We had Michael Atherton emerging as a young commentator, Chris Cowdery, Jack Bannister, I think Geoffrey Boycott, and Greggy and yours truly were all covering it and all equally thrilled by your brilliant performance. There was a headline at the time about Harmison. Listen to this. His unpredictability could be frustrating, but perhaps the truth of his career and his personality was that he was somebody at his best out of the limelight. Is that fair?
Yeah, I think so. I wasn't somebody who chased the limelight. Wasn't somebody who, I was watching again. I was quite embarrassed coming off the field when players, the teammates were telling me that to lead them off, and I still am, quite happy being out of the spotlight, out of the way, if I can possibly help it. But it was at a time where I think England were just starting to evolve, and the characters that were in there as well. There was a lot of similar characters, but.
Explain that. Explain it, because Matthew Hoggard, Andrew Flintoff, Simon Jones were the other seamers.
Yeah, and that was the first time, along with Ashley Giles, that all 5 of us played together. And obviously, that was built on 2005, culminating in 2005. But we were all similar characters from working class areas, hard-working upbringing, hard-working parents. So we had this bond that we were very, very close, but we brought so much difference to Michael and to Duncan and what they were trying to build as a bowling unit and as a team unit. So from off the field we were very, very similar, but on the field we had so many different qualities that made us as good as we were.
You mentioned Michael Vaughan and Duncan Fletcher there. So you had this 5-man attack that, as you say, went on not just to win against Australia in that famous summer of 2005, but also beat South Africa in South Africa the previous winter. And you all offered something different. That would seem to me the beautiful thing about the attack. Matthew Hoggard outswing. Andrew Flintoff, raw pace and sideways movement, mainly off the seams, from late swing too, and explosive. Simon Jones, fast and full, and really could make the ball swing so late. Ashley Giles, accurate. And then you with your alarming bounce and strange differentials. You know, there were days when you looked in perfect sync and pretty much unplayable, and days when your action looked as if it just couldn't work itself out. And that was a funny thing. What was that? Simply just you and how you felt that day, or were there imperfections in your action that you found difficult to control?
I think there was imperfections in the action which were difficult to control, but what made it on some days devastating for the opposition. I always joked and said, if I've got no idea what's happening, or chances 22 yards away when it's 90 mile an hour. And I remember a game in Perth where one that Alex Tulip will not fondly remember. But I remember losing my run-up, and it was just, I got the yips, couldn't run in, but for some reason I was bowling 10 mile an hour quicker, and Ricky Ponton and Damien Martin were at the other end, and I remember walking back, and I said it to Ricky, I says, I've got no idea when I'm letting go of this. And he just looked at me and he just said, it's not fun for us down at this end on the fast bouncy pitch, because we've got no idea what length you're going to bowl, when you're going to bowl it, how fast it's going to come. And I think that was the unpredictability I had throughout my whole career. But I would say there was a few imperfections in the action from a repeatability point of view, which was, I always believed, it was the fun of the fair. I always said from a mental point of view I was quite strong in a way that if I did bowl a one that wasn't very good, or I did bowl a spell that wasn't very good, I was quite good at getting over it very, very quickly and being comfortable that the next spell is a new one, and if I get it right, I'm doing my job for the team.
All right, let's remind everybody of the game. West Indies batted first. Devon Smith made 108. I remember that innings very well. A lot of pull strokes that he nailed. Brian Lara just 23, Sarway and LBW, and Matthew Hoggard no score. And the other runs came from Ryan Hines, the left-hander, he made 84, 38 for Ridley Jacobs, and then 20 for Tino Best towards the end. 311 for West Indies. You got Chris Gale, bowled him out actually, and who you got a second wicket? Tino Best, LBW, Steve Harmison. So 3 for Hoggard, 2 for you, 1 for Flintoff, 2 for Jones, 2 for Giles. Then England batted. There was 50s for Mark Butcher and Nasser Hussain, 46 for Flintoff, 20 odd each for Chris Reed and Ashley Giles. And you made 13. Well played, Harmy. There were 60 extras. 60.
Yeah, I remember that. The extras was our top score.
Yeah. And
I remember in the first innings, the pitch just felt too bouncy. It really felt too bouncy. You were bowling half volleys, and Devon Smith was cutting them for 4, and you just think, I can't bowl any fuller than this. I really can't. And it wasn't until later on in the game when the ball didn't bounce as much and we were more dangerous.
Well, England made 339, so hardly had a lead on West Indies, 311. Do you remember how the pitch looked? Because I do.
Yeah, there was a shine on it.
Yes, right. It? Black and shiny, wasn't it?
It was a shine. There was a proper, not seen a pitch out here for quite some time like that. There was, and I do believe that by the time the West Indies had come to terms with what we were as a side and how good we were as a side, they were 3-0 down.
Right, that's true. I was going to come to the rest of the series in a second, but England did win it 3-0. So not much in it. First innings in the first test in Jamaica. And West Indies come out with Chris Gale and Devon Smith. They're going fine. They get to 13, and you strike to get Gale again. So let's just remind ourselves of that moment.
Catch it! Foul, caught. Graeme Thorpe. Early loss again. Once more, Gale goes cheaply. It's 13 for 1. It's a flash and out. Good pressure by England's opening bowlers here, Harmison and Hoggard.
So that's the great Tony Cozier with David Lloyd there, and the first strike, and particularly Gale, very important.
Yeah, hugely important. You always know that Chris can get you off to a blistering start, and it sets a message to the dressing room that if you get Chris Gale early, then all of a sudden the next batsmen are coming in, and Chris was a huge larger than life character, and if he got you, then you were always chasing the game, trying to bring the game back. So in that series we did well to get on top of Chris Gayle. But I think I can't carry on without mentioning sort of night before when it was in the dark, Nasser and Butch, they got pelters off Edwards and Bess. Tino bowled quickly, Fidel Edwards bowled quickly, and we had in that group we had 3 experienced players at 3, 4, 5, and boy did we need them in Jamaica. And well, we needed them on the whole trip, but I think when you talk about how that side evolved, it started from a concrete base with 3 older men in, senior figures in the middle of Hussein, Butcher, Hussein and Thorpe. And Butch got banged on the arm a couple of times. I think he had to go off to hospital. And at that, we were teetering at the end of if you remember, it was dark. Umpires didn't take us off, and if we didn't have experienced characters in the team then it could have been a whole lot different.
Okay, I did read about that pounding they took, and the report said it was like the good old days, as if this was Holding and Garner and company. So I think you've summed up that very well. Ramnaresh Sarwan was a good player and often a thorn in England's side. Right-hander, very organised, neat and tidy player. He'd gone for a duck in the first innings. Here we go again.
Giving him out. Sarwan goes for a double duck in the test match. What a start for England.
A double duck. I haven't heard it called that before. It was a pair. And obviously a great wicket, that Sarwan.
Yeah, it was a good player, great player was Ramnaresh Sarwan, and there was pressure put on Daryl Harper. Nice man, Daryl Harper. You've always felt as though he was going to give you one from a bowler's point of view. And if you remember right, it's gone sort of angling in towards his pads. It looked as though it was a bit high, could have possibly have gone down, but it was also bat was close to sort of ball and pad, and it looped up to Nasser Hussain at short leg. And I think the pressure of, has he inside edged it? Well, it's been caught. Is it LBW? And I think Darryl just put his finger up and thought, well, it's got to be one of them, and off you go.
The days before DRS.
DRS, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, and now we go to Shiv Chanderpaul.
Well, it's rolled back onto the stumps. Harmison picks up another wicket. West Indies in dire straits now. They still trail by 13. They've lost 3 second innings wickets.
Just feels extra bounce again. Hustled on to Shiv Narayan Chanderpaul.
The late great Bob Willis with Ian Bishop there. And Chanderpaul, the ultimate limpet at the crease. Very hard to remove.
Yeah, hugely hard to remove, and thankfully, a bit later on in his career, he came to play at Durham in a successful time, and he was a fast bowler's dream if you were on his team, because he knew if he got past 20, 30 balls, he was there for the afternoon, and he could block it, and he could hang around, and it was a huge wicket, an element of luck. I think you remember he defended it back onto his heel, and it rolled back through his legs and onto the stump, so... we talk about great spells and great days out, and you do have to have an element of luck. Talked about the Daryl Harper with Sarwan going my way, and that one certainly did as well.
Yeah, but before you got Ridley Jacobs, we ought to say that the big wicket was claimed by Matthew Hoggard, who had Brian Lara caught it slip by Freddie. Lara, I think, had a finger injury, as I remember. Is that right?
Yeah.
Had you hit him?
I hit him in the first innings, and he came in at number 5. He came in one less at number 5, I think it was. And then I hit him on the same finger in Trinidad as well, just before lunch, to get him out. But he batted at 5, if I remember, in that series. In that second innings of that test match.
Yes, he did. Okay. So, the other one to have gone to Simon Jones was Ryan Hines, caught behind the wicket by Chris Reed, who seemed to be set in the job then. A wonderful Gloveman, the Nottinghamshire captain, later in his life, and then you were back in action against Ridley Jacobs.
Gone straight up and caught. Could not evade it on this occasion, Ridley Jacobs.
Just have a look at this. Tucking him up, no room. Getting big on him again. straight off the hand, up in the air. Nasser Hussain, I'm going to have that one.
In both of them there with Michael Holding. How did that wicket fall?
Yeah, that was a brute. To be honest, that bounced. And he to be fair to Ridley, throughout that Test series, he was like a voodoo doll. We just kept hitting him in the rib cage or on the backside. Remember, Ridley was a big, strong man, and he just kept getting hit on the backside or hitting the ribs. Me and Freddie peppered him, and he just couldn't get out the way of it. There was a one a year or two later. I remember had this conversation with Brad Hogg on the YouTube stuff, and he was been giving me some stick and getting himself going at Lords, and it was a similar ball. Just couldn't get out of the way of it, and it would hit him in the throat if it hadn't sort of get into the glove first. And it was, when you get deliveries like that, it's a great feeling as a fast bowler to see the ball just loop up in the air to short leg. And just before this series, Nasser did write in his newspaper column, he said it was the best seat in the house in Jamaica, and you wouldn't get an easier catch than that one.
Okay, well, Tino Best had made 20 in the first innings, which was, I know, very frustrating for you at the time. Andrew Flintoff christened him Mind the Windows, Tino, for a joke at Lords he had with him, but you decided you just had enough of him, full stop. Here we go.
Gone. That's 5 wickets for Steve Harmison.
Good bowling, this. It's a way to bowl to the tail-enders. They don't like it in their ball. Good players don't. Tail-enders hate it. In England, in a very healthy position, leading West Indies by just 13. It's 41-7.
And from Tino Best to Adam Sanford.
Very easily called. Statistical at first slip has made that look supremely easy. No feet involved in this shot, but a low catch comfortably taken.
David Gough joining in the commentary. Now you're really on fire. I just remember it so well. You were so smooth. You were cruising in, and I bet you wished you could have bowled all day.
I felt as though I could have bowled all day. In the heat of Jamaica, it was red hot, 12 and a half overs. I could have gone on for another 6 or 7, but from getting Ridley Jacobs out, every ball I felt as though this is going to be nicked. It's going to go straight to Chris Reed, or it's going to go to first slip. I didn't feel at one point that I wasn't in control of everything I was doing. And when I did get Best and Adam Sanford,
Adam Sanford,
I just felt as though that ball was I bowled that ball continuously, and it was like slow motion in your feelings. And not many times as a bowler you get that feeling, and what a feeling it was, because you don't feel as you're using any energy. No. You just feel as though I'm sort of not only in total control, but I'm going to get a wicket with every ball. And I remember Trez running up to me and saying, "I've never felt as though in a Test match where I feel every ball is coming to me." So it was just in sync.
Yeah, the wind beneath your wings. And so West Indies in absolute disarray. 43 for 9, and Harmison runs into Fidel Edwards.
That'll do it. Trescothick takes the catch. Harmison becomes the most successful bowler ever at Sabina Park. What a magnificent effort from him. 12 overs and 3 balls, 8 maidens no less, 7 wickets for 12.
Yeah, what a performance. England won the Test by 10 wickets and went 1-0 up. I remember the party at the hotel by the pool that night. All of the great and good from the ECB and from Sky had turned up as they were planning a bit of a heist on the television deal, and everybody just joined in the party. It was madness. Was that the best you ever bowled?
Yeah, up there. I think the next Test match at Trinidad wasn't too bad either. I felt I just carried it on at Trinidad, and I have to mention the party. We hadn't, as a unit, the whole team had worked so hard for 3.5 weeks, 4 weeks. Not much alcohol consumed before the first Test match, and I think during that party we probably drank more in the next 12 hours than we would have done in the 3.5 weeks previous. And I remember Mark Butcher sitting in sort of as the sun was coming back up underneath a palm tree, just playing the guitar, and there was magical memories and that sort of celebration afterwards.
I'll read you a few headlines. The Daily Mirror, the day sport was turned upside down. Super Steve Harmison was walking on sunshine after his career best figures of 7 for 12 fired England to a sensational 10-wicket triumph, and it had grievous bodily Harmison himself gasping. Harmison said, "I could not believe what was happening out there. I feel numb." The Sun, the 6'5" Darren Quickey reduced the West Indies batsman to quivering wrecks with his pace, bounce and aggression, and Brian Lara's side were blown away for 47. The Windies batsman had neither the technical nous nor the stomach to survive against Harmy. That must just feel amazing when you knew so much about the history of West Indian fast bowling to be up there with headlines yourself. Fantastic.
Yeah, it was unbelievable, and we didn't probably realise at the time, but we were onto something special. We went on from there, and as a group and as a unit, not just the bowling attack, but the whole team. I think we transformed. I think we transformed as a side from that day in Jamaica when I think the belief in us, like we said before, it culminated in 2005, and we had players dropped off by the wayside and new ones come in. But I think it was the day that first test in the West Indies was really the day that things started to happen for English cricket.
Well, you went on to win the series 3-0. You bowled very well, I remember, in Trinidad in the next match. I must admit, I think you had a 6 for haul, as I recall, in one innings. Am I right there?
Yeah.
Yes, here it is. 6 for 61. You got in the first innings. You bowled them out for 208.
They got off to a great start. I think they were 80 for none or 80 for 1. Chris Gale smashed it. Came out, like was mentioned before about Chris, and then we got 3 wickets, literally right on the cusp of lunch. And I remember getting Brian out, but I think it was his second or third ball, bouncer, and he gloved it, hit his dodgy finger straight in front of his nose, and it looped up to Ashley Giles at gully. And again, we walk off, and we think, right, we've got the West Indies back where we want them again.
So you were player of the match in consecutive test matches, Harmy. These were the days of your lives.
Yep, very much so. And
6 in the next match in Barbados. 6 wickets in the next match. 2 3-wicket hauls as well.
But that was a great game for on the field coming off the field with Graeme Thorpe. I think when I came off there, I was like, wow, I've just done something special, and we have just done something special. Me and Simon put 80 or 90 on with Graeme Thorpe to get us, I think, a 2-run lead, and that for me was one of the best hundreds I had ever witnessed from an English player.
Thorpe's, you mean 119 unbeaten, yeah.
Yeah, it was unbelievable, and me and Simon didn't get many, if any, but the way he marshalled us, the way he went about it, and if I felt as though you were in a zone with your eyes in Jamaica. For me personally, I looked into Thorpe's eyes, and he didn't know I was there in between overs. Really, he was so determined to get that 100, and that's what I mean before. It's just the whole cross of the group. Simon got 5 for in Trinidad. Freddie got his first 5-wicket haul in Barbados. Hoggard's hat-trick. And Thorpe's 100 that's why we won 3-0.
Fantastic. We would be remiss not to talk about the 4th test, because West Indies batted first in Antigua at the old recreation ground you were playing then, much more atmospheric ground than where they play now, and they declared 751 for 5.
That was madness.
And you bowled 37 overs, Harmy, 1 for 92, and Brian Lara yet again broke the world record and finished 400 not out.
It was unbelievable. The stories from that are endless, but I remember right at the very start, walking onto the field on morning of day 1, Sir Ian Botham, or Lord Botham as he is now, pulled me over. Andy Roberts standing in the middle of the wicket, and he, well bowled young man, and I was like, I'm pleased to meet you. The history of it was just another great I was in the company of. And he said, but you'll not win 4-0, and I just burst out laughing. I says, what on earth makes you think that this batting unit can handle us and we're not going to win 4-0? He says, because I'm the groundsman here and I prepared this pitch. My heart sank. Didn't bounce above shin high. Brian, I'm still convinced Brian was out early doors, I think in the 2nd or 3rd over that he nicked it, but again another piece of history which was which was unbelievable. But Freddie never forgive me for getting warned off in that game. I've done some unthinkable things to my best mate, Andrew Flintoff.
What do you mean warned off?
Well, I got a warning for running on a pitch on day 1, and I got a warning for running on a pitch on day 2. And I forgot about day 1, and I obviously got done again on day 3 because that was our third new ball, our third day of bowling. And I think it was Alim Dar just said to me, I was Billy Bowden, Alim Dar, I can't remember which umpire it was, he just said, yeah, off you go, you can't bowl anymore. To which, obviously, I had 1 for 92 at the time. And unfortunately, the big lad from Lancashire had 1 for 96 at the time. And when Voney asked him to take the next over, he got dispatched for 4, gone for 100, and I was standing at mid-off, wetting myself with laughter, because obviously the pitch was flat and he had to continue bowling, and he wasn't best pleased that I'd getting out of the gallon, the 100.
Okay. I just want to read you one more headline, if I may, because I think it's the best of the lot for you anyway. In the Jamaica Observer, Garfield Myers was the writer, more down to earth than the Mirror and the Sun, but I think almost more interesting. As England closed in for the kill, the post-mortems began. A popular knee-jerk assessment, as the shock set in, was that the West Indies had spinelessly capitulated, as they have done countless times in recent years. But that view completely ignores the quality of Steve Harmison. I really like that. I think that's a tremendous bit of reflection by a journalist on your performance. So, Harvey, this was, as you say, the start of something very special that in the end led to winning the Ashes with that same attack and winning in South Africa. You were very well led by Michael Vaughan.
Yeah, we were. He was an unbelievable leader. He had us all sort of where he wanted us. We were all in tip-top form, fitness. The way we were as a unit was no coincidence that Michael's relaxed manner needed that. We needed that from going from the sort of the way Nasser Hussain had give us an excellent education, I think, in the game, and I think we had just sort of moved beyond that. But Michael, you can't speak highly enough of how he was as a person, but also as a captain, because he could deal with Hoggard in a different way. He could deal with Harmison in a different way. He would deal with Jones, and then the same with Freddie. And he knew what qualities Ashley Giles had as a person and as a cricketer, as well as himself in ridiculous form off the back of an Ashes trip to Australia, which gave him a huge amount of confidence in his own career. So I think we all pressed the buttons at the right time. We were all in the best form of our lives, and we needed a leader who could just manoeuvre us. And yeah, you are only as good as your bowling attack as a captain. He had a fine bowling attack, but he was also a very, very good leader. He was a fine leader.
Oh, Harvey, lovely to talk to you, as ever, modest and happy to hand much of the praise to others. Great to have a chat. I hope you're enjoying yourself over there. I'm sure you are. It looks as if there's a little more in this surface, or maybe it's just the quality of England's bowling has improved. 3 down at lunch, the West Indies. It's now a tight contest over in Grenada. Don't go away.
Exclusive international cricket live. The West Indies versus England on talkSPORT 2.
White and Jordan's supercharged weekend review on talkSPORT with the new Renault Traffic. Big space for big things. From a powerhouse performance in the Premier League to revved-up rivalries on the racetrack, sparks will fly as the most well-connected duo in sport discuss another action-packed weekend. White and Jordan's supercharged weekend review, Monday morning from 10 on talkSPORT with the new Renault Traffic. Celebrating 40 years of helping the nation's businesses. Search new Renault Traffic.
The payroll year-end deadline is fast approaching, and this is the sound of payroll pros bossing it with Sage. Brush compliance, smash P60s, and boss it to the finish line on the 19th of April. Get 3 months free Sage payroll software at sage.com. Renews from £7 a month. Terms and conditions apply.
Get ready, because the Homestyle Crispy Chicken is back at McDonald's. A delicious crispy chicken breast, bacon, hot and spicy mayo, and a red onion relish, all inside a glazed poppy and sesame seed bun. Delicious. Tuck in until the 26th of April. Served after 11 a.m. Subject to availability. Only in participating restaurants. See mcdonalds.co.uk/homestyle crispy chicken for details.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants. At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
Whilst at Acceleron in Birmingham, our sustainable, recyclable batteries are helping power 9 countries.
So whatever your business, big or small, start-up or established, if you make it in the UK, why not sell it to the world? To get free help from the UK government, search Let's Get Exporting.
My prostate cancer was thankfully caught in the nick of time, but it shouldn't be down to luck.
Men at higher risk are
aged over 50,
those with a family history of the disease, or black men or the 45.
Check your risk of prostate cancer now. Search Risk Checker or visit prostatecanceruk.org. Men, we are with you.
Tesco Club Card has the power to lower prices on bowl-worthy bites like Doritos Chili Heatwave Tortilla Chips from £1.99 to £1.25, and Kellogg's Cocoa Pops from £3 to just £2.50. It can't stop the kids munching too loudly, though. Nothing's that powerful. Lower the cost of your shop with your Tesco Club Card or app. The power to lower prices. Majority of larger stores ends 29th of March. Club Card or app required while stocks last.
Make sure you kick off every Sunday morning with the weekend sports breakfast on talkSPORT with the Sun. Scores! Join Natalie Sawyer and Tony Cascarino for all the latest news, essential previews, expert insight, exclusive interviews, and everything you need to make sure you're ahead of the game.
You better believe it!
The weekend sports breakfast this morning from 6 on talkSPORT with the Sun.
Oh, it's absolutely magnificent!
Follow all the match action and breaking news on the Sun Live blogs. Visit thesun.co.uk.
Exclusive international cricket live. The West Indies versus England on talkSPORT
2. Campbell chops it away behind square on the offside. He's hit that nicely. He's going to get 4.
I'd be worried already if I was Joe Root. I would, because there's no spite in the bowling at all.
Well, I would say England have been distinctly average.
Saqib Mahmood around the wicket, balls cut by Campbell behind square on the offside, and it's racing away for 4. It was kind of you to say that England's bowling has been average.
I could have used some different terms, but I'm conscious that I'm on public radio. Manners.
Here is Saqib Mahmood. Oh, short wide. That's a gift. He's absolutely thrown the kitchen sink at that as John Campbell.
Just another terrible delivery. I'm going to say I've had enough with mincing my words. It's been really bad. It's been awful from England in the first hour. Oh, that one's gone straight along the ground. Ben Stokes appeals. Brathwaite doesn't even bother to look up. He starts to walk. First time perhaps I've ever seen a batter walk off the field for an LBW, and Ben Stokes has the breakthrough for England.
Mahmood again. That's LBW, is it? It's kept low. Yes, it is. And so Brooks, who looked in good touch, has to go, and that's the beauty of bowling straight. Overton again. Is that a little edge? There's something, a clicky sort of noise. Well, it has definitely hit something.
There's a spike as the ball is on to the glove.
And Joel Wilson overturns his decision. Magnificent bowling from Craig Overton.
Welcome back to the National Cricket Stadium in Grenada for the start of the second session on the second day of the third and decisive test match between the West Indies and England. And the West Indies, who are 50 without loss shortly before lunch, are now 71 for 3 and in serious need of some stabilisation and rebuilding. I've got Michael Atherton and Darren Gough alongside me, and also Jared Kimber. Got some interesting information as we start the second session. Oh, hang on, we need to... there you go.
I'll come across now if you want. Just with CricViz and some information on the pitch, on how hard it is, and also the length that England bowled.
Chris Woakes, first delivery after lunch, played defensively by Blackwood without difficulty, no run, 71 for 3.
So from the first over through the 20th over, the pitch rating was 4.8, which means that, it was decent enough to be able to bat on, and that's the consistency of the bounce. Once the ball got over 24 overs old, that changed to a pitch rating of 6 when it comes to inconsistent bounce. So usually you would think you would get more inconsistent bounce with a new ball, but for whatever reason, I think we've seen it in both innings now, we've actually had more inconsistent bounce on this particular surface with the older ball. So that follows up what we've seen with our eyes. But I've got one for Goughy that I think you'll like here too. From over 0 to 20, England bowled a 6.8 metre length, which is probably a little bit shorter than what we would want them to bowl. And then from overs 20 onwards, when it got very inconsistent with the bounce. They started bowling at 8.7 metres, which makes a lot more sense because that's how they got the LBW of Brathwaite.
Here is Woakes at full and wide outside the off stump. I have to say that 8 metres is not how you typically get LBWs.
No, you shouldn't be getting any LBWs. It's almost 9 metres, some of these balls, so you shouldn't be getting any LBWs with that, which is why the West Indians are looking a little bit confused at times.
Well, that was left alone by Blackwood. Second delivery of the afternoon. 71 for 3. Blackwood and Bonner, and Kumar Bonner, both have 1 run apiece. I guess, Goughy, when you started playing, here is Woakes down the leg side, and there's an appeal for a catch. It's off the pad, surely. Were they going to be thinking about reviewing this? I'm fairly sure it was off the pad. Joe Root's asking, just checking how many reviews England have got left, and he's gone for it. Well, but we'll have to break off. I was going to ask you, Goughy, about, how much of a role analysis played in determining what the requisite length was, and how much analysis you relied on, and how much instruction you relied on from Michael Atherton. But
others just told me to pitch it up.
Okay, let's have a look at this review then. I thought it was off the pad, I must say. I didn't think it was anywhere near the bat.
Desperate from Woakes. He needs a good spell. This is his defining spell.
I think it's Ben Foakes. I think Ben Foakes has persuaded everybody to go for that. I mean, it just didn't look or sound right at all.
Two noises, but it's both pads.
Not out decision. On screen signal now.
Of course, they didn't review one against Jermaine Blackwood in the second test in Barbados, if you remember, when Ben Stokes hit him bang in front on the back leg, and there were 3 reds, but England didn't review. And they've just reviewed that one that looked a long way from the bat, even to the naked eye.
Good to hear you, Skip. How are you doing?
I'm well, Goughy. Just rather stunned by all those numbers that Jared
flicked away behind square on the leg side, and they go through for a single. So others, did you have to say, listen, Goughy, it's not that kind of pitch. You've got to pitch it up or drag it back a bit. Did you rely on your instincts, or did you have an analyst to help you?
Well, there was no such thing as CricViz back then, and very little actual data or analysis involved in the game, other than your own eyes and your own instincts. And here it's pretty clear that you want to be bowling at the stumps. You need a split field, you need a bit of cover on the leg side, and the bowlers have to bowl at the stumps and at the pads, because that's how you're going to get wickets. This pitch is going to die. I instinctively felt this morning West Indies needed to get 300 and get themselves a lead of 100, otherwise it's going to be very difficult for them if they're batting last.
Absolutely, spot on analysis that. They have to get 300, let's be honest. I mean, they got into a position at 114, was it 114 for 9, wasn't it? And they were in the box seat, but that 90 partnership for the 10th wicket took the game away from them.
Woakes in again, and it's driven, dug out, half driven. I just can't help reminding everybody how much they contributed to their own demise, the West Indies.
Yeah, they were waiting for it to happen rather than making it happen, and sometimes, I must admit, myself playing for England, I think we've been guilty of that at times. I think a lot of teams are guilty of that at certain periods, but it was so obvious yesterday.
Woakes again. Forward comes Kumar Bonner, pushing to mid-on, no run, 72 for 3.
It's nice to hear you, Goughy. Anyway, this must be light relief from your day job, is it, at the moment?
Oh, this is happy days. It's like Christmas, this, honestly, mate. I couldn't wait to get a car down here this morning. I ran out of the house.
Struck me as one of the bigger hospital passes, that one that you've taken on, but well done for doing it.
Yeah, it's a big call, but it's been different to where I thought it would be, but it's been enjoyable at times as well, and I think just looking forward to the cricket starting now, if I'm really, really honest. Most of the hard work's been done in recruitment, so hopefully now is I'm doing things I enjoy, like finding overseas, doing the stats, getting Jared to give me a little bit of a helping hand, and which player shall I sign? All these stats they have these days. We used to just get a video, didn't we, and say, right, this is how he gets out, bowl at him like this. Remember now, we used to get those videos, or you as a batter might have got guys bowling who you might be facing. This is how he's going to get you out. Don't let him get you out that way.
David Lloyd would have a suitcase with all his VHS tapes in. Those days have gone, thankfully.
And his quotes from famous people around the dressing room. Didn't he? Used to give me a headache reading all them quotes.
2 slips of gully and a short leg as Ben Stokes is in. Oh, low full toss. I think he was looking for a Yorker, but it's pushed harmlessly up towards mid-off. Michael Goughy's obviously had to apply his mind to a great deal of detail, and it's obviously he's treading from one problematic area to another. But we did a special on lunch during one of the days in Barbados in which he spoke at great length about his new role. Here's Stokes once again, another full-length delivery and driven down the ground past mid-off, this time for 4 runs. That was genuine half volley, no low full toss there. One of the questions that he didn't have to think about was, why did you take the job? And he gave us that sort of quizzical, perplexed Darren Gough look and said, well, I couldn't say no, could I?
Well, it's the great club in the land, really, and everybody hopes and wishes that Yorkshire, can get back to where it should be, both on and off the field. I mean, that's the club with the greatest, history and tradition of cricket in the land, really.
Good to hear. Good to hear. Because I got that perplexed look from Manners when I said it was the biggest cricket club in the world.
Stokes in once again, and it's clipped up towards Dan Lawrence at mid-wicket, and there's no run. But it's funny to think that, even though you are Darren Gough and it is Yorkshire County Cricket Club, it was still a very, very hot potato and remains a massive issue. So for you to say, well, I couldn't say no.
Well, I could have said no. I've had other opportunities to get back into cricket, but I think I'd have regretted it in 5 years' time if I didn't.
Stokes again, bowls, clipped away, full. He's attacking the stumps. He's a sensible cricketer, Ben Stokes. He knows what to do, and as Michael Atherton says, the thing to do here is to bowl at the 3 pieces of wood behind the batsman, and he is doing that. And you will be driven, and you will be clipped, and it will cost you runs, but it's your best chance of taking wickets. And there's a couple more runs there, 78 for 3.
Do you know what, I was going to ask you about on the bowling front. I thought they were disappointing again, Woakes and Overton with the new ball. They didn't make them play enough. They didn't get the length right, and bowling at the stumps, which we talked about in the split field. I've been saying this now for I forgot how long. I mean, it's just numerous occasions watching England play with a new ball when Anderson and Broad are not taking it. And I think it was so obvious, but Stokes was going to be the man that bowled at the stumps, and it was so obvious, having watched him Mahmood the few times I've seen him, but he was going to bowl at the stumps in only his second test match. If Woakes can just get it right, there's a serious talent in there, others right, and we're just not seeing it as soon as he steps away from England.
Here's Stokes again up to the crease now, bowls, and that one also driven. He's going to continue to pitch it up, Ben Stokes, that time driven to mid-off. And there's
contrast. The contrast this morning between the first hour and the second was marked. I mean, 41 for none at drinks, 71 for 3 at lunch, and a bit more hostility, bowling a bit straighter in that second hour. First hour was terrible with the new ball. I mean, the number of deliveries that were just left harmlessly going past off stump.
Here is Stokes again outside the off stump. That one squats, hardly bounces at all. It's left alone. 27 overs gone. Bonner 1, Blackwood 8, West Indies 78 for 3.
Well, what gets me on that, and I predicted it. Did you see his interview before the start of play? He said we've got to hold a consistent length and line. That told me it was just going to be bowl that protective line again. Just bowl it through to the keeper. It looks pretty. You can bowl maidens. You don't offer many runs. But we all know the secret. When you travel away from home, you've got to bowl at the stumps with the new ball. You've got to use the new ball. If you don't, it's only going to get harder. It's only going to get harder. It's not going to get easier.
trailing by 126. Come back to Michael Atherton in a moment. West Indies, they're 78 for 3. It's Woakes in once again, and that driven up towards mid-on, no run.
Yeah, it was a conversation I had with Mark Taylor, actually, the fine former captain of Australia in the winter, and he was talking about the difference between the Duke's ball and the Kookaburra. The Duke's obviously keeps the bowlers interested all day long in England, but the Kookaburra, you've probably got about 20 overs with it, and therefore you've just got to take a risk. You've got to throw it up there. It doesn't really matter if the bowlers drive you.
Here's Woakes again. Will he bowl full? Will he make the batsman play? Down the leg side, appeal for a catch. A big appeal for a catch, and it is dismissed. Strangled down the leg side, and Kumar Bonner has got out to a poor delivery from Chris Woakes. Wrong line, heading down the leg side. I can't believe that was part of a plan. It certainly maybe was with John Campbell, but he's reviewed it. He doesn't reckon he's hit it. Leslie Reef was the third umpire.
Yeah, the ball is very close to the glove. I'm going to need ultra edge here, Mark.
Trousers. No glove.
Ultra edge coming up. There's a gap between bat and ball there. There's a flat line. Flat line as the ball passes. The ball clips the thigh pad. Okay, Mark, I'm ready to go back on field to Joel.
What did you think, Adders? It's not out, but were you as confident as Gough?
You know, instinctively you look at the batsman, don't you? And Kumar Bonner just reviewed that straight away, and he did not look like a man who was about to walk the plank when the umpire's finger went up. He looked totally unconcerned, and it just flicked the pad. It's not a good decision. The umpiring has been ordinary, really, in these 3 test matches.
It has indeed.
We've had, I think it's now 19 or 20 decisions overturned in the 3 tests. Here's Woakes again, that's pushed defensively straight back to the bowler, and there's no run. We spoke briefly, didn't we, yesterday, Michael, about umpires and their tendency and likelihood to give decisions, and that just that was just maybe one of those examples. I'm of the opinion that umpires are just, heard a noise, give it out, it'll be overturned if it's not out, no problem. They're not really perhaps applying themselves in quite the way that they did. And, we'd rather have umpires give decisions. This is a leg bite. Again, down the leg side, though, from Chris Woakes. I repeat, it's hard to remember him bowling it 2 decent overs in a row, let alone a whole spell. But, that was a pretty modest decision, to be honest. 79 for 3.
Yeah, Woakes is trying to bowl straight here, but he's just a little too straight at the moment, although it nearly got a strangle down the leg side. But you want him on that middle and off line rather than middle and leg.
Here he is again, Woakes. There you go, that's perfect. That's top of a 4th stump, and it's defended off the back foot by Blackwood out towards extra cover, and there's no run. The Blackwood back foot, and he remains on 8. And Kumar Bonner has survived, and West Indies, as I said at the beginning of the session, in desperate need of some stability and some rebuilding. 79 for 3. Blackwood on strike, and Woakes into him again. That's straight, and as I said earlier, you will be clipped and tucked away and driven from time to time by bowling straight, as he is there for a single out towards square leg. 28 overs gone, West Indies 80 for 3.
The conversation's been there. There's enough people told Chris Woakes now. He's got an amazing, experienced performer, and many people have told him about. Well, I spent 2 weeks with him talking about the lengths he has to bowl when he travels away from home, and risk it. I mean, now and again you're going to get driven for 4, but it's like all great players. Sometimes you bowl an half volley, they'll nick it. You know what I mean? It's there to drive. They'll go for it. And the amount of times I got Ricky Ponting out with an half volley, it wasn't a great delivery. It was just full early on in his innings, and he nicked it. You know what I mean? It happens, and I'm sure others will tell you as a batter. He's probably nicked many a half volley and got out early on in his innings. That's when the batters are most vulnerable.
Here is Ben Stokes beginning a new over, and that one is tucked away out towards short mid-wicket, and there's no run. Heavily heavily strapped left leg, knee, Ben Stokes. I mean, he is a warrior that requires quite a bit of patching up others, but have you heard any news on that leg?
Well, we just saw it very heavily strapped, as you said, this morning in practice, and he had 20 minutes or so off the field when he got Brathwaite out, didn't he, this morning? So he's obviously feeling something, but bowling through it at the moment.
As he is in once again, and that's clipped up towards Woakes at mid-on, and there's no run.
I'm quite interested to know, Goughy, about just the psychology of bowling. I mean, Woakes has had such a thin time of it this winter. You know, he's taking his wickets very sparsely. Not many. Can you remember a phase in your career where you ran up just devoid of confidence and expectation that you would pick up wickets?
Yeah, you were there.
He must feel like that right now.
Here is Stokes again, up to the crease and full and wide, left alone, no run.
Yeah, South Africa, 95. I'd had a great 94, great year, great tour, got that foot injury, and then I got everybody telling me my action was wrong, I was going to get injured if I didn't change, and I went to South Africa, and I remember you having that conversation with you said, what are you doing? Just get back to bowling how you used to, because I had this open action and scared of me front foot. And I ended up that tour with just a write-off because I just had no confidence in where the ball was going.
Here's Stokes, that's down the leg side, and it's left alone.
I mean, it's interesting with Woakes, isn't it? Because he's not in that situation. His action is, he's completely experienced cricketer now. You were a young kid then, learning the way. And his action is very repeatable. It doesn't look much different to me. But it's just the fact that he can't seem to pick up a wicket, and therefore that confidence must just gradually drain away, running up without any expectation at all.
And I think it's been down to England's mentality when they do travel, though others. I think the natural length of all the bowlers has been too short.
Bouncer from Stokes' next delivery. Do you have any recollection at all of a Darren Gough low on confidence, Michael?
Well, no, not really. That's why I kind of asked slightly tentatively, because he was tremendously ebullient and confident cricketer for the most part. But of course, even the most confident cricketers have their patches.
Here is Stokes once again, and that's punched off the back foot defensively, and there's no run. I certainly cannot imagine Darren Gough without confidence.
That was the only time, Manners. 1995, I'll tell you now, it was the only time when there was no confidence. Except for the end, when I only had one leg.
Here's Mark Nicholas for the next 15 minutes. Oh, beg your pardon? No, not quite yet. Sorry, Mark. I just caught you. Well, is it early? Never mind. You finish it. At least it's not. I haven't caught you with a mouthful of chocolate cake. At least it's a healthy apple. But obviously our producer wants you to finish the apple as well. He hasn't turned your microphone on, so. Oh no, has he?
I'm very happy to go for it. I'm nearly appled out. Is that right, Goughy? That none of it was bravado? It was always genuine inner confidence?
Oh yeah, obviously. Bravado plays a big part of it. If you speak to Andrew Flintoff, he'll tell you exactly the same. That run out with the helmet in his hand. I mean, of course, I was the same as everybody else when I went back to my room. I could have cried every night.
Here's Chris Woakes. Short and outside off stump and left alone, rather than long hop short, back of a length short. And Bonner can line that up pretty easily and leave it. Just a couple for Bonner from 21 balls. Blackwood 9 from 19 balls. 80 for 3. Difference between the sides 124 in England's advantage. They need to strike here just to keep that pre-lunch journey going, where they really felt like they could take wickets, if not with every ball, but with plenty of them. That's the place. Mr. Woakes right there. Forward defence from Bonner saves the day.
Yeah, when you're talking about that confidence, what I mean by that is, but it's that during that series 95, it affected me game. I think at other times when you've been low in confidence, when you have a bad day in the field and you go back to your hotel room, you all go through, everybody goes through those feelings. But I used to be able to forget about it come the next day. And the only time I got really affected was that 95 series, when there was too much going on.
Wide, outside off stump. And that's the frustration with Woakes. You know, there's no consistency. And when we see him bowl in England, I mean, Gough, I think you called him a fantastic bowler or a magic bowler or something
wizard.
The other day.
He is a wizard. I still think he is, and I still think there's a...
Well, not overseas he isn't.
Well, I still think there's a performer in there, but I think it's so ingrained with being part of the bowling attack he's been part of and the tactics that England have used. He's finding it very difficult to change.
There we go again. That's a lovely lengthened line. You can't ask for any more than that. If he was to bang away right there as the batsman comes forward and gets actually a lot of the blade on the ball, then it goes out to cover point. It gets a round of applause from Ben Stokes as if to say, that is the spot, Woakesy boy.
This has been a brilliant spell so far. He's bowled a couple down the leg side, but, I mean, if he'd have bowled this length with the new ball the last 3 years, he would have taken wickets. I'll guarantee it. But for some reason, he's always a yard short.
The bearded Chris Woakes, as he is these days, has been for a year or two now. That's outside off stump, left alone. It was a lockdown beard, as I recall. Anyway, he's bowled also, have you noticed, with more carry?
Yeah.
Getting through his action better.
Well, he knows it's a big spell for him. If he doesn't take wickets this spell, and...
What about his age, Gough, at 33? I mean... What kind of age does a bowler start just to lose a bit of snap in the action and a bit of nip off the pitch?
Here he comes again, and you know you're there, Athers. And he bowls a good ball. Had that hit the pad, they'd have all been up. Thick inside edge from Bonner that runs away down to deep square leg. I think it's a Bairstow or maybe a Pope doing the fielding. Anyway, end of that over. 81 for 3 West Indies here on talkSPORT 2. Sorry, Athers, carry on. Interesting.
Well, obviously, like batsmen, there's a sweet spot in your career. Most batsmen would say 28 to 32, 33 are your golden years, and then some will, improve a bit later, and some sparkle a bit earlier. With bowlers, it's a more physical activity, and therefore you'd think, they'd have a similar sweet spot, perhaps a little bit earlier than batsmen, and therefore at age 33 I was just wondering about Woakes, whether he's not quite hitting the pitch as hard as he has done in the past. Wondered whether you'd noticed anything different, Goughy.
I think the sweet spot, you're right, I think it is mine was between 27 and 31.
Ben Stokes, and exactly the length that Woakes bowled in the last over, actually, nice and full, and it demands an old-fashioned forward defence from Nkramar Bonner. Just 3 now, 27 balls. I just sense a little bit of, we're not at the point where one side's going to break, but just a little bit of pressure building, nice and tidy from England, a batsman not able to break free. And but
my difference is I didn't have a height. Height plays a big part.
Yeah, to hit the pitch, you mean? Yeah. That's banged into the surface, and a completely mistimed pull stroke from Bonner, who's got away with it. It went left of square leg, who's behind square. It is Bairstow there, not Pope. Left of... it's one of those moments. It could easily pop up in the air. You think of Stokes himself pulling in England's innings, and it went straight back to the bowler. This one hit the splice and could have gone to either mid-wicket or square leg and split them almost exactly.
And I think
you do yourself down, Goughy. You were 6 foot when you wore those heels of an evening.
I think as well, I think injuries plays a part. I think Woakes has had some injuries, and I think Stokes has had some injuries.
Nice full ball from Stokes, driven quite firmly to mid-on, but for no run by Blackwood.
And if you look at the two, Anderson and Broad, they've been pretty fit all the way through, haven't they? They've stayed fit as well. They've looked after their bodies. They eat well. They drink well.
They're slim. They're naturally slim, aren't they?
Well, they're slimmer now than they've probably ever been.
Yeah, but if you've got a heavier body, you've got huge shoulders, Gough, huge arms, and generally, with respect, it's like you know what I mean. It's not a Mickey take. It's genuine. Kimber's laughing. That's a short ball outside off stump and left alone. So nothing coming of it. Stokes without quite the carry that we sometimes see him get when he's really fired up and charging to victory. He can get it to fly through. Here he's having to work very hard to get it to react off the pitch. Gough has a swig of a drink and
a diet one.
A diet black fizzy thing.
Yeah.
Stokes again bangs that in, and he sways and ducks all at the same time, does Blackwood, and he's fine getting out of the way of the ball, but it just loops through to Ben Foakes, who takes it around about, I don't know, knee height, shin height. So it's very hard to get much out of the pitch at the moment. Sorry, Athers.
I say they have a good contest, these two. They have a history of just going at each other, as they did in Barbados, they did in Southampton on the previous tour. West Indies came to England. They've both got a bit of fire in the belly and can usually produce a good contest.
Blackwood said he likes it, and Stokes bowls again, and it's really well played. It really stands tall and hits it sort of from the crease, really, but firmly and straight back towards mid-on, but short mid-wicket does the fielding. No run from that either. 82 for 3 here on talkSPORT 2 and on YouTube. Yes, he said, didn't he, after the game, Blackwood, he said he just loves it, and he loves Ben Stokes. He says he's known and played against him a long time. He doesn't regard it as a problem at all. The umpire stepped in primarily because it looks a bit ugly, and you're trying to give the game a decent look, particularly for youngsters, and there are a few in the ground today, but Blackwood said, no worries, I like the banter.
And it's fine once it emerges organically out of a contest between bat and ball. Once it's not predetermined, then I don't have a problem either. I quite like Blackwood. I think he's just got a bit of character, and he's good value as a cricketer, I think.
Woakes it is. Line ball just outside of stump that is left alone by Bonner, who generally has good discipline. That's what we saw certainly in the 100 in Antigua. One or two of the others we all talked a lot about John Campbell this morning. Shamar Brooks obviously looks like he's a natural batsman, but neither seem to be able to go on in the way that the strokes we see suggest they might. Woakes again, and that's back over length, and this time it's really easy for the batsman just to stand there and defend it. He doesn't have to do much with his feet. It's as if Woakes bowled that ball into the middle of his bat.
It's interesting, isn't it, as a bowler? I remember many a time when you're out in the field where we've seen the odd one just keep low. You just pray, but if you can get your line right, it's got your name on it where that one will keep low and hit the batsman on the pads.
It's the hardest thing to play, really. Here's Woakes. No, he does bang that in. Now, what's that hit? They love it. England love it. A glove on it, a wicket. And well done, Chris Woakes. That's so well deserved. He's had a bowled a good spell here after a pretty sloppy one this morning, and he's picked up a vital wicket. Bonner caught at the wicket by Ben Foakes off Chris Woakes.
Yeah, good aggression from Chris Woakes. The shorter ball, he tried to leave it, Bonner. It followed him a little bit. It only just got through to the keeper, folks. But the delight on Chris Woakes' face, he much needed wicket. He can relax now and step up another yard, because once you get a wicket, it brings an extra yard onto your speed.
Yes, it only just brushed the gloves. So what he did was he lowered himself to avoid the ball and sway. And as he did so, the ball bouncing just brushed the gloves and just carried through to the wicket keeper. So that's splendid for Woakes, I think, Athers.
Well, the short ball has caused some problems, particularly from that end, and it's often the way, actually, that on a slow pitch, the short ball can actually be harder to play sometimes. We saw John Campbell get rattled twice by Overton in his second spell, and Brooks took one in the ribs. And there, Bonner, as you say, trying to sway out of the way of a short ball on a quicker pitch, that would have just flown through harmlessly to the wicket-keeper. But because there's not that bounce, the ball didn't quite get up as he imagined, and therefore just brushed the glove as he was trying to get out of the way. So
why?
He was a little bit unlucky there, I think, Bonner. He did the right thing, but the ball just didn't quite have the carry that it would normally have from the length that Woakes bowled, and it just flicked the glove.
But he would, you know, if you were the analyst talking to him about his batting, you'd say when you want to avoid the short ball by swaying and ducking at the same time, you've got to get your hands out of the way.
Well, on this pitch, I would be saying to myself as a batsman, just stand and play the short ball. Because in order to get it over your head, it's got to be really short, because it's so slow. So actually just stand and play as much as you can.
Very good, yeah. And that's why it's quite difficult to explain why it's harder to play, or can be harder to play a bouncer on a slow pitch. Sorry, Gough.
And it's a very northern thing, that, as well. Yorkshire, we are taught to play most of it.
Okay, here's Holder on strike to Woakes. There's Woakes. Oh, beautifully played by Holder. First ball looked like he was 125 not out. No problem. Got into line, pushed it out the point.
Because the pitches tend to be slower. And I don't know if others will agree with that, but I think Lancashire League, Yorkshire League, you're brought up actually trying to play the short ball. As the further south you travel, the pitches tend to be quicker, and you can just leave them or get under them.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah, there's definitely something in that. Yeah. Woakes again really coming in now with a lick. And again, Holder, beautiful. Jason Holder right in behind the ball. Shows Woakes the full face of the bat, and then his right leg comes around, and he then looks completely square on and sort of poses it for just a second. Just flexes his knees, has a good look at the shot as it goes to mid-on, and thinks, yeah, I'm seeing it well here. I'm seeing it big. It's a great way to start when you just immediately, your feet move so swiftly and you middle the defensive strokes. Woakes again now. That is out. Must be. No, it's safe. Is it? No, it's not safe. Bairstow takes the catch. Holder is anything but secure. Frankly, a pretty awful shot. Third ball. Suddenly West Indies are 5 down, and guess who is the main man? Chris Woakes.
It's amazing, isn't it? When you bowl with a bit of aggression, you can pitch it up, ball at the stumps with the odd bouncer. It's amazing, you can take wickets. But no matter where you are in the world, a comfortable catch there for Johnny Bairstow. Well bowled, Chris Woakes. Welcome to the party. It's easy, this playing abroad. You don't have to be in England on green seamers. Pitch it up, ball at the stumps, get the batsman wanting to come forward, let him have the odd short ball. 2-4 in the bag. Thank you, Chris Woakes.
Well, you can keep bigging up the bowler, Gough. I'd say that was a pretty ordinary shot from Jason Holder, who played 2 bad ones actually in Barbados, if you recall, in the last Test match. Very un-Holder-like, the 2 shots there, and this one, third ball, is just a sucker punch out to Johnny Bairstow in the deep. But yeah, good for Chris Woakes, who's really struggled for wickets this winter and will be feeling a whole lot better now after a double wicket made.
Well, I'm going to throw to where you are, actually, Athers, because Mark Butcher and Samuel Badri are waiting for us.
Yes, Wizard. Yes, Wizard.
Well. Jason Holder has made 3 donations to the English cause in his last 3 innings. Stout resistance in Antigua is but a distant memory for the former West Indies captain.
Come here, right arm round.
Because that was a poor dismissal. England now are right on top in this game. The scoring rate has all but dried up. They're 5 down, and Carl Mayers, his first appearance at the crease in this Test series, has got a big job to do. Ben Stokes has the ball in hand, round the wicket, 2 slips in the gully. Back of a length delivery, and Mayers gets off strike straight away, whips that around to Jack Leach at fine leg, and he will get off the mark. 83 for 5 then. Ben Stokes has been having a few issues with the left knee, from the England camp, that he's just having real difficulty with his strapping. There's so much of it, it's probably slipping down his leg as he pounds in. But he seems to be getting into his work nicely. Chris Woakes, well, what a turnaround for him. Would have been bitterly disappointed with his performance with the new ball in the opening session of the day. And has come back, switch of ends to the river end has resulted in 2 wickets in an over. As Stokes is in now to Blackwood. Oh, that's another really good short ball. The short ball is causing no end of havoc out there in the middle. Blackwood rather flinched. It flew past him at head height and into the hands of Ben Foakes. Samuel Badri, what's happened?
Yeah, quite inexplicable, that dismissal of Jason Holder in particular. Also, a little bit interesting, he came in ahead of Kyle Mears, who was primarily brought into this team to bolster the batting Stokes, and once again to Blackwood outside the line of the off stump, pushed through the offside on the back foot, able to get a single. Kyle Mears, I thought, would have come in that number 6 position, just behind Jimmy and Blackwood. So it was really an interesting move to send Jason Holder. We know how capable he is with the bat, but he hasn't scored. Particularly in that last test match, we've brought in Kyle Mears to strengthen the batting, and he's batting in this number 7 position. Certainly didn't work for them.
Well, let's see, left-hander to Stokes around the wicket. Bangs that ball back in, back of a length, and Mears is on the back foot, knocks it out to Bairstow, who took the catch to dismiss Jason Holder at point, and there's no run. Ben Stokes around the wicket to the left-handed Mears, trying to bring LBW into play from back of a length. Obviously, if he stays over the wicket and bangs the ball into the middle of the pitch, the likelihood is that it will pitch outside the line of leg stump. So he's trying to keep LBW in play as he runs into Mears, and Mears thinks about staying back, but then at the last second comes forward and defends to double wicket taker Chris Woakes in mid-off, and again there's no run.
What a period England I enjoying, just that hour before lunch and straight after lunch, getting wickets and getting deeper into this West Indian batting lineup. Remember, at one stage West Indies were 50 without loss when Craig Brathwaite was dismissed.
Yeah, certainly fortunes have changed as Stokes is in again, and Mears lifts up the front leg and pulls in the style of Brian Lara all the way out to Jack Leach once more. He throws the ball back into Ben Foakes and then starts his jog to resume his fielding position for the next Chris Woakes. Over 85 for 5 here on talkSPORT 2. West Indies still trail by 119 runs. The scorecard reads Brathwaite, LBW Stokes for 17. That was the first wicket for 50 for 1. It was followed by Shamar Brooks, LBW to Saqib Mahmood for 13, 68 for 2. Then John Campbell, who battled his way to a brisk 35 of just 54 balls, was caught by Foakes off the bowling of Overton. Short ball doing for him down the leg side. Bonner was the next to go after the lunch break. Caught Foakes, bowled Woakes as he tried to get out of the way of a short ball that brushed his glove and ended up in the wicket-keeper's hands. And then 3 balls later, Jason Holder had a dip at a short ball from Woakes, and top edge of the pool, Johnny Bairstow taking the catch, running in from deep backward square leg. Foakes is in again to the left-handed Mears, who with a flourish steps out and then raises the bat above his head, shoulders, arms, and the ball lands gently in the hands of Ben Foakes. 85 for 5 then.
Yeah, I just wanted to know how important that last wicket contribution yesterday was. 90 it was worth between Jack Leach and Saqib Mahmood, and we're seeing how valuable the runs are, particularly on this surface. England were 114 for 9.
Woakes in again and bangs the ball into the pitch. He stayed over the wicket to the left-handed Mears, defends on the back foot, and again there's no run. With the difficulty to see here, Sammy, is that it's just how you get the scoring rate moving. If you can bowl straightish and back of a length, where are the runs coming from?
Yeah, someone like Kyle Mears who likes to score, he's not one who's going to sit around for any length of time without trying to put bat on ball. And you're right, if they hit the areas consistently enough, it's only a matter of time before he tries something. Works in once again, good length, just outside the line of the off stump, defended stoutly by Kyle Mears, no runs. So if they can be patient, be consistent, and not necessarily try to over attack, then Kyle Mears might just gift them a wicket, just like Jason Holder did. Only 3 deliveries. I'm still trying to understand what the thinking was behind that particular shot, taking on the fielders in the deep, taking on the short ball, not getting used to the conditions or the pitch.
Absolutely. He was also hitting into that stiff breeze running across the ground. And Woakes is in, and that's short. Mayers tries to dab it down to third man and almost succeeds in dragging it off the inside edge into his off stump. Almost another breakthrough for England. And again, it's the shorter ball that is causing the indecision. Mayers unsure. The ball just seemed to stay in front of him for an age. And that's the differences in pace that the ball is reacting to this surface. As Woakes is in once more. Genuine bouncer this time. Bounces balloons over the head of Mayers, and umpire Joel Wilson signals wide. That's one way to get the scoreboard moving, I suppose.
Yeah, they'll take every run they possibly can. But I think England, they assess the conditions a little bit belatedly, but assessed it nonetheless, and are able to find success with that length and that real intent. And I think that's the difference. The first over, there wasn't any intent in their bowling, no sign of aggression. And again, it took the bowling of Ben Stokes to get that first wicket, as Woakes in once again outside the line of the off stump, left alone, goes through to the wicketkeeper, no run. And how often have we seen it? If anything has to happen, they turn to Ben Stokes. He got that breakthrough, the important wicket of Craig Brathwaite, who we've seen in this series can bat for ages without seeming to tire. And once they've gotten his wicket, the wickets started to come thereafter. So maintaining that pressure and see how many more they can get. And I just sense that every run, whether a lead for England or a lead for the West Indies, will be quite crucial in the second innings.
Certainly will. Woakes in again, and that ball stays down. Mayer's on the back foot, but he manages to get a decent chunk of the bat on it out to point, and there is no run into the 34th over. 86 for 5. England running around between overs. They've been reasonably slow. What have we had? An hour, 2 hours, 43 minutes of play, and England have bowled 34 overs. So we will, without any question, be having a 5:30 finish here. And the likelihood is that we'll lose some overs out of the match as well. Ben Stokes now will make way for Saqib Mahmood. He bowled excellently when he switched ends down to the Darbo end. And he will operate with a similar feel to that of Ben Stokes, although I think the short leg is now a catching mid-wicket. Saqib Mahmood runs away, and the ball has chipped in the air, and it very nearly ended up straight in the hands of that man at catching mid-wicket, just landing short. Dan Lawrence diving forward, seemed to hang in the air forever, the ball. Dan Lawrence just couldn't get far forward enough to pluck it before it hit the turf.
Yeah, almost a moment of inspiration there for England. The field placing almost with pinpoint accuracy, just a few millimeters short of the outstretched hands of Dan Lawrence.
2 slips gully, crouch, and this time Blackwood times it really nicely off his legs. It beats Lawrence at short mid-wicket and forces a man at square leg to turn and chase it, Johnny Bairstow, and they come back for 2, 88 for 5.
Yeah, we haven't seen any sign of spin just yet. We're into the 35th over. Jack Leach hasn't been introduced. I don't think that we will see him anytime soon, based on what the fast bowlers, the seamers, have been able to accomplish and the assistance that is on offer.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, the one thing the West Indies can perhaps think about is just trying to keep England out there, trying to force them into more spells. Stokes is clearly uncomfortable as Mahmood sprints away from us. Excellent delivery aimed at middle stump that is defended equally well by Blackwood. Picked up by Woakes at mid-on, and there's no run. And that's going to be the issue for both of these teams, really, is just how much petrol they've got left in the tank. These two bowling attacks that have been battered into submission by two of the flattest surfers you're ever likely to see in Antigua and Barbados. And now they've given the chance to come and bowl on something that might just reward them. They're running on empty as Mahmood sprints away from us once more. And that ball is a little bit too straight. Blackwood waits for it, flips it around to fine leg, and they come back for a sprinted two. That's a little bit better in terms of the intent and the running from West Indies. You always feel that they're kind of ambling around and as Samuel Badgley tells you, with every run being absolutely crucial, the running between the wickets needs to be out of the top drawer from the...
And it almost was the ideal scenario for the West Indies on that first day when they had England 114 for 9. If they could have shut them down for 120 and then perhaps get 300 in their first innings after all the wear and tear on the fast bowlers' bodies in the previous two test matches.
Yeah, Mahmood in again, and that ball is again aimed at the stumps. Blackwood times it really nicely to Bairstow at square leg, and again there's no run.
Yeah, wear and tear for Jack Leach. So it was well set up by the West Indies, those first two test matches. If that was the plan, Matt Butcher, just to wear the opposition down and in the final game, and then go all out for that series-winning victory. So up until after lunch yesterday, just before tea, everything was well set up for the West Indies. And just that final session and that partnership, and of course with the bat this morning, things have gone awry.
They certainly have. As Mahmood's lime green boots flick up behind him, and what's happened there? Blackwood has shouldered arms, and maybe, I think he might have just got a little edge on that, and Ben Foakes has dropped it behind the stumps. 90 for 5.
Yeah, certainly did. He tried to leave that one alone and didn't decide early enough. And the ball just taking the bat. I think when he raised it almost in periscope-like fashion, getting the edge, and Ben Foakes not able to hold on. I think that was a simple enough catch for him based on what we've seen from him before. So he's decided to leave, didn't get his bat out of the way in time, and just the bottom edge of the bat and to the right of a diving Ben Foakes. Got both hands to it, wasn't able to hold on, and opportunity goes.
Yeah, that's a bad miss, bad error from Ben Foakes. Just seemed to be wrong-footed by that, and rather sort of fell to his right as opposed to the normal slick footwork we see from him. And that's a bad miss. Blackwood survives. He's a man that loves to make runs, loves to bat time against England. England would have been very pleased to have seen the back of him. But it's Woakes once again from the river end to Mayers, who is on the back foot and defends it to Ben Stokes, and they come through for a quick single. Ben Stokes pounces on the ball and tries to throw the stumps down, but the batsmen gain their ground comfortably.
Very good, this lad.
Work out how Ben Foakes got himself into that position. The ball was wide of off stump, but he appeared to be going down the leg side for some reason. He just got stuck on his left foot and ended up just dropping to the ground, and the ball was 6-7 inches above the turf when it got to him, and he grasped it, having got two hands to it. Blackwood on strike then. Woakes is in with an impressive spell. Challenges Blackwood to drop the bat on that as another delivery keeps low. Manages to defend it out to mid-wicket. Oohs and ahs all around. Joe Root just moving his pawns around in the field a little at the moment. Zach Crawley has gone from second slip to reinforce the mid-wicket area. So you've now got two catches in that mid-wicket area. Dan Lawrence, the straighter of the two, Zach Crawley, the squarer. As Woakes turns and is in once again, hits the crease, mid-crease, and the ball is edged. It wouldn't have gone to second slip. It was wide of where Zach Crawley had come from, but it was catchable height. Overton dived to his left but didn't manage to get a mitt on it. Tricky times for Blackwood.
Yeah, and that variable bounce, the previous delivery, keeping a bit low, had to play very low down with the bat, and then this one, that additional bounce, flying through the slip region. So it's been very challenging for the batsmen trying to understand and predict the bounce of the ball. It hasn't quite been an entirely simple proposition for them. It's been quite the challenge.
Ball went all the way down to third man for 4 as Woakes is in once again, and that one is straight and stayed down, and the finger goes up. Joel Wilson sends Blackwood on his way, who immediately, well, not immediately, but has a little look to try and check his bearings, and then decides to take the review.
LBW original decision out. Leslie to Mark, we have a player review for LBW. The original decision is out. I've already checked, and it's a fair delivery. Can you move on to front on? Yeah, there doesn't appear to be any bat. I'm going to need Ultra Edge to confirm. Just waiting on Ultra Edge, guys. Ultra Edge coming up. There's a flat line as the ball passes next to the bat and a slight gap between bat and ball. There's no bat involved. Can you move on to ball tracking, please? Pitching outside off. Impact in line.
Clips the top of leg stump.
Can you go back on field to Joel? Joel, you can stay with
Joel
your original
Wilson raises the finger for a second time. And Jermaine Blackwood has to go. He's a short man with very, very small pads. I'm guessing there'd be youth-sized pads. And it hit above the knee roll. But Joel Wilson raised the finger. The ball knocked the bails off of that leg stump. And he is on his way back. He had a couple of close shaves in the last 3 or 4 deliveries. But finally, England get their man. He goes for 18. It's 95 for 6.
That mistake from Ben Foulkes wasn't costly whatsoever. Blackwood was dropped on 14 in the previous over. Had a streaky boundary down towards third man before he was out LBW to Chris Woakes, who now has 3 wickets, 3 for 21. So all of a sudden, things have turned considerably for Chris Woakes, and has been on top of things out in the middle, getting 3 important wickets as well. The last one of Jermaine Blackwood, and West Indies at 95 for 6. And Joshua Da Silva, the wicket keeper, out in the middle, played a decent innings in that last game at the Kensington Oval, in both innings, both the first and the second, and he's out there because of that LBW to Blackwood, and has joined Kyle Mayers, who's in for the first time in this series. So this is a challenge, a tricky time for this West Indian pair, still not yet at that 100-run mark.
Just seeing a television replay. There are 3 gentlemen in the crowd with white t-shirts on, emblazoned with the letters DRS. They've been sat there together for much of the day today, and they've been busy with the dismissals of West Indian batsman. Chris Woakes now absolutely on a roll, thunders in towards Josh Da Silva, who's forward defending, and Woakes picks up in his follow through. And some turnaround for Chris Woakes. Has not had the happiest time of it out here in the West Indies with the ball so far. After his opening spell, which was as innocuous as it gets, really, he's turned things on with the older ball. And he's in once more to Da Silva, short ball. Da Silva pulls it straight down into the ground on its way out to fine leg. And he will pick up a single and keep the strike. 36 overs gone, 96 for 6. West Indies trailing now by 108. And who would have thought yesterday, with a score of 114 for 9, that England would be thinking about taking perhaps a substantial lead. And when I say substantial, 25 to 30 would be substantial in these conditions, you'd think, on first innings. Don't forget, the West Indies have never won a test match here in Grenada. England haven't won a series here since 2004. There's a bit of history to be made either way for either team. And at the moment, you'd say that England are in the box seat, but as we saw yesterday, strange things happen in this game of ours. Mahmood now is just directing traffic, very happy to try and set his own fields. He's still got those 2 men catching in the mid-wicket region. He's in to Da Silva, who defends again. The ball picked up by the straighter of the 2 mid-wickets, Dan Lawrence, who I think is the customary, he's the ball shiner for England. He's feverishly working away at it on trouser leg, on shirt, before he throws it to Chris Woakes, who's having a little purple patch here.
Saki Mahmood is looking to target the stumps, target the front pad of Joshua Da Silva. He looked a little bit vulnerable in that area early on in that last test at the Kensington Oval. Mahmood in this time a little bit shorter and worked away to the field backward square. Johnny Bairstow, it appears no run, but there is that concerted effort based on this field. He has 4 men close in on the onside, just one slip and a gully on the offside and catch in position. So the plan is obviously to bowl straight, bowl that wicket to wicket line, bring all modes of dismissal into play, and the vulnerability of a new batsman, Joshua Da Silva, has that tendency to play around his front pad as well. So a good plan from Saki Mahmood, good feel from Joe Root.
Saki was in, and Da Silva just props forward, defends nicely. That ball actually reacted exactly as you'd expect it to. And he defends it slap bang in the middle of the bat. Mahmood picks up and is followed through and delivers it to Dan Lawrence, who polishes away. Very warm welcome, and I mean that in every sense. It is blisteringly hot here in Grenada. To listeners on talkSPORT, the situation is thus: England have West Indies 96 for 6 after a 50-run opening partnership. West Indies trail by 108 after the heroics of Mahmood and Leach yesterday, getting England to 204. As Mahmood is in once more, and again the line is excellent. The ball arcing gently in towards the stumps. A little bit of reverse swing perhaps, fielded by the two mid-wicket fielders, and the ball ends up being polished by Lawrence again.
Yeah, just looking for that reverse swing that he's known for, Saki Mahmood. Not particularly good with the new ball. None of the new ball bowlers today, as a matter of fact, were particularly good. It's once that ball got a little bit older that they were more effective. Saki Mahmood in particular has that ability to get that ball reverse swing in once again. Fuller, and this time to Joshua Da Silva, drives back down to the bowler, does the fielding himself, no run. Score remains 96 for 6.
England fans found some good voice today. School children in the ground enjoying the day away from their classrooms, and royally entertained by the cricket on the field and by the singing of the English fans. They all seem to be quite enamoured with clapping along to some of the songs as Mahmood is in once more. Again, the ball is defended on the back foot by Josh Da Silva in the 37th over. 96 for 6.
Saki Mahmood on debut with the bat. Mark Butcher getting to 49. First batting outing in Test match cricket, almost registering a debut half century, and I'm sure many batsmen wouldn't mind that sort of score in their first innings in Test match cricket.
He hasn't made one in first class cricket either. I think he hit his first 6 as well during the course of that innings. Record-breaking innings for England, at least in terms of the amount of time that has passed since numbers 10 and 11 were the top scorers in a men's test match. 1885 was the last time that happened. And if England do manage to get one up in this series and take the trophy, as Woakes is in once again, and that has been edged by Mayers, and it should make it all the way down to the third man boundary before it does, and that brings up the 100 for the West Indies.
Yeah, streakishly, but they've gotten there. 100 for 6 now, the West Indies. 37.1 overs. That ball outside the line of the off stump, played with a bit of uncertainty. Didn't go to hand, didn't go too long in the air, went to ground quite quickly, and went in the gap as well, and inadvertently picks up the boundary. Kyle Mayers, his first boundary of the innings so far. Just the 12 deliveries, and Chris Woakes operating around the wicket, just trying to hone in on that 4th, 5th stump area.
Yeah, Woakes switching to around the wicket, and Mears is on the back foot, punching it to Ben Stokes, and there's no run. I think it's particularly given that England are looking to bowl back of the length, looking to hit the pitch as hard as they possibly can, that bowling to the left-handers around the wicket is the way to go, simply because if the ball does keep low and you're over the wicket, it's going to have pitched outside leg stump, so LBW immediately gets ruled out of play. From around the wicket you get one to go underground, then you're in business still, as Woakes is in once more to Mears, and that one does attack the stumps and does stay down a little, but Mears equal to it in defence.
I just wonder how much longer will we wait to see the spin of Jack Leach in operation. But you're right, many of the deliveries hitting the bottom portion of the bat, the bottom quarter of the bat, not really in the sweet spot or the middle, as we've seen in the previous 2 test matches where batsmen have flourished. And this time around it's the bowlers who are having a better time of it.
Mears batting inside his crease, gets a short ball from Woakes and avoids it well. Ball again not really bouncing a great deal, Ben Stokes taking it down by his shins after it passes the helmet of Mears. Notice he's in fact it bounced a good metre and a half in front of Ben Stokes. Mears, unlike a lot of England's batters, choosing to stay inside his crease on this up and down surface. As Woakes is in once again, and that's another good delivery. Would have hit off stump, but Mears is on the back foot defending once more.
Yeah, Chris Woakes has bowled some really good areas and has gotten the reward for it in this post-lunch session. He's taken a bit of a flack throughout the series for his lack of penetration, his lack of wicket-taking balls, wicket-taking deliveries. But so far in this innings, picking up 3 for 26 and leading the English attack, doing a good job.
Woakes in, short ball, and is pulled away by Mears. He's very, very strong on that pull shot. We saw that in the T20 series that West Indies won 3 matches to 2 back in January. And that's a shot of real authority. The first one we've seen for quite some time. The end of that Chris Woakes over. His figures now are 3 for 30 from 12. The score's 104 for 6. West Indies trail by 104, and it's time for the players to have a drink. Time for me to have one as well, and hand over to Steve Harmison and Neil Mandel.
Thank you very much indeed, Mark Butcher and Samuel Badry. We've got a game on, tell you what. Fabulous as well to see a contest, and it's hasn't always have been of the highest cricketing quality, but we've got a real contest on, and it's terrific to see with the series up for grabs. 6 is confirmed by umpire Joel Wilson, and drinks being taken. 106 for 6 with Kyle Mayers up to 13. Joshua Da Silva has 1, trailing by 98 now, and just impossible to have imagined such a scenario when England were 90 for 8 yesterday and 114 for 9. It is truly extraordinary. And one thing I never got a chance to ask Steve Harmison about, who's joined me now on commentary yesterday, is that very, very exclusive list, Harmy, of number 11s to have top scored in a test innings. I'm sure you probably spoke about it with other commentators, but yesterday Saqib Mahmood becoming just the 12th player in the history of test cricket to top score in an innings from number 11, and you're on that list.
Yeah, on that list, 42 I think it was.
You know exactly how many it was.
I've seen it. I've watched it again because I couldn't remember it at the time. I'd had a few. If I remember rightly, we were with no chance of contesting the game.
Do you remember the South African bowlers kept bowling you half volleys outside the off stump?
Yeah, I played every shot in the book. I had a nice drive, cut, good pull. Everything went to third man. Everything literally went down to third man. They had about 3 third men. They just kept bowling short at me and just trying to slog it up in the air, and it just kept flying over third man. I'm nearly sure did we get beat by an innings in that game? I'm nearly sure we got well beat. I know that, and I think we managed to a couple of wickets at the end of the night South Africa couldn't get. Then obviously I come in first thing in the morning and with no chance of bowling for the rest of the Test match. We quite enjoyed the night time of Cape Town, and I remember going into bat and there was a few cricket balls coming towards me, if I do remember rightly. So I do remember getting 42, but I don't really remember being out there too much.
Well, I've commentated on it and I absolutely loved it, I can assure you. Now, the game situation here, with England having made 204 and the West Indies are 106 for 6, again, I don't in any way mean to be disrespectful, but in some ways this series and this Test match has been a question of who can paper over their cracks more efficiently, isn't it? I mean, there's been, not so much. England have scored 500s, and that's very good on two very, very flat pitches. But do you know what I mean? It's like who can disguise their weaknesses better that might emerge the series winner.
Yeah, I know what you mean. And when you look at it, you think, who would have thought England getting 500 and 350 twice? When you look at the batting averages on both sides, players averaging between sort of 28 and 35, and you really sort of struggle to predict what would happen. But the surfaces that they're playing on at the minute, or they did in the first two Test matches, weren't the greatest for Test match cricket. This one's got a bit more life in it, and we're seeing the frailties of both batting units come to the fore again.
Sakib Mahmood is in once again, full and wide enough to be left alone by Joshua De Silva, and the West Indies continue to trail by 98 runs. But the one quality that England have displayed throughout the series and has been highlighted on a regular basis by Paul Collingwood has been their character and their determination, and that has been on display in abundance once again. I mean, Sakib Mahmood with the bat and Jack Leach with their partnership of 90, and they've been very, very determined with the ball, and I like the way that's pushed defensively this time by De Silva up towards mid-on. I thought Overton had a very good second spell today as well.
Yeah, second spell from Overton was good. First spell not so good, same as Woakes. Really, really pleased for Chris Woakes. And there's nobody more pleased than me with. I don't like criticising people, especially when they're trying their absolute hardest, and that guy does every single time he takes the field for England. It hasn't happened for him in the first two Test matches, but I was really pleased when he got them 2 wickets in an over.
Here comes Sakib Mahmood once again. It's just back of a length and tucked away to one of two short mid wickets. I mentioned yesterday that I rarely have experienced a stronger desire and will within a commentary box here. For everybody just willing Chris Woakes to do well, but the thing is, Harmy, it's tough to say that he's been unlucky in this series, because he hasn't done himself justice. He hasn't bowled well.
No, you can't sugarcoat the fact that he hasn't bowled well. He's probably bowled more balls down leg side in these 3 Test matches than he has in his entire whole career. I've never known him be as wayward as he has been.
Sakib Mahmood up to the crease once again and bowled at the pads and tucked away to Zach Crawley at square leg. 106 for 6.
And that's the hard thing when you do the job that we do, and you see the guys, seen the guys most days, that you are criticising somebody who is trying his everything to be as good as he possibly can be for his team. Unfortunately, it just hasn't worked out for him. But you mentioned the character of this group, and that was the one thing that I wanted to see most when they left England. I wanted them to win, yes, but it was more important to show character, because they were so soft in Australia.
Short and pulled by De Silva, not timed, again straight to Zach Crawley at square leg. And it's been evident, it's been obvious, they've been, I don't know whether ruthless, they haven't been ruthless, but they've been bloody minded in their efforts to be ruthless, and that's been really, really good. Some of the batting's been very soft. Some of the shots played haven't they?
I totally agree with that. But finding a way as a team, finding a way to win is what sometimes is the best trip.
Thick outside edge from Josh De Silva here as it's gone straight to gully, finish gully, and there is no run. So Kyle Mayers has 13, Joshua De Silva has 1, and the West Indies are 106 for 6. What a shock to see Jason Holder play another wretched shot, and given the way he batted in the first Test match, so responsible, rising to the responsibility of batting at number 6, and he's just had a brain explosion in the last couple of innings.
Yeah, he has, and that is not like Jason Holder. He's somebody who plays the game situation very, very well. He number 1 ranked all-rounder in the world, and some would say, and I agree, rightly so, because I think of the way he's performed in the recent past. But in this series, he's given his wicket away a couple of times now, and you just wonder what's going on inside the head when you play a shot like that.
Craig Overton clipped away by the left-handed Kyle Mayers towards square leg, and there's no run. I'm working you hard, Harmy. I'm chopping and changing the theme and the subject matter, but can you give us a picture of the spread of the spectators? Michael Overton said that yesterday may have been sort of 50-50 locals and England supporters. Obviously there won't be as many as there were in Barbados when numbers peaked at about 8,000 England supporters. Overton in again, little paddle pull shot attempted by Mayers, and it's come off his thigh pad, and it trickles away harmlessly. 106 for 6. We're seeing pictures of the steel band, and it all looks very festive. Does it feel festive? The Grenada Tourist Board has worked very hard, haven't they?
Yeah, they have. The Grenada Tourist Board have worked extremely hard, and they've put a good show on. The beauty about what I'm seeing at the ground now, I think it's more than 50. I think it's more than 50% of local people in the ground, which is great. And the beauty about this is school children in. See so many school uniforms in. That for me is excellent. It's what the game's about. Getting kids involved in it. A whole day of off school. Well, I was quite partial to one of them myself. If you could get yourself to the cricket on a school trip, and I think there's a lot of school trips in today, and that's full credit to not only to the people of Grenada but the schools themselves, recognising you might not get another chance to see the likes of Joe Root, Ben Stokes, true greats of our game, and that's what I'm really enjoying seeing.
107 for 6. Little clipped single away on the leg side by Kyle Mayers. Anybody would think you were suggesting you'd given yourself half a day off school from time to time, Harvey, and not going to the cricket. Here is Overton again, and bangs it in short. No response now, though. The ball just might be getting a bit soft. It is getting a bit soft. It's in its 40th over. Tucked away again on the leg side by Josh De Silva, but straight to Crawley, and there's no run. I tell you what, the feeling in amongst the experts here, Matty P and Darren Gough, is that the West Indies need, on a pitch that's not going to get any easier, it's not going to get quicker, but the bounce isn't going to get any more even, is that they need a lead of about 100. They need to get to about 300 to give themselves a good chance, and they're actually still trailing by 100 as Overton is in again back of a length, tucked away out on the leg side. So England with far more than a nose ahead in the game at the moment.
Yeah, and you wouldn't have thought that sitting here 24 hours ago, and it's the beauty about this side since they've been out here, the character that they've shown to find a way of staying in the game and being in charge of the game. And I agree, this surface isn't going to get any easier to bat on, but when you look at where these two sides are at, who's going to grab a hold of the game? Because they haven't won many games individually, these two teams, for quite a while.
Indeed, 1 in 16 of the last Test matches for England. 40 overs gone, 107 for 6.
I just wanted to talk about Kyle Mayers for a minute. For those who Generally, when he plays, everyone mentions the double century in Bangladesh. But I just want to go back to the start of his career. First 5 years, he averaged 23 with the bat in first-class cricket, batting at number 8 when he started for Windward Islands. Couldn't get a game for Barbados when he began. Took a year out of cricket, actually tried to make himself into a T20 player, went to the Norwegian Premier League and became the MVP of that league. Very big tournament for him. Not so much a very big tournament, Manners, but a very big tournament for him specifically. Came back to Barbados and they brought him back as a batter, and he'd been pretty much a bowler who batted lower order up until that point. And in 2020 for Barbados, he averaged 50 that year in first-class cricket. I think that was over about 8 or 9 games altogether.
Shakib Mahmood into Kyle Mayers, drops it quickly into the offside, sets off with a single. Good work from Shakib off his own bowling. Shies at the striker's end, and I think Joshua De Silva was safely home, but it was good work from the bowler. 108 for 6.
Up until that point, he's averaging 23, 24 overs per match, and then afterwards basically doesn't bowl that much. A bit like what we saw yesterday. Comes on occasionally when the ball's nipping around, but certainly much more of a batter now. He scored 200, which was an incredible innings. It was the first double century on debut. It was a double century in the 4th innings in Bangladesh to win a test match. And since then, he has averaged 22.7 over his last 10 test matches. So, a stunningly weird career by Kyle Mayers so far.
He's reinvented reinvention, hasn't he? Here's Shakib Mahmood, and in swing. Don't know whether it's reverse swing. I'm not the greatest at spotting whether it is reverse swing. It just certainly just tailed back into the right-handed batsman.
I think his story also tells you how much cricket has changed. When you started, Manners, you probably talked about the Norwegian Premier League much less.
It wasn't on the tip of my tongue. I would love to be a part of the Norwegian Premier League. Are they still going? I mean, I picked them. You gave me a which one's a real thing and which one's a false thing question, yes, and I got it right. The Finland Premier League's not a real thing. Pushed out on the onside up towards Zach Crowley at mid-wicket again, and there's no run. So if the Norwegian Premier League is still going, I'd just like to put my name forward along with Jared Kimber's, and we will do it for a daily ration of pickled fish. I'll commentate. Jared can provide analysis.
I don't know about the pickled fish. I'm not sure you're selling me on that. I'd love to go out there for the tournament. The pickled fish may put me off. Is it good? Have you had pickled fish?
Yeah, really good. Herrings.
No, you've got me off it again.
Here's Shakib Mahmood, bowls back of a length in at the rib cage, and again a stop-start. Yes, no, no from Joshua De Silva. Kyle Mayers, as we mentioned when he was... So he was batting 8 and a front-line bowler. He's a bit on the modest side to be a member of a front-line bowler.
First-class teams, sometimes they have extra all-rounders in their team, don't they? It was for the Windward Islands. I'm not sure if Rakeem Cornwall was playing. He might have played as an all-rounder in that. But yeah, it was bizarre. The whole thing is quite bizarre. Actually, it wouldn't have been Rakeem, but they might, first-class cricket, sometimes you slip in a 5th bowler somehow.
Slip gully, back for point, short mid-wicket, interesting field. Certainly Shakib Mahmood in again to Joshua De Silva, plays defensively and there's no run. He remains 1 off 21 balls, 108 for 6, West Indies trailing by 96.
But my first thought was, he probably bowled, 2nd, 3rd, 4th change, but he actually took the new ball in quite a few first-class games. So I can tell from your eyebrows that you're surprised at that, Neil Manthorpe.
Second new ball.
No, start of the game. You don't see him as a new ball enforcer?
I wonder whether Harmy sees Kyle Mayers as a viable new ball option. No. Here is Shakib Mahmood, pushed away defensively, out on the offside, and there's no run. 41 overs gone, 108 for 6. But he got Joe Root and Zach Crawley, Harmy.
Yeah, he got Joe Root and Zach Crawley. Well, I wouldn't say he got Joe Root, but I wouldn't say he got Zach Crawley. I think Zach Crawley was a bit like Jason Holder. He gives that one away. I don't think I see him as a... I'll put it this way, and I've been obviously critical of opening bowling partnerships from an English point of view, but I'm sitting next to Ian Bishop, Sir Curtly Ambrose, and obviously you've got the likes of Walsh, Holden, Marshall, Not sure Kyle Myers fits in that same bracket, if you know what I mean.
Well, you've got to admire a cricketer who's determined to make a career, and here's Overton. Short pull shot from Kyle Mayers, and it's off the toe end of the bat, but so what? It's running away down towards the long off boundary for 4. He certainly wasn't trying to pull it through long off, but it's a positive shot, it's an aggressive shot, and he's got 4 runs for it.
Yeah, it wasn't exactly where he was aiming. Dragged down, a filthy drag down by Craig Overton, a wide one as well. You want to get that, not only will you get that a bit shorter, a bit higher, but a lot more closer to the right ear of the left-handed Kyle Mayers.
You need to be so careful with your length at his pace, don't you? Overton in once again. That's better. It's a proper bounce. It's gone through at head height, and Kyle Mayers has to duck out of the way of it. But you know, as we mentioned the first couple of Test matches, he bowls about 76 miles an hour, and that's quick enough to inconvenience a batsman. But you've got to get your length absolutely right, and line. I mean, you've just got to be in such control of the short ball at that pace.
Yeah, 100%. And you've got to be the same when you're bowling that bit fuller, enticing the batsman to come forward and making sure that you are meticulous with lines and lengths. Be relentless towards a batsman, because it's 122 kilometres an hour. You're not going to frighten too many batsmen.
This one steered away into the gully where Dan Lawrence does the fielding. I love the enthusiasm which Dan Lawrence brings to his job title, his job description of designated ball manager. He's fielded in the gully there, and he's immediately picked it up like it's personal property. Here's Overton in once again, and that's a bit quicker, and actually that forces Myers up onto the back foot, steers it again into the gully. But it's clear that Dan Lawrence takes personal pride in the condition of the ball, and well, he expends a lot of energy into the job, Harmy. Who was your man?
Trescothick, because he liked eating sweets. which he applied to the shiny side of the ball. That's punched away off the mid-off. I'm not applying anything. I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying that big lad liked the sweet or two, and he was designated ball shiner. Sir Alistair Cook was who took over from Marcus in the team. He took over the ball shining, largely down to the fact that he doesn't sweat that much, so there wasn't too much moisture getting on the ball on the rough side for trying to get the ball to reverse swing. But you've got to look after it. If you're trying to get it to reverse swing, you've got to be very precise at looking after it.
And I think Dan Lawrence is that man. He is very precise. Short, whipped away off the back foot, almost Lara-esque. Front foot high in the air, and on the back foot, really flamboyant pull flick over wide mid-on and down to the boundary for 4. I like that shot a lot. Kyle Mayers moves on to 23 with that boundary, and the West Indies up to 116 for 6, trailing by 88 runs. Another word from Steve Harmison, and then it'll be Mark Nicholas.
Yeah, it's a pick-up pull from Kyle Mayers. It reminds me a little bit of Ridley Jacobs, where he sort of shovels the ball into the leg side. He's a good player. Jared mentioned about his match-winning performance against Bangladesh, but we're going to have a bit of spin, Mark.
Are we? Who have we got?
Well, as much as Dan Lawrence has been working hard on the ball and trying to warm up in front of his captain, it's not going to be Dan Lawrence, it's going to be Jack Leach, bowling from the media centre end.
You know what, Harmy, this is an important time in the game, because pretty obvious to say this, but it's around about the score that England got away from West Indies with that last wicket partnership.
Yeah.
And West Indies didn't have a specialist spinner. And this might be handy for England. It'd be quite interesting to see whether it spins at all, and whether there's a bit of uneven bounce. Silva will know Leach well, having defended against him for so long in Barbados to help save the game the other day. So interesting. Sorry, go on.
Sorry, I was going to say the practice pitches have spun in warm-ups, watching them. They're about 2 days older, so they've spun and bounced. Jack Leach spun a hell of a lot this morning and got it to bounce as well off the practice pitches. Two from the.
They say if it seems it spins, here we go. Slipping a short leg of the attackers to Josh De Silva. They asked for LBW. I don't think the ball straightened enough. I see why they're asking, because it probably hit him in front of leg stump. But with the angle of left arm round the wicket, it's got to really spin. Oh, and it pitched miles outside legs. No, that's a hopeless appeal. Ben Foakes making a lot of noise behind the stumps, but to no avail. 87, the difference between the side. That's still England's lead. 4 wickets in hand for West Indies in their first innings. It's a tight game. That's why I say this is an important little period here. If Mayers and De Silva get away from England, how will Mayers bat against Jack Leach? Does he take him on? Mid on his back, so too mid-wicket. Leach bowls it wide and full outside off stump. They all exclaim because Mayers looked to drive it and he went under the bat. It was Yorker length. And it was dropped by Ben Foakes, who's not having a very good day behind the stumps, truth be told. Nice forward push by Kyle Mayers, who looks a pretty good cricketer, I think. I mean, is he having one of those matches, one of those moments? Who's to say? He had remarkable bowling figures. Well, he did up to a point. It's a bit short from Leach, and back goes Mayers and hits it out to mid-on, who's all the way back for a single. Stokes just trundles in, picks up and throws it gently back to the bowler. Jack Leach has sort of talked a lot about the fact he's learning to be more aggressive as a bowler, which you need to be in Test match cricket, he says. Certainly nothing here has happened untoward as yet. It's full around leg stump, pushed to mid-wicket by De Silva on the front foot there, and he had a very straight bat. He made sure he got his left leg out of the way, pushed it safely, and it didn't, playing against the spin, but it didn't spin. And now he's on the back foot doing exactly the same thing, a front foot and a back foot version to short mid-wicket of exactly the same thing. So tidy enough from Leach, but no alarms for the batsman at all. 118 for 6.
Just want to get your thoughts on this, Mark, because you mentioned there a second ago about this time of the game yesterday when the ball got soft, the West Indies got tired. There was a lot of question marks whether Jaden Seals, especially 20-year-old, going to not play a lot of first-class cricket. And all these games have been in Test matches. Whether he plays in this Test match, and I was thinking COVID happened and Test matches back to back to back were relevant because obviously trying to sort of keep the game moving, but are we at a point now where the players themselves need looking after a lot better with more days in between games?
Hits the pad and runs away on the leg side. Overton just over pitching on that occasion, and Mayers missed on it. Could you repeat that, Harmy?
I'm just thinking of why. No.
It was a long question. It was a long question.
But it was also my opinion that I think the West Indies, I know I do go on, but the West Indies looked as though they blew up yesterday because of the length of time these bowlers have been, and it's the same side. I
don't know the answer. I think it's a really good question, a really interesting topic for discussion. The series of back-to-back Test matches are hugely demanding on the players. I couldn't agree more. Overton fires that down the leg side, and Foakes is on his back again, tumbling over to take it. At least this one goes cleanly into his gloves. He has a great expectation to live up to. Alex Stewart has said he's the best wicket keeper in the country, and the general feel is that that's the case. He's not had an easy day. Beautifully mown outfield. Lines with the cut of the grass and against it, providing dark and light. Salmon pink, big pavilion, mountains in the background. Overton into bowl, nice and straight. A front foot defence from De Silva. Pretty well organised player, tough cricketer. Also, funny enough, hasn't kept wicket especially well. It might just be one of those series. Maybe the ball's swinging a bit or dipping a bit after it passes the batsman, but keepers certainly haven't made it look easy out there. Sometimes you go through a test match and barely talk about a keeper, and then you know he's had a good game because he's cleaned everything up. Overton bounds in. That's the sort of bowler. He is a bounder, and he reaches the crease and fires it pretty straight, and it's pretty well defended, rather as it was the previous ball. He's got blue soles to his shoes, so when Overton reaches the crease and leaps and delivers, with the blue rubber faces us in his follow through. He's not as quick as his brother Jamie, who moved from Somerset to Surrey, but he's a pretty darn good all-round cricketer. Here he comes again. That's not too short mid-wicket, and it's a slight misfield by, well, not really a misfield. Zach Crawley's amused by it, almost as if he was trying to pick it up and shovel it straight to the mid-on fielder to get on with the shining, and he just didn't get the timing of all that right, so the ball ended up in the middle of the pitch again. A few calls of encouragement from England's inner sanctum for Joe Root and Ben Stokes. And just a little quiet period in the match here, where, as so often in cricket, you get this ebb and flow. We're in ebb here. That's a bit too straight from Overton and worked away down to long legs. So there's a single there for De Silva, who only made 2 in 30 balls. But Goughy and Matt Pryor are supposed to be part of this commentary stint, but unless you put your headphones on, boys, I'll just keep talking. You do your texting and write your notes, Goughy, about Yorkshire, and I'll be fine. I'll crack on.
How you doing, Mark?
Do you want to join in or not?
Yeah, let's join in. What are we talking about?
Good. Well, cricket. I think a test match in Grenada that is England's way at the moment, which seems barely believable after being 9 down for 100 last night. But anyway, 84 runs the advantage.
Well, England, after that first hour, got it right. The ball with discipline, the ball with aggression. And what I mean by aggression, that don't mean banging it in halfway down the wicket. They've hit the deck hard in the areas you have to hit to cause problems. And they've been excellent. Woakes, superb. Great to see.
Leach lands that absolutely perfectly. It took a big stride from De Silva, and he bowled it a little. It looked a little flightier, that ball. I don't mean slow. I just mean it might have just had a bit of dip on it, perhaps. You get some revs on it, get it up in the air, it can dip. He bowls again, and there's a man in at short leg. There might have been some bat and pad involved. It avoided him, rolled away behind him.
I was going to pick up on the point you were making about the wicket keepers and how they've looked a little bit untidy.
Yes, okay, thank you. That would be good. Nice drive, straight back at Leach. Easy to field, though, and a full ball. I like it when Leach releases a bit higher. Releases a little earlier, a little higher, and gets the ball up and tries to get a bit of dip on it. That comes from confidence, of course. That's not a good ball, and it's chopped away beautifully late. Oh, that's a lovely shot. First boundary for Josh De Silva, old-fashioned back cut. That could have been played in the 1950s by Dennis Compton. That's a compliment. And it takes them to 124 for 6.
Yeah, good shot. Bad ball from Leach, has to be said. A bit short, a bit wide, but put away very competently.
Leach, as ever, spinning the ball from hand to hand. In he comes now. Back goes De Silva, plays it very well. He, rather as he did in Barbados there, going with the spin and playing it down into the backward point region. He seems quite happy on the back foot against spin, and then it forces the spinner to bowl it fuller, and then he can come forward. It's very good method. Oh, now he sweeps a straight ball. I tell you what. Whoa, that's pretty close. So they all get together for a chat. It's Leach, it's Foakes, it's Root. They and ah, and they review, and I'm with them. I think it's worth a review. This is not a million miles away.
Review for LBW. The original decision is not out. Leslie to Mark. We have a player review for LBW.
Quite a wild
I've already checked the front foot. It's a fair delivery. The original decision is not out. Can you move on to front on spin? Okay, it's quite close to the bat. I'm going to need ultra edge to confirm if there's any bat involved. Through. Ball is passing under the bat. There's a clear gap between bat and ball. Flat line on ultra edge. There is no bat involved. Mark, I'm ready to move on to ball tracking when available. Pitching outside leg. I'm ready to go back on field to Gregory Mark. Gregory, you could stay with your original not out decision. You're on screen. Signal now.
Well, by the barest of margins, as Ian Smith would say, it pitches outside leg stump, and therefore it can't be given out LBW. There really was nothing in it. A fraction more than half the ball was cutting that line of leg stump, and so it can't be given out. I'd love to know what it was going on to do, because my guess is it would have hit leg stump. Anyway, the umpire was dead right, so England only have one review left now. West Indies have all three, by the way. Might have hit leg stump.
Just clipped, would it? I'll have a look here. Pitched outside, it's missing. Surely.
There's a great shot on the television of all the England players looking at the big screen and seeing that it's just pitched outside leg stump. Stokes was the most animated in his ooh and ah and little crouch.
Might have been a bit more than an ooh and an ah.
Well, you know, we're broadcasting for all ages.
But this is the time of the game where the game went away from the West Indies.
Well, the point I was making earlier, but you were texting.
I wasn't texting, I was reading.
No, were you? Yorkshire, what a manifesto from Yorkshire.
I was educating myself.
Okay. Good song, that. I was educated by myself. Anyway, that's another story. Here's Ben Stokes. Good ball. Straight, not great pace actually, but easily played. And no doubt that Kyle Mayers looks in good touch.
So one of the reasons for untidy wicketkeepers. We talk a lot about the pitch being too-paced for the batsmen and struggling to get their timing. The too-pacedness of a wicket also affects the wicketkeeper because of the rhythm the ball coming through. And of course, if it's not bouncing, you want to stand closer. You want to make sure the edge carries. Suddenly one zips through, catches you by surprise.
Lovely off drive that goes actually a bit square, that cover drive, but straight to the man at extra cover. The three in the cover ring at present, and so no run from it. 24 he's got Mayers, 6 for De Silva. It's 1-2-4 for 6, and West Indies 80 behind England.
Just like a batsman playing a shot, you want to time the ball. You're trying to time your movements and get it all in a good rhythm. Wicket-keeping's exactly the same. You want to time the catch so it melts in smoothly, and if the ball rushes you, you can't get that timing quite right.
Stokes again, and it bounces a bit more than Mayers reckoned, and it got what they say in cricket, it got big on him, and he had to sort of pull himself up to his full height, and if anything, just move leg side a bit to control a sort of punch down. It wasn't a particularly attractive bit of batting, but it was effective. Stokes starting to work up ahead of steam as he walks back to his mark, turns to run away from us, having replaced Craig Overton in the attack. Comes running in now and bowls a ball that Mayers goes forward to, and it goes out to square point. It was point, I should say, for no run.
With Ben Stokes and knowing through experience and what it's like to bowl with knee injuries, and you speak to Andrew Flintoff, I'll tell you exactly the same. When you come on for a spell, it takes you 2 overs to get going. To get used to that, I know it doesn't sound right, but get used to the pain and what it does every time you hit the crease, and it takes you 2 overs to get the blood pumping around there and get going, and then you hit your peak for 3 or 4 overs.
Stokes again. No edged and no second slip. Well. You're trying to bowl a side out, you've got him 124 for 6, and you've got one slip and one gully. I'm not saying it would have carried to second slip, but there wasn't one there. Let's see whether it would have carried. We have the benefit of the replay from the television screen. Nope, nowhere near. But I think there should be one in there myself. What do you think, boys?
I think the point's made. 120 for 6. You want to make sure if you work hard, get the edge, you want the man there to take it. I think, however, or having said that, there is the fine balancing act of England don't have that many on the board, 204.
Just get rid of Gully, put him into second slip. Stokes again. Running to Mayers, who plays really well on the back foot. He looks a good cricketer. This guy punches it out to point. That's the end of that. Ben Stokes over. 128 for 6. Continue with you were talking.
I take your point. Get rid of Gully, put it to second slip, but on a slow surface, which this is looking like, I think the players will feel that there's more chance of it squirting squarer of the wicket than getting a finer edge. Now, what you could potentially do is say, all right, well, let's move first slip to that horrible 1.5 position, kind of no man's land, to try and cover two places. But go back to the point I was making about the wicket keepers, two places of the wicket, having to stand quite close. What you don't want to happen then is it goes to orthodox first slip and goes between the gap between keeper and slip. So I can see why they would have the gully instead of the second. The question for me is more, would you have two and a gully?
So what's interesting there is that Test cricket was first played in 1877, and that exact discussion has been going on between captain and bowler over all of that period. How do I find another fielder?
Well, my biggest discussion, which used to frustrate me as an opening bowler with the new ball, was batting captains never like you to have third man. Now, if the ball is swinging around and moving around, you're more likely to get hit to third man than you are anywhere else. And it used to frustrate me when the ball went through the slips or in that area, and I used to run away to the third man boundary for 4.
Leach now to Silva, who's a solid figure, forward and defending. West Indies grappling away here to try to pull themselves up to England's 204. There's a way to go. So, excuse me. 76 still needed to get there. Well, beautiful from Leach. That's very nice, actually. I think there's something on that ball. I think this is a more confident Leach. Not perfect, but better than we've seen of late in these games, and that's flighted right up there, asking him to drive, so he does, but he doesn't get it. And it goes back to Leach, who does the fielding. They're all chatting about half volleys and flight and all that around the bat, just really for no other reason than it's a nervous energy and trying to sort of just upset the batsman a bit. It's a bit of gamesmanship. It's been going on for years around the bat now. Leach bowls again, a bit short, and he's back as he likes to be. Plays it out to square cover for no run. Good fielding, zippy fielding from Lawrence, I think it was, who picks it up one-handed, wings it in to Woakes, gets it, throws it to Root, and it's back with Leach, who's ready to bowl again. Back goes the batsman. In comes energetic Joe Root from short extra cover, having shined the ball previously. He now picks it up and flings it straight back to the bowler. Root always travels with a towel hanging out of the back of his trousers, which presumably he uses to wipe sweaty hands with, a sweaty brow or something. Leach too has a towel out of the back of his trousers, actually, and that's nicely bowled. Beautiful, lovely little flight. Batsman couldn't get at it, and he, in the end, defended it on the front foot. Nicely done, and at the end of that over, it's 128 for 6. 76 the difference between the side. A word from Goughy, and then it'll be Neil Mansell.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see actually if England have learn from what West Indies went through yesterday, where they switched off for that 15-20 over period, which allowed England back into the game. England played well, by the way, Jack Leach and Saqib Mahmood, but the way they switched off allowed England to take the momentum. Now, knowing Joe Root and knowing some of the guys in the side, I'd like to think they're going to up it. They've waited a while till they bring Jack Leach into the attack, but it's down to the seamers here, I honestly believe, to knock over this West Indies lower order batting unit.
Ben Stokes around the wicket. Kyle Mayers guides this one along the ground into the gully where it's fielded by Craig Overton. And there's no run. Mayers has 28. Joshua De Silva, a patient 6 from 36 balls. 128 for 6.
We've given Mayers a bit of grief in the com box, haven't we? But I think he's looked good. I think he's looked, from the minute he walks out, he lines it up nicely. I like he's got good solid technique, pretty simple, plays the line nicely, plays straight.
Indeed, and he's 28 from 38 balls. Here is Stokes once again, chipped up into the air and out, straight to Saqib Mahmood. The assist goes to Matt Pryor. The wicket goes to Ben Stokes, and it just seemed a bit soft and a bit tame from Kyle Mayers. Just caught in two minds, really. Maybe I'm doing a disservice to Ben Stokes. Did it just stop in the pitch? I mean, it really is the tamest chip, and Saqib Mahmood won't get too many easier catches than that. And the West Indies, just when they were beginning to settle down and to rebuild, have lost Kyle Mayers, and it's only the bowlers to come now in the company of wicketkeeper Joshua De Silva. They are 128 for 7.
You like a dismissal like that as a bowler, don't you? Ben Stokes has bowled pretty well. It's loose now, the knee's loosened off. You just get it round the right areas, get the batsman driving. But when the batsman drives, he has to use his feet. And unfortunately for the West Indies and Mayers, he didn't use his feet, and he clipped it straight for an easy catch to mid-on, where Saqib Mahmood took a simple catch. But 128 for 7 here on talkSPORT 2. West Indies, we've been here before, but the West Indies are in trouble.
They just need a bit more patience, Matt. They need a bit more breath weight. And there's only one of him, and they just, we look at the way Jack Leach and Saqib Mahmood applied themselves yesterday. It's not, you can't run quickly barefoot on sand, and you can't score quickly on a wicket like this. You've got to absorb the dot balls, and they run out of patience, don't they?
But I literally just said I thought Kyle Mayers was playing nicely, and for that exact reason he had been quite patient. He'd lined it up quite nicely, and that was just a nothing shot. Literally just a chip, a sort of half volley chip straight to mid-on.
I was just wondering, he's gone out. I was just about to talk about him when he was dismissed, but I wanted to ask the two ex-pros about Kyle Mayers for a minute.
We can do that after this ball. Ben Stokes in to the new batsman Alzari Joseph, who leaves it alone.
I can think of a couple of cricketers who completely changed their careers around. In fact, you played with one, Mike Yardy, who basically became a bowler at international level and was obviously a batter domestically. I'm sure Goughy would have played. It's very rare that you see a professional come into the game and actually play for quite a few years in one skill and completely transform what they are.
Craig White.
Craig White's a really good one.
Was an off spinner.
I've got a good one for you. Steve Smith.
He was a batter when he was young.
Mate.
He was.
When we first played against him,
he punched off the back foot out to a cover, no run, 128 for 7.
When you first played against him, he was already averaging 50 in first-class cricket. 55, I think. He's not... I can see why you would say that.
He was picked as a leg spinner that game, but he was a batter,
yeah. Azhar Ali's another very good one. Stuart Broad got a contract as a batter, didn't he? Went to Australia, batting all-rounder, went to Australia and came back as a bowler. So it does happen, but to do it at Mayers' age, White might be a really good one and Yardy might be a really good one. I don't think there are that many players in their late 20s who just sort of switch what they're there for, if that makes sense. Callum McLeod did it, the Scottish cricketer who played for down in Edgbaston.
Off the back foot now, defended by Josh De Silva to short mid-wicket, no run, fielded by Lawrence.
But it's not, I don't think it's that common to switch between being a batter and a bowler. Azhar Ali might have been another one as well. He was an underage leg spinner, way more than Steve Smith was. I think when he first started in first-class cricket, he batted at 9 or 10. But it's incredible to do it at Mayers' age as well, so late on.
You just said an underage leg spinner. He made it sound like he was drinking illegally. Pushed away defensively out towards backward point. You mean an age group leg spinner? 129 for 7.
Well, I mean, as at Ali's case, he was first picked in first-class cricket as a number 9 or a number 10 as a leg spinner. So he was a leg spinner all the way through, and then a bit like Mark Richardson, who we were talking about yesterday, completely changed what he did. Craig White, Mike Yardy, Mark Richardson, they're probably 3. Benny Howell, I suppose, is another one, but that's just in one format of the game, perhaps. But there aren't that many players who, midway through their career, just sort of switch what they do.
Not at professional level. I mean, there's been quite a few that Gary Kirsten was an off spinner who batted 8 or 9 right up until his early 20s.
I'm trying to think. Mike Yardy, when he first came on the staff of Sussex, was actually a seam bowler.
So he's had 3 transformations.
He bowled left arm swingers.
Ashley Giles as well. Was a left arm swing bowler for Surrey, ended up left arm spinner for Warwickshire. So there's quite a few actually.
That's still not many.
Still less than half a dozen.
Yeah. I'm sure there's plenty more.
Oh no, there's a few out there for sure, but to have it this late and this dramatic is quite something.
Sakib Mahmood now, can he get some reverse swing going? He's bowling to Alzari Joseph. Edge Joel through second slip, down to the third man boundary for 4. There is only one slip. That is Joe Root. He dived to his right. He couldn't get a hand to it. And well, I suppose, you know, if he's looking to bowl full in swingers, reverse swinging, then maybe there is a reason not to have a second slip. But that is hitting second slip in the belly button.
I get it if someone's in and set and you've got a plan, but a new batsman, especially a lower order batsman, is going to give you an opportunity that first few balls, first few overs. It's worth having a second slip in just for a couple of overs. The new batsman.
It's peculiar, and Joe Root is looking suitably frustrated. That was only the third ball, and now we've got a second slip. The third ball faced by Alzari Joseph, and now we've got a second slip. Sakib Mahmood turned on his heels with the air of a man who didn't agree with the decision not to have a second slip. He just turned his back on the situation and strutted back to the top of his run-up. And not only do we now have a second slip, we've got a gully as well. A few changes in personnel. He wants the right man. If we're going to have a second slip, he wants the right man there, and he's put Zach Crawley in that position, with Dan Lawrence moving to short mid-wicket. So, pretty straight mid-on and mid-off, which again implies that Mahmood is going to be looking to bowl full. He bowls a bouncer, which hardly bounces at all, and is too tricky for Ben Foakes to deal with, as the batsman has to duck very low to get underneath it, and a bye conceded as Foakes gets his left glove to it, but pushes it round the post. And one more to the total, 134 for 7. Alzari Joseph on 5, Joshua De Silva on 6. Trailing by 70, the West Indies now at 134 for 7. It's been a bit of a grind for the hosts. Here is Sakib Mahmood, and that's clipped away nicely off his pads by Joshua De Silva, straight to Zach Crawley at square leg. Often refer inadvertently to the West Indies as the home team, and been picked up on it a number of occasions over the years by West Indian commentators who prefer the term hosts, because they playing in Grenada. None of this squad come from Grenada, do they, Jared? No, don't think so. Here's Sakib Mahmood again, down the leg side once more, and he is looking for that late in swing, but that one started too straight and just went straight on. 134 for 7. Joshua De Silva actually has played himself into form. His run scoring was a bit thin coming into this series, but he's looked more and more competent as the series has gone on, and of course made that very impressive and quite aggressive, assertive 30 not out to help West Indies to a draw in Barbados. Here is Sakib Mahmood once again, and this one steered out towards Alex Lees at cover point, and there's no run.
Now, Grenada's most famous cricketer at the moment would be Andre Fletcher, the wicketkeeper, a big hitter. Do you know what his nickname is?
Fletch.
The Spice Man. I thought you'd know that because you called this place.
It's a good guess though, that man. I like that. Fletch.
You called this place the Spice Island all the time, so I thought, you might have that.
It is. It's commonly known as the Spice Island, and with good reason. One of the world's biggest producers of mace, as well as cinnamon and turmeric, nutmeg.
He's not happy yet, Mahmood. Got a bit of a problem in the groin area.
Right leg. It's the one he's shaking. What? Go on. We need your analysis, prognosis, and
I'll tell you. I'll tell you when he tries to ball this delivery.
He's shaking both legs now.
It's amazing. You shake it, it gets better.
Get the blood flowing. Okay, let's see how he goes with this delivery. But he is obviously uncomfortable with something. That's pushed away defensively. Joshua Da Silva back and across onto off stump, and it's pushed up towards mid-on. So he's definitely looking a little uncomfortable. West Indies 134 for 7. That's even more uncomfortable. However, stiff and concerned Mahmood is about his right leg. He's got 1 for 23 off 13 overs.
We did talk about this a bit on the first day, but Junior Murray is probably the most famous Grenadian cricketer. So he was their wicketkeeper. He was a pinch hitter in one-day cricket during the 90s when everyone just threw their wicketkeeper up to the top of the order to see how they'd go. Raul Lewis, I think Junior Murray and Raul Lewis might share a stand together at this ground, if I remember. Yeah. Raul Lewis was a leg spinner who played for a couple of years. The most cap player is Devon Smith, who was the opening batter. I think he was Chris Gale's partner quite a few times back in the day. Spiceman Andre Fletcher, who's a big T20 franchise player now, played in the Big Bash a couple of years ago.
Ben Stokes continues. That is pushed up towards mid-on, and there's no run.
And another player who I haven't heard of before, Neilon Pascal. So those are the 5 that have represented the West Indies, from what I can tell.
Have you been on a Spice tour of Grenada, Jared?
A catamaran called the Spiceman.
I can't remember. Well, I remember they took us up to the mountains, didn't they, to jump into a waterhole. Gareth Batty was a little bit afraid of heights and didn't do it.
That was fabulous. Enjoyed that. Here is Stokes once again, and pushed defensively up towards Saqib Mahmood, who's fielding gingerly at mid-off. But I certainly went on one, as I mentioned, nutmeg, mace, and tamarind, as well as cinnamon. Really interesting, but you realise that all of those taste pretty ordinary by themselves, without something decent to have cooked on. Oh, that's a back foot punch attempted by Alzari Joseph through the offside. It was an ambitious shot, and it's beaten the outside edge. Looked like a little bit of movement away from the bat there. 134 for 7. As I said, it's been slow going. I mean, it's just one of those pitches with its two-paced nature. It's difficult to score runs on. If you really dig in, you can survive for a sufficient period of time. But mostly, batsmen have contributed significantly, if not entirely, to their own dismissals. It's more you get yourself out than be bowled out. There have been some good balls. Pushed blocked this time by Joseph up towards mid-off. The trouble with that, of course, is that you know that a batsman's currency is runs, and you dig in and you bat out loads of dot balls, as Joshua Da Silva has done, and the total's not going anywhere. 134 for 7. In this session, we've had just under 25 overs. May have time for one more after this. So we're heading towards the 25th over. Just 63 runs scored for the loss of 4 wickets. Ben Stokes has got 2 of them, 2 for 23, and he's in once more. Hits the bat of Alzari Joseph. Pretty hard defensive bat. And, collected at cover. England have had some slow wicket field placings, notably the short mid wicket, but the lack of second slip in the previous over cost them what would have been a regulation catch. And 8 down at tea. Well, funnily enough, in terms of wickets, we're coming towards the end of the 5th session. We've had 17 wickets fall, so game's moving quickly in that sense. Stokes bowls a full-length delivery, which is clipped out towards Dan Lawrence at cover, and there's no run. So 17 wickets, game's moving quickly in that regard, but run scoring has been very hard. Just a reminder of all the different ways there are to listen to us, and you can pass the word on, because obviously you are listening to us if you're listening to me here. But here on talkSPORT 2, live exclusive commentary, the easiest way is via the talkSPORT app. Swiping left for talkSPORT 2. We're on your smart speaker, the website, and also now on the talkSPORT YouTube channel, where you can find us next to a handy ball-by-ball scorecard. More from Jack Leach now. 3 overs, 1 maiden, none for 5. Typically bang on the spot. He's got through a very, very great deal of work in this series, and he's been very accurate, and has certainly provided Joe Root with the control that captains enjoy. Tosses that one up with a bit of air there, fielded at short leg. Johnny Bairstow under the helmet in at short leg. He does like to get involved. The trouble is he's so good in the infield, and in fact in the deep, such a powerful throw. He doesn't get in too often, as Leach is in again, steered away behind square on the offside. It's going to be a 40-wicket test match, Coffey?
I would say so. Well, it's definitely a result.
Leach again, and right back onto his stumps goes Joshua Da Silva. We commented in both of the first 2 test matches how much of an LBW candidate Joshua Da Silva can look, but he's a very good player of spin. He's from Trinidad and Tobago, from Trinidad, and a country that has produced many of the West Indies' best spinners, as well as Guyana, but he's a good player of spin, even though he does play it off the pitch, and means him goes back onto his stumps a lot, as she does there again, and pushes it up towards mid-on. I've had some really dry commentary spells. Had one with Michael Atherton yesterday, which went on for close to half an hour without a run. We haven't had a run here either. It's 20 minutes before tea. With Joshua Da Silva now 6 off 52 balls, and that's a slightly quicker one from Jack Leach. Again, he goes right back and steers it away behind square on the offside. Do you think he looks safe and confident against spin?
Yeah, I think he's played it pretty well, hasn't he? Watches the ball onto the bat.
Slip, and forward short leg. Last ball of the over, last ball before tea, and the West Indies have moved to have remained on 134 for 7. England, as I said, Matt Prior, still very much more than a nose ahead here. I mean, they've got a very firm grip on the test match. It's just a question after tea of maintaining that grip, maintaining their discipline, and taking these last 3 wickets, and then they really can be in a position to dominate.
Yeah, it was right at this period that yesterday West Indies got it horribly, horribly wrong and let England back into the game. England players, I'm sure, will be aware of that and not making the same mistake. You know, they've worked very, very hard, bowled well to get these first 7 wickets. But it was this period of time that everyone spoke about it getting a bit flatter, the ball getting older. Really, they spoke about the first 40 overs was the time to take wickets. But England have to find a way, and I think I like how they've gone about it. They haven't lost their intensity. Jack Leach has done a good job coming in at one end, not necessarily expected to spin him out, but do a job, and the seamers can attack from the other end.
Well, Jack Leach, 4 overs, 2 maidens, none for 5. But the bowler of the innings so far is Chris Woakes, who finally has come good and has got he's found some consistency of line and length, and he has deservedly, I think, picked up 3 for 32 from 12 overs. Ben Stokes, 2 for 23, always in the thick of the action. That's 7 wickets in the series for Ben Stokes, who's bowled many more overs than was anticipated, and in fact many more overs than we were told was the plan to bowl him. Craig Overton has 1 for 45 from 11 overs. Saqib Mahmood 1 for 23 from 13, so he's gone for less than 2 runs an over. The West Indies are 134 for 7 at tea from 51 overs. It's been hard work for batsmen and bowlers, although the batting has been a bit limp at times. Joshua De Silva, however, 6 off 54 balls. Alzari Joseph is unbeaten on 5, and just the 2 quick men to come, Kemar Roach and Jayden Seales. It's tea in the third and deciding test match at the National Cricket Stadium in Grenada. We'll take a short break now to prepare a cup of tea for ourselves, and then when we come back, myself and Jared Kimber will be looking at some of the cricketing news from around the world, including Australia's series win in Pakistan and the latest from the Women's World Cup. And we'll also, the three of us, be chatting, the three of us being myself, Jared and Matt Pryor, about Test cricket. It won't be the first time the conversation has been had, but with the IPL starting tomorrow, we'll just be taking taking Test cricket's temperature, see how healthy it is. Back in a moment.
Exclusive international cricket live. The West Indies versus England on talkSPORT 2.
Hear the biggest sports stories first and fast with the Back Page Review on talkSPORT with Tesco Mobile for Business. Listen to talkSPORT Breakfast every weekday morning from 6 for the latest breaking Back Page news, plus unbeatable reaction, opinion and comment. Back Page Review on talkSPORT with Tesco Mobile for Business. Big mobile networks are raising your bills again. Join us for prices that stay fixed. Tesco Mobile. Every little helps. For applicable terms and verification, see tescomobile.com/fixed prices.
This is the place for rugby fans, where you can explore the history of world rugby and relive some of rugby's most celebrated moments of all time, where you can see the world's oldest international football jersey and trophy, and where you can tour the home of rugby and even walk through the famous Players' Tunnel. This is the World Rugby Museum and Twickenham Stadium Tour. Book now at worldrugbymuseum.com.
Payroll year end is fast approaching. The 19th of April submission deadline is looming. And this is the sound of payroll pros bossing it with Sage. Compliance crushed. P60s sorted. Submission deadlines smashed. Be ready to boss it to the finish line. Get 3 months free Sage payroll software at sage.com and hit the ground running with swift, seamless setup. Renews from £7 a month. Terms and conditions apply.
Some people worry that being a Royal Navy reservist won't fit into their everyday life. True, you might have to miss your brother-in-law's open mic night and the odd repeat of Celebrity Cash Under the Hammer. But when you're in a rip doing 38 knots on a crisp winter's morning, we're pretty sure you'll get over it. Royal Navy Reserves. Don't do the everyday. Every day. Search Royal Navy Reserves.
At Honda, we listen to drivers for inspiration, even when they say things we can't play on the radio. Like when a pulls out without indicating, or when a crosses the road without checking first, or when a doesn't understand how a roundabout works. That's why we developed a collision sensor system, which detects risks and automatically brakes. And to keep all family road trips family-friendly, it's included as standard with the new Honda CR-V Hybrid. Honda, the power of dreams.
Make sure you kick off every Saturday and Sunday morning with Game Day Breakfast on talkSPORT with The Sun. Join Natalie Sawyer and Tony Cascarino for all the latest news, essential previews, expert insight, exclusive interviews, and everything you need to make sure you're ahead of the game.
You better believe it!
Game Day Breakfast tomorrow morning from 6 on talkSPORT with The Sun.
Oh, it's absolutely magnificent!
Follow all the match action and breaking news on The Sun Live blogs. Visit thesun.co.uk.
Exclusive international cricket live. The West Indies versus England on talkSPORT 2.
Campbell chops chips it away behind square on the offside. He's hit that nicely. He's going to get 4.
I'd be worried already if I was Joe Root. I would, because there's no spite in the bowling at all.
Well, I would say England have been distinctly average.
Saqib Mahmood around the wicket, balls cut by Campbell behind square on the offside, and it's racing away for 4. It was kind of you to say that England's bowling has been average.
I could have used some different terms, but I'm conscious that I'm on public radio. Manners.
Here is Saqib Mahmood. Oh, short wide. That's a gift. He's absolutely thrown the kitchen sink at that, as John Campbell.
Just another terrible delivery. I'm going to say I've had enough with mincing my words. It's been really bad. It's been awful from England in the first hour. Oh, that one's gone straight along the ground. Ben Stokes appeals. Brathwaite doesn't even bother to look up. He starts to walk. First time perhaps I've ever seen a batter walk off the field for an LBW, and Ben Stokes has the breakthrough for England.
Mahmood again. That's LBW, is it? That's kept low. Yes, it is. And so Brooks, who looked in good touch, has to go. And that's the beauty of bowling straight. Overton again. Is that a little edge? There's something, a clicky sort of noise. Well, it has definitely hit something.
There's a spike as the ball is on to the glove.
And Joel Wilson overturns his decision. Magnificent bowling from Craig Overton.
Good to hear you, Skip. How are you doing?
I'm well. It's nice to hear you, Goughy. Anyway, this must be light relief from your day job, is it, at the moment?
Oh, this is happy days. It's like Christmas, this, huh? Honestly, mate, I couldn't wait to get a car down here this morning. I ran out of the house.
Here's Woakes. No, he does bang that in. Now, what's that hit? They love it. England love it. A glove on it, a wicket. Woakes again now. That is out. Bairstow takes the catch. Holder is anything but secure. Suddenly West Indies are 5 down, and guess who is the main man? Chris Woakes.
Well bowled, Chris Woakes. Welcome to the party. It's easy, this playing abroad. You don't have to be in England on green seamers.
Woakes is in once again, and that one is straight and stayed down, and the finger goes up.
Pitch it up, bowl at the stumps, get the batsman wanting to come forward. Thank you, Chris Woakes.
Really, really pleased for Chris Woakes.
Here is Stokes once again. Chipped up into the air and out. Straight to Saqib Mahmood. West Indies, we've been here before, but the West Indies are in trouble. Welcome back to live and exclusive ball-by-ball coverage of the Test series between the West Indies and England here on talkSPORT 2. We're at the National Cricket Stadium in Grenada. It's tea time, and the West Indies are in a spot of bother on 134 for 7, still trailing by 70 after England made 204 yesterday. A couple of news items. I mentioned just before the break that the IPL starts tomorrow, which leads us naturally to talk about the current health and future of Test cricket. But before that, Australia have won an extremely hard-fought series, in case you missed the news, against Pakistan after 2 gruelling draws in Rawalpindi and Karachi. They've managed to get over the line, beating their hosts by 115 runs in the third and deciding Test match, with Nathan Lyon taking 5 wickets. Let's hear from Pat Cummins, Australia's captain.
One of just immense satisfaction from me. Yeah, I think everyone's just totally elated. It's, winning at home, winning the Ashes series was huge. But, winning overseas just doesn't happen very often. It's been a real toil for the last, even 25, 30 days, really, the tour to come over here. We knew it was going to be totally different to, I guess, normal life in Australia, different conditions, and to come away with a series win is just hugely satisfying.
That was Pat Cummins. He was also effusive in his praise of the hospitality and the spirit which his team was received and in which the series was played. Gee, they had to work hard, Jared Kimber. But you have to say, ultimately, that Australia are worthy winners of that series.
Yeah, I think they were the better team. Babar Azam said that they dominated 2 of the tests. didn't feel like that to, I think, anyone watching on. Certainly, I thought they had the better of their draw in the first test, Pakistan. But from then on in, Australia were completely in control. They just couldn't get over the line in the second test, with a brilliant innings from Babar Azam himself. And in the last one, they were just always a little bit ahead of that game. But phenomenal effort by Pat Cummins himself as a bowler, as much as anything. It was interesting to say there that the overseas wins don't come along that often. Well, Australia actually hasn't toured anywhere in a long time, so it would be hard for them to have won too many series on the road, being that they haven't left Australia.
We mentioned yesterday that Australia and Nathan Lyon in particular have had a few fifth-day issues in Test matches over the last couple of years, and, well, Lyon responded with 5 for 83 from 37 overs. He has got... We talked about how much work Jack Leach has got in during this series, but Lyon's bowled... 250 overs.
Yeah, I think in the last 5 years, I think Swanee was the bowler who was always at the top of the most overs in Test cricket. And I think the last couple of years, Ashwin and Lyon have been sort of fighting for that. But Ashwin's been left out occasionally when they tour. Lyon just bowls a lot of those overs. And until they got the Cameron Green into the side, they didn't have a fifth bowler. So Lyon, part of the reason he's probably not as effective in the fourth innings in general as he should be is because he's bowled so much in the first three innings. Having that fifth bowling option has probably been better for him, but in this particular series, he still certainly put the numbers in. But he'll be happy with that. I think it haunts him that he doesn't have a better record in the fourth innings, because that's kind of when you throw the ball to the spinner and go, hey, go win the game for us.
Yeah, go win the game. Just an update from the Women's World Cup. Australia, as expected, beat Bangladesh pretty convincingly overnight. They're the only unbeaten team in the tournament and remain red-hot favourites to win the Women's World Cup. There's a double-header coming up on Sunday, which will decide the fourth and final semi-final place. South Africa are already there. Actually, it'll decide the remaining two semi-final places, because the West Indies have played their games. They're on 7 points. India and England are on 6 points, and they both play that double-header on Sunday. There is bad weather about, and if they are rained off, and if they are no results, those final two group games, then England will go through and take the fourth semi-final place on net run rate, as far as I can tell.
Yeah, no, you're right. You looked at me so
for confirmation.
So hopeful. At the moment, the West Indies has one more point than the England and the Indian women, so that obviously they will be able to get the point by winning or by a washout there, and they both have much better rain. Both India and England would probably go into their games, if not favourites, then certainly with a big chance. India are going up against South Africa, who have the better record, but it would make sense for them not to play their best players and probably rest some players because they're safe in the finals. But either way, West Indies are currently third, but more likely than not, West Indies are going to slip out. Them losing to Pakistan, and that was the only game that Pakistan won, has basically cost the West Indian women a deserved place, I would say, in the World Cup semi-final.
And just to confirm that England play Bangladesh. Now, Matt Pryor, with the IPL starting tomorrow, and some drawn test matches in Pakistan and in the Caribbean, the questions that were first raised, that I can tell, in about 1911 about the health of Test cricket are once again raising themselves above the parapet. But you know what? When Test cricket's good, there's nothing better. And when it's bad, it can be slow. So, how do you feel about the future of Test cricket at the moment?
I must admit, I'm worried about it. I think wickets, surfaces like we've seen in this Test series don't help at all. That doesn't get the best out of... It's not just about... See, everyone, I think when they talk about Test cricket, they talk about bums on seats, getting spectators in. Spectators want to watch, they want to be entertained, ultimately. And they want the best players playing on surfaces that give equal opportunities to bat and ball. So you're seeing skills at the highest level on display all the time, and an intensity within the game that is entertaining. Now, providing surfaces like not so much this one, but certainly Antigua and Barbados, that doesn't help at all from that perspective. In fact, it saps the life out of Test cricket, quite frankly, because You've got broadcasters like us thinking, my goodness, this is dull. The players are thinking, my goodness, this is dull. And there's ultimately everyone's calling it a draw, you know, from day one, which just, again, from an entertainment perspective, doesn't help. The other piece is, with so much money being thrown around in white ball cricket, don't worry about the spectators. You're not going to have the players. The superstar players are going to go, hang on a minute, why am I slogging my guts out, getting injured, bowling 40 overs on a flat feather bed, when I can hop over to the Big Bash, hop over to the IPL, earn big money for 6 weeks, 8 weeks work, then come home. And also, by the way, I was very fortunate to play in the Big Bash. You get lauded. It's fantastic. It's, as a player, there's none of this criticism. There's none of this tearing your game to bits and pieces. It's a positive experience as a player. You can only be a superstar. You know, more often than not, yeah, sure, last over there's a winner and a loser, of course, but 2020 cricket, short format cricket, as a batter, you walk out, you're hiding to nothing, you go and smack it. If it comes off, you're a star. If it doesn't, oh well, you get another go. That pressure that you don't get that in Test cricket. Test cricket, you are scrutinised. And bowlers are thinking, you know, I'll take an example, really good example, Jofra Archer, right? He's coming back from a really bad injury. It's a serious injury. I think he's quite scared about the injury and how he might be able to bowl. You know, how much longer his career will go with a bad injury. Now, fingers crossed, it's absolutely fine. He comes back flying and brilliant. But if there is a time limit on his career, which everyone has, but now it's shortened, he's thinking, actually, do you know what? I'm just going to bowl my 4 overs at 90 miles an hour in the Big Bash, the IPL, take my millions, and that maybe prolongs my career a little bit more. Thanks for coming. So how are we going to replicate that for players to make sure that the biggest names, the best players, are actually playing Test cricket?
I think the fundamental problem here is that if I was to ask you, Manas, what the third biggest sport in India was, you could make a very good claim that it's Test cricket. If you break up the formats of cricket, right? So to say it's going to die when it's worth that much money, when it's that targeted audiences, when streaming platforms are desperate for the amount of content that Test cricket has, it doesn't make sense from a mathematical point of view. It'd be like McDonald's going, we're not going to sell a Big Mac anymore because everyone else goes for all the other burgers, right? As long as the Big Mac keeps selling, it will work. The problem is that at the moment, the people who are running cricket aren't looking at Test cricket at all in how to make as much money from it as they should. They're not marketing it correctly, and they're not also going to the player problem that Matt's just talked about. When you have one board or one global entity looking after 3 different sports, which is what we're going towards, huge problems come along, and that's what we've seen consistently.
Here's Mark Nicholas.
That was a in the nick of the time flow, in the nick of time throw, wasn't it? And flow, actually. I think both apply. Down the leg side by Woakes, and a tumbling Ben Foakes saves the day. That could easily have... well, it could have run for four byes, I think. It wouldn't have been wides. Azari Joseph is on strike. Woakes now arrives at the crease. It's better ball, and Joseph plays it very well. Marginally late on it, but he hits it back to Woakes safely enough. And England will have definitely talked about the ensuring or working to ensure that what happened to West Indies yesterday with England's last cricket partnership doesn't happen to them today. It's absolutely essential, really. And again, dead straight back from Azari Joseph. I'm just looking for an interesting stat that I was sent. News that Mahmood isn't out there, and that Fisher probably is. Sorry to I can't find it. I'm trying to find the score that West Indies were at about this time yesterday. I've got it somewhere, but I can't find it. Woakes again, and that's much fuller, and it actually, the attempt there is to get that to swing, and it sort of did, didn't it, Jared? It just went a bit, and as Joseph came forward to drive, he just hit it straight to the ground, and it bounced up and went nowhere. Root has a big smile on his face. He looks happy. The tee must have been good.
I think considering the amount of times they banged the middle of the pitch, I think the ball is still swinging. Just after tea, they lost their 9th wicket. Chris Woakes was bowled, and they're 114 for 9 is my memory.
2 balls after tea.
2 balls after, yeah.
Yep, got it. Okay, so that's exactly the point. West Indies 130 for 7, 134 for 7. Oh, good shot. Back goes Joseph, and with proper Caribbean flair, he whips that away off his hip and gets a single down to a square long leg fielder. You could almost call him deep backward square leg rather than long leg.
Thank you.
Harmy, are you there?
Yes, I'm here, Mark.
Good boy. Well, how did you differentiate between fine leg and long leg? Presumably fine leg was the finer one.
Yeah, fine leg says exactly as it says on the tin. Fine leg was the finer one,
and long leg is just someone who's a long way away.
He's just that little
and
bit
they're both leg side fielders.
They're both leg side fielders. Johnny's come up now to square leg. Johnny Bairstow. He's gone into square leg for Chris Woakes, and second slip's gone to mid wicket for Joshua De Silva.
Oh, no second slip. And that bloke deep backward square is actually a squarish long leg, I'd say. Woakes hammers that into the pitch, trying to get some reaction from the ball, just around about a good length. Nothing happens as De Silva goes calmly back and defends it. It's the end of the over. We're on talkSPORT 2 and YouTube, and England have really done well to get themselves back into the game. There was no promise of it in the early bowling this morning. The first hour, England were lacklustre and frankly poor, and the difference, suddenly they sort of woke up. Whether it was the wicket of Brathwaite, maybe Brathwaite had sucked some of the hope out of them in his previous innings, and once they got rid of him, they thought, right, and they started to bowl far better. Most chances have been taken, not all. Ben Foakes dropped a relatively straightforward catch. I mean, it wasn't an easy one just into his midriff without having to move, but he dropped a catch that he would hope to take most of the time. Number 55, Ben Stokes now coming into bowl. And it's whipped away by Joseph, who looks like he's going to play some shots. Didn't quite time it, so the chase is on for Johnny Bairstow. He pulls it up about 5 yards inside the rope, wings it back into Dan Lawrence, who tries to clean up but spills it one-handed back down towards the striker's end.
Yeah, loosener from Ben Stokes, floated full, whipped Caribbean style from Alzari Joseph. I think this is that. If this is the plan from Alzari Joseph, I don't think it's a bad one.
Well, it's very encouraging to Stokes that he's whipping it from off stump. Here he comes again, and back goes to Silva. Gosh, he's a resilient fellow. I mean, he's 6 runs in 55 balls. This is Barnacle Bailey stuff. Determined to keep England out. He fights hard, doesn't he, Stevie?
He does. There's interesting there, mentioned there about Alzari Joseph on off stump. Ben Stokes had just walked past him and just politely told him that was very, very close. Don't think he got much return off Alzari Joseph. Quiet man. Stokes is trying to wind him up, I think.
Back goes De Silva and pulls hard, but there's a man back, Bairstow, who's always sweeping somewhere, and does so out at square leg. Bearded, though he shaved it a bit shorter, the old red-headed beard there, and he's wearing sunglasses that have a white frame, so he looks a little different from other occasions. He's wearing a cap, not a sun hat. The difference between the sides, 65. Gosh, what England would give for a lead. It would be barely believable after the trauma of yesterday. That's a bit too straight. Joseph again whippage off the back foot to Jack Leach, who runs round from long leg to do the fieldings. He has to run around the ball because, of course, he's a right-handed thrower, not a left-handed thrower, even though he's a left-handed bowler. So he was running from long leg and ran past the ball to stop to pick it up. God, they do with getting De Silva out. He's a stone wall, that is for sure. Little breeze coming across the ground, not more than that though. More than a handful of spectators, but nothing riotous. And again banged into the pitch, and he pulls down nicely, rolls the wrists on it. Bairstow again wings it in from square leg or deepish square leg. Terrific throw that. He just seemed to do nothing more than flick it from about the level of his shoulder, and it winged into Ben Foakes' gloves. very solid-looking character, Josh De Silva. You know, you feel he's really fit and strong, sort of should be somewhere near the peak of his self. Certainly batting as if he means it. Joseph on strike. Oh, he's so nearly bowled. Stokes follows through and says something. It's a wavy old waft, and it nips back off the seam, but it didn't hit off stump. So unlucky for Ben Stokes. End of that over. 1 for 7, and we're on talkSPORT 2. Harmy?
Yeah, it's a bold statement from intent from Alzarri Joseph after tea. He's come out to play a few shots. The ones he's practicing are completely different to the ones that he's actually facing the ball, and just seen their replay of it. Missed off stump. Angling in. Both Woakes and Stokes have gone to the short ball route with the cross-seam ball, with a view of trying to get a little bit more scuff on the ball to get it to reverse swing.
Yeah. Gosh, that was close to off stump. A centimetre probably. Woakes now. The pitch is looking pretty flat since tea as forward comes De Silva and plays it quite elegantly actually out to Australia's extra cover. England all urging each other on. Stokes will want to bowl at Alzarri Joseph. They'll want to keep De Silva away from the strike now, the way Joseph is playing, which is pretty wild. They'll think there's a real chance of a wicket. Stokes again, Woakes again now, sorry, and defended. That just kept an iota low, or certainly that's what De Silva thought, because he exaggerated the bend of his knees. He took his whole body down to play the ball, played it pretty straight, and sort of held his position there as if to say, see, it's not easy.
Yeah, he watched the ball closely and carefully, and Ben Stokes has shouted to Joshua De Silva, it's all about the red ink. He's trying to take De Silva out of his comfort zone. He's defending resolutely and he's defending well. It's just frustrating England.
It's just a tad too straight from Chris Woakes, and it's hit leg side for a single. We're, by the way, worth pointing out, we're not unhappy with England bowling too straight. We're only unhappy if they bowl wide of off stump and waste the ball. So anything that the batsmen have to play is what we're pushing for. Something that Gough made a big point about this morning. England have to make the batsmen play. They have to bowl at the stumps. They have to bowl full, and that's what they didn't do in that first hour when, as I say, things were a bit lackluster, and frankly, you know, they just didn't look any good, and we know they're good cricketers. You know, someone like Chris Woakes is an outstanding all-round cricketer, and it's Woakes who runs into Joseph now. Down come the pitch, comes Joseph. He came at Woakes, and then Woakes banged it into the surface because he came so early, and he sort of fended it and pushed it, and it looped up in the air, but short of Chris Woakes. An untidy bit of cricket, but one that might have resulted in a wicket for England on another day.
Good short ball, well directed from Chris Woakes. Again, they're just England trying to get this ball to scuff, trying to get the reverse swing. You can see Ben Stokes just acknowledging Woakes just before he turned round and came into bowl.
Joseph stands with himself a little open. They used to call it two-eyed, but you don't really hear that anymore. A little open and his bat up, almost like not like a baseballer, but not far off that idea, ready just to slap it leg side at any opportunity, but that ball he blocked. Got a bright yellow bat rubber on the handle. He's got an arm guard on. He taps the ground hard now as Woakes turns, so he stands up with that bat raised, pointing to first or second slip. He goes for the hook shot. It's high in the air. It's a great hit. 6 runs for Alzarri Joseph.
Well directed. Good height from Chris Woakes. Not a lot of pace on it. What shot this is by Alzarri Joseph. Middle of the bat. Gone sailing. Talked about Jason Holder. Poor execution of the short ball. Playing against the short ball into the wind. Straight into Johnny Bairstow's hands. Not worrying Alzarri Joseph into the wind. Boundary's not big enough. That's gone about 5 or 6 rows back into the stand. That's a huge hit.
And the difference now only 56. So England will be jumpy. 3 wickets in hand. They would have reckoned at tea on getting a lead. They haven't taken a wicket since tea. Joseph has played freely, 16 from 21 balls. De Silva 9 from 61. He's playing the stone wall, as I mentioned. He works a single off his body down the long leg. Now this is what Stokes wants. He wants to have a go at Alzari Joseph. There'll be some fun here. 2 adventurous cricketers going at each other. Cool, what a hook shot that was. He just went high. He never ever bothered to roll his wrists. He got underneath it, hit it up, and away. Now he has the chance to do the same to Stokes. What will Stokes do? Fire in a Yorker, hit a good length, bowl a bouncer. What will it be? 1 of 3. It's a good length and dead straight, and there's no run in that. Joseph thought about it, but there's a very alert Zach Crawley at mid-wicket, so no run. His bat is covered in red splodges, as if he's been using a pretty new ball to practice with, or maybe a bowling machine or something, but it's covered in red marks. In the old days, before they put any protective covering on there, you'd have sandpapered that, have it looking good, oiled it, looked after it. Lovely straight drive and just cut off. Well done, Saqib Mahmood. They've run the single. Joseph does the sprinting down to the non-striker's end. Saqib Mahmood did well to stop the ball with the tumble, and as he rose to throw, he realised Joseph had made his ground. 150 now comes up for West Indies. Stokes trying everything. We've had bouncers and Yorkers and length balls, and that one just cut his fingers across it to bowl it a little slower, but Joseph was alert to it. So it's now De Silva on strike. Stands waiting, bat aloft, face just shut, and defends really well. He's got good technique for defence, that's for sure. Rolls out onto the offside. There's no run.
Just middle of a little cloud coming over, and it's just started to rain. Ground staff are out by the covers, but the umpires don't really look too worried about going off.
Well, that happens in the Caribbean. Stokes bowls, and that's again easy defence, really good defence from De Silva. Yeah, around there's those, well, I don't know whether you call them mountains, hills perhaps, full of vegetation and housing. Lovely pastel colours of those houses on the side of that hill behind that pavilion. Not that pretty a building, salmon pink colour that I've talked about a bit. Forward again comes De Silva, and there's no run from that block, which means Joseph will have the strike. It's 157. We're on talkSPORT 2 and on YouTube. The ground staff are ready to go. They're all holding the white plastic sheet, and they're coming on because of this rain, and the players are going off. That's very annoying. The chap who does the television, the microphone in the stumps, has run on, Collins his name, he's run on his heels as if he's got the worst knee problems on the planet. He's making running look more difficult than I do. Ouch.
Yeah,
there he is,
great
Colin.
Man.
Yeah, he's a good lad, is Colin, isn't he, Steve?
Yeah, he's a great man. He's a great man. He's been very helpful to me being out here. Does the sound on, obviously, for the TV, and literally he knows. He seems to be telepathic, and when the rain's coming over, standing, he's about 3 or 4 steps on the field before the covers are coming on to get a head start. It's been quite amusing when they go on and off. Colin been chasing, and you're right, he does make running look very, very challenging.
Now, what's happened here is that the players have decided there's no need to go off. So nearly all of the England team is still out there, and one of the umpires and the covers, in fact, they haven't bothered to put the second cover on, so I really think this will be a very brief delay. 10 for De Silva, 17 for Joseph, 150 for 7. The best score so far, 35. And remember, England's best score was 31. That was Alex Lees until Saqib Mahmood joined Jack Leach, then they became the two highest scorers in the innings, which is a very rare thing in the history of Test match cricket, that numbers 10 and 11 should be the highest scorers in the innings. Well, it's quite possible that De Silva and Joseph could threaten that 35 made by John Campbell. He probably played the most freely and looked the most comfortable of all the West Indian players, Harmy, didn't he?
Yeah, he did, and Campbell got a couple of hits on the head as well of Craig Overton. England they didn't start very well when it came out with the ball and give Campbell a chance to get off to a start. And same with Myers. Kyle Myers looked as though he had overcome the initial burst of pressure from England and then just give his wicket away. It's probably a story of these two teams' frailties in batting leading into this series have really come to the fore on a pitch which has got a little bit in it. And the frustrating part for England fans at this moment in time is, again, the players are just hovering around the boundary rope, expecting the cover to come off any second and Colin to put the microphone stumps back in so they can get back out there. And this might not be a bad little break for England, just to regroup, reassess what has just happened over the course of the last 25 minutes. And Joe Root, Paul Collingwood, Marcus Trescothick and team, just reminder to the players, of what mistakes was made 24 hours ago, and that partnership taking the game, bringing England back into the game and not making the same mistake the West Indies have made.
The thing is, I absolutely hear you and agree that breaks like this for the side that haven't had a good previous period are more beneficial than those who are going well. But actually, England, it's not that England have bowled badly since tea.
No,
it's just that
completely agree.
Joseph's had a bit of a go at it, and he's got a good eye and he's hit it well. He's having a good match. He bowled well, and it's gone his way so far. He's had a couple of darn good shots, hasn't he?
He has, and I think that's why it's not a bad break for England. That because if Joseph's a top order batsman, you would think, well, it wouldn't take much to watch the first couple go past and then just get back into the groove of what you have done. But tail enders, if you do have a little bit of a break, then a nice little 15 minutes off the field for England.
What do you think of the pitch? We sit here for hours on end. We see a bit of uneven bounce, not much sideways movement now. There's a temptation to think that it's the poor batting that's causing the problems for the sides, rather than and then when a tail ender comes in, of course they're not under the same pressure of expectation, and it seems they're finding it easier. Yeah,
I agree. You look at the way England started, in that first innings. Didn't too many alarms, and then Crawley chips Myers, who was gentle medium pacer, just chips him straight to extra cover. Then the demons that are in the pitch start playing on the batsman's mind, and funny decisions are made. Look at the flip side of it. Didn't really seem too much wrong with the pitch when England were wasting a new ball and West Indies were 50 for 1 until one rolled along the ground, and the same demons were put in the mind. I don't think this is a bad pitch by any stretch of the imagination. I think the one thing I will say about the pitch is if you bowl straight on it, it's very, very difficult for a batsman to score. Slow outfield, and I think it's very, very difficult for a batsman to trust the ball coming onto the bat and being comfortable of executing a shot. And I think that teeters whether it's a good enough pitch for Test match cricket. So I don't know. I quite like having a pitch with something in it rather than having what we've had in Antigua and Barbados.
I guess that it's probably myth that pitches in the Caribbean have always been fast. I think Barbados and Sabina Park were quick in the 70s and 80s, but you go back a long time and there were a lot of spinners used. The legend of the fast bowler started with just before Wes Hall and Charlie Griffith, with a guy called Roy Gilchrist, who actually played in the Lancashire leagues, and anybody who played against him would know that he could bowl real quick and nasty. But before that, the spinners Ramadan and Valentine were probably the two best known West Indian bowlers, I would say. Gary Sobers bowled quite a lot of spin as well as seam. But I don't remember, and the reading that I've done doesn't suggest that the Caribbean was a place where the ball necessarily rushed onto the bat. It's an interesting sort of contrary view to the idea of West Indian pitches. Certainly the ones we've had here have been painfully slow. Anyway, we're ready to go again. Joseph is going to be on strike. All the players are out there. The sun's out. And suddenly it's as if nothing's happened and we just had someone fixed up for an injury, or there was a drinks break or something like that. So 150 for 7, 54 behind England still. Joseph playing really well on 17, and De Silva keeping England out for all he's worth on 10 from 65 balls. Joseph on strike to Leach. That's no. They're appealing for LBW, but his pad's outside leg stump and always was and still is.
Just didn't come back.
No, and also it hit him outside leg stump, and there was a fair few things wrong with that. Probably wasn't even hitting leg stump. Nicely bowled. This is a good idea. That's a clever ball, because he really bowled it slowly. He just wanted to see. Well, it was 85 Ks. It looked slower than that, actually. He just wanted to see what Joseph did. I'd be very tempted to try to buy his wicket. I reckon 2 and over could be, if not moon balls, not far off them. Bowls again, and he goes back, does Joseph this time, which is a bit of quality batting, actually. Plays the ball off its length on the back foot, back down the pitch to Jack Leach. We wait. Leach rubs his hands in the dirt just to get a better grip on the ball. And now we've got this wonderful view, actually. No, we haven't anymore. We had it from the stump cam. And again, just back of the length, he works it leg side. Joseph doesn't like being tied down. You can sense his little bit of impatience here. Now's your moment, Jack, I think. Leach to Joseph. Oh, and he blocks again on the back foot, and Leach would have stopped that ball, but De Silva was in his way, and so he barged into him, but it didn't make any difference because it went through De Silva's legs and out for a single. So now the important thing is to keep De Silva on strike and let Stokes bowl an over at Joseph, because that's an enticing contest between two competitive men, both dominant males looking to exert their authority on this moment of the match. So can Leach keep De Silva down that end here? Yeah, easily. Lovely accurate ball. He defends it on the back foot. It means it will be Stokes versus De Silva. It would also be Neil Manthorpe.
Thank you very much indeed to Mark Nicholas. Just a reminder to all of those listening that if you do need to go out and about and you want to carry on listening, you can do that very easily indeed. Just use your talkSPORT app, swipe left for talkSPORT 2, and we're on your smart speaker, the website, and also on the talkSPORT YouTube channel, where you can find us alongside a ball-by-ball scorecard, so you can listen and watch and at the same time. West Indies 151 for 7, the briefest of rain showers. Alzari Joseph has been pretty positive and proactive. He's hooked a wonderful 6 a couple of overs ago. He's 18 off 28 balls. Joshua De Silva, the keeper, is playing an entirely different sort of innings with 10 off 66 balls. 151 for 7. Here is Chris Woakes, also with just one slip in place, and that's pushed away defensively by Alzari Joseph out on the towards mid-wicket. Are you still there, Steve Harmison?
I am still here, Neil Manthorpe.
Are we heading for a 40-wicket test match? Will we get 40 wickets in the test?
Quite possibly. obviously depends on how England go second innings and whether they get enough run lead, whether they can there's a declaration involved.
Here is Chris Woakes once again, and that's punched nicely by Joseph out of cover, and they set off for a single. Dan Lawrence picks up, and momentarily he didn't know which end to shy at, but he picked his end and he missed the stumps anyway. Do you really think a declaration? I mean, I know the pitch has got slower, at least that's the impression we have. The pitch has got slower as we go through towards the close of day 2, but the bounce has become more uneven. It's difficult to see a really big total, isn't it? I mean, England aren't going to make 400, are they?
No, you wouldn't think so, but you just never know. The way that the West Indies looked in that final session yesterday, there's not a lot of juice left in the tank of the West Indian bowlers. They've gone 3 games back to back, so you just never know.
Short pull shot off the toe end of the bat, Johnny Bairstow fields.
But I'd expect it would, if England do declare, then they'd have so much time, and you'd think they'd nearly bat for a day and 3/4, which I think would be very difficult on this surface. So yeah, you're probably right, a 40-wicket game is in order if England are to win.
Woakes once again runs away from us up to the crease now, and bowls, pushes it out towards extra cover, and fielded by Dan Lawrence. Yeah, it would take I think a very, very special and memorable batting performance from the West Indies if they're to produce a match-winning performance in the 4th innings. I just don't think things will get very much easier. The hosts were very ragged at the end of the first day, Harmy. I know we've touched on their performance in the last session. Here is Woakes once again, and it's full and straight, and there's nothing wrong with the delivery, and it's pushed firmly by De Silva, fielded by a diving Ben Stokes. But they were just so ragged and frayed around the edges and confused, and they just looked punch drunk in the last hour and a half.
They were tired, and I think that comes back to the fact, the argument now of have we got to start looking at protecting these players now? It's all well and good in COVID and keeping the game going.
Tucked away past Bairstow at square leg by De Silva, and they scramble through for another quick single.
But I think it is important now that the cricket authorities looks at the scheduling of these tours and these games. It'll definitely not happen because obviously marketing men don't want that. But I'm seeing now there's a talk whether Jaden Seals, a promising young 20-year-old bowler, does he play 3 back-to-back Test matches on 3 surfaces which have got very little pace in them. You look at the England side. You've got your 3 Rolls-Royce fast bowlers injured. You've got Stokes bowling here on 1 leg. I really do think somebody needs to look at the scheduling and give them some time in between games now.
They're commercial decisions, Harmy. I mean, you know that as well as anybody, better than most other people. Jack Leach in again. It's played defensively. No run, 153 for 7. This was only supposed to be originally a 2-test tour, as you know. But, the West Indies Cricket Board said to the ECB, we came to you in the early months of COVID. That's a sweep shot attempted by Joshua De Silva. It's pitching outside leg stump, and also it was very, very full, probably too full to actually be sweeping, but it was a premeditated shot. I mean, they are commercial, economic decisions that instead ahead of cricketing decisions, and you can understand that. Forward comes De Silva once again, played defensively. I mean, the Caribbean's been shut. It's largely dependent. Grenada, one of those islands that is dependent, not entirely dependent, not quite so much as Antigua and Barbados, but tourism is a crucial part of the economy. That one is chopped away behind square on the offside, and they do not go through for a run. It's gone straight to the fielder, and you can kind of understand it, can't you? I mean, if the Grenadian or the Caribbean Tourism Board said, look, we understand that the players are tired and it's a crowded schedule, but we really, really need the money. Can you play another Test match? And the ECB said, yeah, sure, we owe you a favour.
Yeah, I get that, and I really do, but I think as we now come out of the pandemic, we could have easily started 3 days later, 2 or 3 days later, to give your prize assets, or it's a marketing decision, but you've got prize assets and you need them on the field. England have largely gone in this game they've gone in recent times without a fast bowler because of being bowling in the ground because of the scheduling issues that there are. And would it take somebody like Ben Stokes to go in the knee that at the minute he's hobbling around here? Would it have taken somebody like that, a big star player who's not playing for the foreseeable future, and for them to really have a look at it? But it's just that for me is why the West Indies were tired yesterday afternoon. I just think they just didn't have nothing left, and it showed that they had nothing left. That a team 90 for 8, and they still didn't have enough to sort of, and they were raggy in that last session, and I put that down to the exhaustion of what the series has been so far.
Okay, I know you need to go, but just before you do, have you seen any monkeys on the island yet?
No, I haven't. No, I've not seen any yet.
Here's Woakes. That's driven up towards mid-on. The monkeys that are in the wild, in those beautiful teak and mahogany forests up in the mountains that runs from north to south on the island, are actually Mona monkeys, and they come from Africa originally. But your challenge from me is to go and find yourself an agouti. They are native. Yeah, an agouti. It's a rabbit-sized rodent, and they're native to Grenada, and I want you to see one, and take a picture of one if possible.
I'll see if I can find one. It sounds like something that should come with a straw and a pink umbrella. Loads of ice. I did hear a rumour that there was a monkey in the talkSPORT towers yesterday and pinched Darren Gough's lunch, so big fella wasn't happy.
It's all right. We got him fed in the end. It's okay. It's all right. An agouti. It's native to Grenada. It's a rabbit-sized rodent, and I can't find a picture of one anywhere. So that's your task, all right?
I'll try my best for you, pal.
Thank you. Works in again. Pushed defensively up towards mid-on, and it's gone straight to the fielder. Now I've planted the seed of rabbit-sized rodents. Matt Pryor's looking suspiciously at the chicken in front of him. Just making sure it's the real thing. And it is, of course. West Indies trailing by 51 runs have really dried up in the last hour, actually. Well, obviously didn't get any during the tea break, but we didn't get any for half an hour before tea as well. Played defensively once more by Alzari Joseph, who is an entirely competent batsman. That's why he fulfills the job of night watchman. And he's 19 off 34 balls. And Josh De Silva has 11 off 76 balls. So that West Indies using up time, chewing up time out of the game. The ball is getting older and softer, and more and more harmless the older it gets, as Woakes is in once more. That's quite rapid. Nips back, actually, seems to anyway. Maybe he went wide of the crease and it went straight on. Him on the thigh pad. No run.
The thing is, Matt, the 153 for 7, we all know we can't predict, because 114 for 9 England were, and they managed to get 204. They've still got, 22 overs to the new ball, 21 overs to the new ball. They should get past. Well, they should get on level with England if they bat those 21 overs.
Here's Woakes. Good looks to the Yorker, and actually bowls a very good ball. It's dug out, though, without much difficulty by Alzari Joseph, and the score remains 153 for 7, still 51 runs behind. And 51 still feels like, to me, like a significant number, Matt Pryor, on this pitch.
Big number on this pitch. Absolutely. I mean, Gough just mentioned 21 overs to the new ball, 20 overs to score 50 runs. That shows you how many 50 is on this surface, and how hard scoring runs is on this surface. So I think both teams, we've spoken about this is where West Indies lost their way yesterday, with the older ball getting a bit softer and not doing quite as much. England have to keep their intensity. The bowlers running in with that intent, fielders, wicketkeeper buzzing round. Keep the intensity, keep hunting wickets. You can't just allow this 20 overs to drift.
Joe Root's just left the field. Doesn't seem to be uncomfortable. Maybe just a routine bathroom break, and Jack Leach new over, and that's pushed away by Joshua De Silva. What we are seeing is what we have, it's been a little bit of a theme throughout the series actually, is that with the old ball and a slow pitch, defence, long periods of defence becomes possible. Chopped away behind square on the offside. Run scoring is very difficult. It's never been easy at any stage of all 3 test matches, but defence becomes possible for the right-minded player, as Leach is forward again into Joshua De Silva, who's forward, pushing this one up towards mid-off.
This is where the real game changers, though, can win and lose a test match. Somebody who can come in and just take the game away, to play a few shots, few sixes, few fours. But it doesn't look like any one of them in the West Indies side is going to be able to do that.
Jack Leach, and it's a little bit of width outside the off stump, chopped to backward point. Woakes dives, can't get a hand to it cleanly, and they're able to scuttle through for a single. Did they not take that? Yes, they did. Josh De Silva moves on to 12 from 80 balls, 154 for 7. But, you know, as far as the West Indies are concerned, they are behind the game. They saw what Leach and Saqib Mahmood did yesterday. They know that a long, slow, grinding partnership is possible, and that's what they need. They need to bat time. Too much width again from Leach outside the off stump, and a rare boundary. Chopped away by Alzari Joseph. It was too short and too wide, and so it deserved to be hit. But he's actually played it very stylishly, Alzari Joseph. Nicely done.
It's one thing bowlers, no disrespect at all, Goughy, struggle with against spinners is quick feet, being able to get forward and back quickly, and that was a feature of that shot from Joseph. How quick? Okay, it wasn't Leach's best ball, but it wasn't an absolute rank long hop. He moved so quickly to get in position.
Forward comes Joseph to the last ball of the over, and blocks it resolutely out square of the wicket on the offside. I like Alzari Joseph. I like him in the field. He did drop a catch at slip, but then he shouldn't have been at slip. It was way back in the first test in Antigua. He suddenly found himself at slip, and he dropped a head-high catch. But otherwise, he just seems to me like an all-round contributing cricketer.
Yeah, it's a good all-round cricketer. I think the West Indies, when it comes down to the one-day players, they've got lots of players who can bowl and bat. And I think Alzari Joseph has got that talent of where he can bowl at 90 miles an hour. And he can hold a bat. So he's a good player. You can see why he gets picked up in these competitions. I think he's going out to the IPL, isn't he? I think he's been bought, hasn't he?
Yeah, big number.
Yeah, big number, yeah. Yeah, he got 6 for. Was it last year?
In his first year in the IPL for the Mumbai Indians, he took 6 for 12 in one game. It was Woakes in once again, and that's driven up towards Saqib Mahmood at mid-off, and there's no run. Ironically enough, he, in his third over, he went for 52 or 55 and just got absolutely belted. But it's funny how you take 6 for 12 in one game, and you know the reputation just lasts for ages and ages and ages. And I think he went for something like 750,000 pounds this year. Here is Woakes once again. Forward comes Joshua De Silva, pushing it to backward point once more, straight to the fielder Ollie Pope.
It's a few run punches, isn't it?
Not a bad gig, is it? If you can get it. But there's a load of West Indians that have gone out there for the IPL. I mean, they just make their living, don't they, playing franchise cricket. You see why they're not that well paid in the Caribbean. They go and play these competitions around the world and make an absolute fortune.
I just need a nod from Jared Kimber because he's very busy, and I just need a nod or a shake of the head. Next one from Woakes, pushed defensively again by De Silva up towards mid-on, and there's no run. More West Indians than any other nation, obviously apart from Indians, but foreign players. Jared, I think 17 West Indians? Yeah, he's an uncertain nod. Once he's finished supper, he'll be able to confirm that. But yeah, lots. I mean, you know, obviously all the regular big name players, but guys like Shimron Hetmeyer's got another contract, and he's not he's got, I think, given up interest in playing red ball cricket now. Woakes in once more, and played defensively again by Josh De Silva up to Johnny Bairstow at mid-wicket. But you know, a lot of Indian franchises prepared to invest in the younger, less proven West Indian talent. 158 for 7, still 46 runs behind.
Yeah, and from an England perspective, with Gough and I were talking about it earlier, with Ben Stokes pulling himself out of the IPL to focus on Test cricket, literally going the opposite direction, does it put a bit of pressure on any other England players to do the same?
Would think so. Yeah, it's pushed out towards extra cover, and there's no run. In South Africa, meanwhile, South Africa's 5 best Test cricketers won't be taking part in the 2-match Test series against Bangladesh. They've all decided to go with the IPL, and in a couple of cases, Rabada being the obvious one, he's gone for £1.5 million, so that's obviously close to 20 times what he'll earn playing.
He could still go though, he'd only missed 2 weeks.
That's about 150 million rand, isn't it?
With change. Here's Woakes once again, and clipped away nicely. 2 straight, but that's good. We'd rather have Woakes bowling straight and attacking the stumps, and it's clipped away for a single behind square on the leg side. But in some of the other cases, it's, we forget, maybe don't mention, or maybe some people don't know, just how well looked after the players are by those franchises. They have mastered the art of care and nurture and appreciation, and and you feel wanted, and you get paid well, sure, but and if you don't have that atmosphere with alternative employment, then you're going to take it. More from Matt Pryor, and then it'll be Mark Nicholas.
Well, just on that point, we spoke at tea about it, Test cricket versus franchise cricket, and as I said, I was very lucky to experience the Big Bash, and it's exactly that. You get looked after unbelievably well. The crowds absolutely love it. There's just positivity everywhere. You aren't getting hammered by the press after every Test match or every game. What's not to love about it from a player's perspective?
Who do you play for in the Big Bash? Big Bash, Matt?
The Sydney Thunder.
All right. Jack Leach, down the pitch comes finally Josh De Silva, and not entirely convincingly. He sort of wipes it away over wide mid-on. The crowd like it though, the singing and the dancing gets behind him. He has a smile on his face, but he hasn't stepped out and done that. He's resisted absolutely everything up to that point. Anyway, it's a good shot. I guess it's 4. But this is really sticky here for Joe Root. I think he's going to have all his faculties ticking. He's got to be aware of everything that West Indies are trying to achieve here. 163 for 7. The difference down to just 41. How badly England need to break this partnership. 35 they've put on in 83 balls together. De Silva again. That's very full. Good thinking by Leach. Its work was sort of to just wider mid-on, and Crawley runs around to do the fielding one-handed and flings it back to Ben Foakes. What will Alzari Joseph do here? Darren Gough was just saying it needs someone to hit a couple of boundaries, blast a few out the park, grab the game, change its relative inertia. Well, I think in a way these two are doing that with this partnership. 36 it's worth now. Leach to Joseph. He blocks him. Almost indifferent to the threat of the ball. You can't get me out type of block. Got his arm guard on. Tall, slim man facing Somerset's left arm spinner. He throws it up to him a bit and says, go on, have a hit. But he resists and push drives it to short extra cover. Looks down at the ground. Rubs his studs on that hard popping crease. Leach comes in to bowl again. That's back over length, and back he goes. Plays it well, watches it. There's no threat in the pitch. So even someone coming in at number 9 doesn't feel that, unless he's the one who makes a mistake, he need be threatened. Also lobbed up a little by Leach. He could lob it up even more. That was 84 Ks. He could get down to 74. End of the over. No problem for Alzari Joseph, or actually Josh De Silva, Goughy.
No, I mean, there isn't as much turn in this pitch. I think there's definitely not as much turn that there was in Barbados, where Jack Leach looked threatening. He bowled a lot of overs. Would have liked him to take some more wickets over in Barbados, but he is the leading wicket taker, I think, still in the series. And there's not that much turn here. Yes, it's a little bit uneven in bounce and pace, But I think there's an opportunity here for the two batters just to try and take him down, get the fielders out on the boundary. A couple of boundaries to just get closer. West Indies' job now is to just make it a one-innings game, isn't it? Get as close to to England as they can, possibly pass them by 10 or 20, and make it a one-innings game.
I think they're going to finish on exactly the same score. We're going to start the whole thing again as a one-innings match.
We love that, though.
Well, why not? We love it all. We're lucky to be here as Joe Root turns to Craig Overton. I like that. He'll tell him to mix it up. A few bumpers, a few Yorkers, a few bouncing length balls around off stump. Just mix it up. Keep them guessing. Don't worry about risking runs to take a wicket. It's wickets we have to get here. We need to get back that momentum we had a little earlier. Here comes Overton to bowl to Josh De Silva. Just the one slip in place. It's a straight ball on a length and pushed to short mid-wicket, who's been a busy fielder, that guy at short mid-wicket. But there was only one moment where a catch may have gone to him and it fell just short. He dived forward. I think it's Dan Lawrence there. He dived forward and couldn't quite get there. Very impressed with De Silva's attitude, commitment and technique. He too is wearing an arm guard. Most of the West Indian players have. Maybe they're expecting a shelling. Here comes Overton, big tall man, and a nice drive, but again it's very hard to time the ball if you bowl it straight. You know, he sometimes on really good pitches you'd push drive that exact ball and it would rocket past the bowler, almost gather pace. It seems like in Perth you do that, you hit it into the deck and it seems to gather pace. Of course it doesn't gather pace, but it feels like it does that, and it flies past the bowler for 4. Overton again. It's a good shot, both a single to square leg. Bairstow goes to pick up. The score moves on by 1. Joseph has 23. De Silva has 18. It's 165 for 7.
When you look at the run rate in this game so far, I mean, Craig Overton, I know he's picked up a wicket, 1 for 46 of 11.3. Been rather expensive, would you say?
Well, given the overall run rate, I would, yeah. But he had a good spell when he broke through a little earlier. His second spell was better than his first spell, for sure. But he got edge on it. He got an edge on it. He would have been in front of all 3, and it was a strangled appeal by Craig Overton. But that was very straight, that ball, and Joseph playing across it.
Yeah, just a bit of an inside edge that saved him. Well, a lot of an inside edge, really. England appealed, but I think they knew he had hit it.
Well, what they want is the Joseph who came to the crease first up and was swinging from the hip. He's playing more responsibly now. Overton again. Push that out onto the offside. There's no run in it. An alert fielder who I think is Zach Crawley. Didn't get long to have a look at him.
I think the West Indies coach was spot on, wasn't he, Simmons, this morning when he said we can get past 35, 40 overs. We know, it was obvious yesterday, it became a lot easier, and I think he has. This last 15 overs has been pretty docile, really, the pitch.
Yes, good word for it. Down comes Joseph, walking to Overton, who fields and underarms the stumps down, but Joseph had already made it back to his ground. Joseph is determined to keep looking to assert himself. End of the over, 165 for 7 here on talkSPORT 2 and YouTube.
Docile cricket, docile pitch, as you've said, Goughy. What you got to do is see how long, challenge the batsman, how long can they be patient? De Silva looks pretty set, 19 off 91 balls, but Joseph, you always know when you're bowling at the bowlers, the tail end or whatever, lower order as they're called nowadays, you just can't help but feel if we just keep him down, there's only a matter of time that you want to walk down the wicket or have a go, try and hit a boundary, do something, and that's where the chance will come for England.
Leach now to bowl to De Silva. And he tries to play a little delicate late cut from just maybe a tad too close to his body. And that made it hard for him to get any power into it.
Phil De Silva wants to go after Leach a little bit. Just the last few overs, he played that shot, came down, hit him over the top.
Right, well, short legs very straight. If he goes down and plays there, he goes for the cut again. No run, goes straight to point. Now that short leg who was fielding very straight has now gone across to the offside to silly point. Quite know why that should be, but he has. Maybe just a little change for the batsman to think about, rather than for any tactical reason. Forward comes De Silva and gets a thick inside edge. He takes a huge stride with bat and pad together and gets a thick inside edge out to mid-wicket for no run. He tugs on the wrist strap of his glove, settles himself into his stance. Leach is ready to bowl again. We've seen so much of it, more than 90 overs in the last Test match. As De Silva goes back and tries a back foot drive, but again the ball doesn't come onto him, and so he can't really make the pace on the ball as it's bowled slowly. He hasn't played the sweep very well. He's missed a lot of opportunities to sweep, actually. That was the perfect ball for it, sliding down the leg side about the right length, and he just missed it. Simple as that. It hit Ben Foakes' pads. Throws that a little higher and just a tad too straight, and off the front foot De Silva's able just to nudge it behind square for a single and keep the strike. Jared, go for it.
Yeah, I just wanted to talk about Joshua De Silva. He came into this side as someone who had batted very high up for Trinidad and Tobago. He didn't play a lot of games, but he opened the batting and batted 5 for them, which obviously not that regular for a wicketkeeper batter to be able to do. Since playing for the West Indies, he's batted at 7 and 8. I want to ask you, Matt, if does he have to change the way he plays a little bit if he's going from those other positions? He's still new, and I think part of the reasons he hasn't made as many runs as probably he should have made is because he's getting used to these positions which he's never batted before in first-class cricket, and having to come to... He's actually batted for the majority of his time with the West Indies at number 8, which is something that he's not used to.
Here's Craig Overton. A friend of mine... No, I can't say it. Don't worry, you carry on. Change of plan.
You can't leave us hanging like that.
I'll do the score now. 166 for 7, because I didn't do it on talkSPORT 2. 23 for Joseph and 20 for De Silva. That ball pretty easily defended. I've said a few times, he is impressive, Jared. He's got a good temperament for it. I'd say his batting was ahead of his wicket keeping.
I think he would admit that.
Yeah.
I think he made a comment about it on the stump mic yesterday.
Oh, I see. Okay. Overton again bangs it in. He goes on the pull stroke. It was in the air for a time, but as ever, Bairstow's out there. No, that isn't Bairstow, actually. I think it's Crawley.
I think one challenge you have is if you bat down the order when you used to be in a sort of frontline batsman, you almost bat the number. If you're batting at number 8, you suddenly play like a number 8. All of a sudden, don't know why. It must be obviously something mental. Something changes. You end up batting like a number 8. So you have to always be thinking, right, if I see myself as a top 5, top 6 batter, wherever I'm batting in the lineup, that's how I'm going about my business.
And do you know something funny? If you're a number 10, the reverse happens, and you bat at 8, you don't bat like a number 8.
You don't get better.
Down the pitch comes Alzari Joseph. He goes so early, the bowler has plenty of time to see him and just bangs it into the pitch, and there's not much that he can do. Overton looks really steeled up by this.
He does. He can bowl an heavy ball, Overton. He tends to bowl within himself most of the time, but when he wants to step up, he can bowl quite lively at times.
And again he comes down the pitch, and again Overton bangs it into the pitch, and this time Joseph doesn't stand up and play it. He ducks it.
Goughy, what did you feel if a batsman walked at you? Did you like, not that many would have walked at you.
No, they did.
This would have been later on in your career. But
Herschel Gibbs?
No, I don't think he did walk at me, actually, Herschel.
Did you find it intimidating, or did you think, I'm in the game, he's going to do something daft?
Well, it depends. I think I didn't mind them walking at me in one-day cricket, because there's lots of different deliveries you can bowl to stop them scoring.
Overton. That's a big nip back. That's hit middle and leg, is it? No, says the umpire. It's missing leg. It did come back sharply, more like an off break than an off cutter. roared back into the pads. What are they going to do? Root looks. Overton isn't sure. Root is not sure. He thinks, he's only got one left and he's decided to use it, so desperate is he to break this partnership. I suspect he's wasted it. That's my guess. It really did come back at an angle.
Review for LBW. The original decision is not out. I've already checked the front foot. It's a fair delivery. Can you move on to front on, please? Yeah, there's clearly no bat involved. Clearly no bat involved. Can you move on to ball tracking when available, please, Mark? Just waiting on ball tracking, Gregory.
Sorry for the delay. We're waiting for ball tracking. Here we go.
Pitching outside off. Impact in line. Wickets missing. Mark, I'm ready to go back on field to Gregory. Greg, you can stay with your original not out decision. You're on screen. You can signal now.
Gregory Brathwaite has got it right. Not out. Nipping back. Missing leg stump. DRS working against England there. They're down to no reviews left, which could cost them. In general, I think the players don't make enough of a study of the umpires. I think umpires react in different ways. If an umpire stays dead still and immediately gives it not out, very unlikely to be hitting enough of the stumps to a decision to be overturned, as Overton really steamed in there and tried to bowl that quicker and harder into the pitch, but it was well defended by De Silva. It's 168-for-7 on talkSPORT 2. West Indies clawing their way back into things. Fascinating contest. It certainly isn't the highest standard of cricket that we've all seen between us, but boy, it's a tight game, isn't it?
I think it's about desperation, when they're reviewing these. They're going to the bowlers who've not had much to bowl on in Antigua and Barbados, and they suddenly come to Grenada and they're sniffing wickets, and they're desperate to get overturned or get the review right. And you can see it in the face of Woakes, you can see it in the face of Overton. They just want to review, even though they possibly really know deep down it probably was missing. And that's what it comes down to. It's desperation for wickets when you've had a quiet series.
If you know deep down that it's missing, you have to get a hold of your emotions. You have to take emotion out of decision reviews. Leach bowls, and it's back of a length and blocked, and actually it pops up a bit in the block because he got onto it early, but it didn't pop up into Jack Leach's hands. Leach again. Oh, he comes down now, and it doesn't carry out to cover. Saqib Mahmood fields. Yeah, Leach is teasing him. It's riveting stuff. It's stuff that you might see at any club ground with a lower order batsman almost battling with himself here against the slow left arm spin of Jack Leach. He goes back and he drives off the back foot. That is not a lower order batsman on a club ground. It's a beautiful stroke. A stroke of pedigree from Alzari Joseph.
Yeah, he's played a couple of great... Sorry, Mark.
I was just saying they get 3 for it, not 4, because he didn't quite make it to the boundary's edge.
Yeah, another good shot from Joseph off the back foot. He seems to be very, very competent when he's flying back. Quick feet. It's not that short. Short enough, of course, but not that short. Quick on his feet, Joseph, and punches it back. Times it very nicely to get 3 runs.
Cricketer. Now, short leg has gone very straight again. Come across from Silly Point to just De Silva. De Silva did come down once and spank Leach over wide long on, but this time he goes back and tries to cut. But it goes straight to Chris Woakes at backward point. Jared?
He's obviously a much better player of spin than he is pace bowling, and he averages 31 against spin compared to 24 against pace in Test cricket, but he scores at 1.9 runs and over against spin.
Leach bowls and De Silva blocks. You mean De Silva, do you? Not Joseph?
Sorry, De Silva, yeah. So that's quite slow, a strike rate for someone who has quite a good average. Generally, the average and the strike rate go together, but not in this case.
Well, he's playing very competently. 21 he's made. Leach bowls a very gentle ball that's defended on the front foot. And the end of that over, 26 to Joseph, 21 to De Silva, 171 on talkSPORT 2. A word... Oh, no, it isn't. We're going to go straight across to the Caribbean now, to Samuel Badri and Mark Butcher. Hi, Butch.
G'day, Mark. How are you?
Yeah, very well. I'm fascinated by your insight on-site.
Well, insight on-site is that pretty much has happened yesterday afternoon. With the ball going soft and 66 overs old, the pitch tends to look as though it holds no demons whatsoever, as much as England are huffing and puffing. As Overton is in, short ball at Zari Joseph, who ducks underneath it. The ball barely goes over the top of the stumps on its way through to Ben Foakes, and there's no run. England are going to have to work extremely hard to prize out these last 3 wickets, and the West Indies are just chiselling away at England's lead. 33 is that lead now, 171 for 7. And Overton looks quite fresh, really. How many overs has he through now? It's only into his 14th. Runs away from us here, and now Zari Joseph comes 2 or 3 paces down the pitch and then defends it on the front foot, on the walk to Saqib Mahmood at mid-off, and there's no run again. Might have a think about coming up to the stumps, Ben Foakes, or at least he might if the bounce on the pitch was a little bit more reliable.
Yeah, I've seen Craig Overton having a word with the umpire. I quite suspect he might be telling him that Zari Joseph is actually getting into the danger area while he's playing his stroke.
Goes Overton again, and that's a full delivery, and Joseph has a big booming drive at it, but misses it on the outside. I think the ball passes the inside edge and goes through to Ben Foakes, and again there's no run.
And I was reading in that Pakistan test match, Pakistan-Australia, where David Warner, there was a pause in play because David Warner was standing in a position that he was encroaching in the danger area, and there was a bit of a conjecture about that, and they had to look to the law book, of course, and he can't stand in an area which would...
And goes Overton again, and it's on the hip of Joseph, who has a whippy flourish at it. I'm not sure whether he's made contact with the bat or if it's come off the thigh pad as yet. Thigh pad it is, so a leg bye to the total. Lead now 32. I remember bowling at Arjuna Ranatunga in a match at the Oval. Extraordinary match at the Oval. We won the toss, batted first. I think it was 1998. I think we made 480. John Crawley made a brilliant 100. As Overton is in, away from us again, and that ball comes off inside edge and thigh pad, bounces out onto the offside, and again there is no run. I think Ranatunga stuck us in on a very, very dry oval pitch, last match of the international match of the season. We made 480. They then made 680. Jaya Surya making a blistering double 100, Aravinda De Silva making 150. I remember bowling at... I was bowling, that's how much trouble we were in, as Craig Overton is in once again. That's a full delivery. De Silva tries to drive through the offside, and the ball comes off the toe of the bat and is fielded by Woakes in the covers. That's the end of the 67th over. 13 overs before England can get their hands on a new ball. 172 for 7, and the West Indies trail by 32. And anyway, the long and the short of it is that I was bowling so terrifyingly quickly that that Ranatunga was standing so far up the pitch that he also got warned off from standing on the wicket. I think a lot of that was to do with trying to create as much rough for Muralitharan as possible, who took 16 wickets in the match and bowled them to victory. But yeah, I'm not sure I ever played in a test match or any other type of match where 480 in the first innings was not enough to keep you safe.
Yeah, Brian Lara can tell you about some of those matches where he got double 100 and still lose the game against Sri Lanka, Muralitharan, wreaking havoc. But that series West Indies played in Sri Lanka, he got over 500 runs. Might have been quite a lot more, as a matter of fact, in that series, and yet still quite a lot of those games ended in 4 days. West Indies being beaten 2-1, as it were. Good partnership developing between these two here now. 44 it's worth, 118 deliveries. Zari Joseph and beaten on 26. Joshua Da Silva 21. Joseph the more aggressive of the two. Waits on Saqib Mahmood as he makes his way in from the river end.
Yeah, 3 men back on the hook, and Saqib is in, and Joseph again launches himself down the track and then defends with a straight back to mid-off, no run. Saqib seemed to run in okay there quite freely. He had what looked like a tight hamstring, or at least a tight adductor in his right leg before the tea break, but he seems to have come out afterwards and is moving around okay. And 72 for 7, 32 the lead. Just the 4 fielders on the offside, 5 on the leg, and that ball is clipped, timed beautifully off the toes of Alzari Joseph out to the man in front of square, coming in off the fence, Johnny Bairstow, and they take a single.
That one was clipped officially, but well in the gap. It is a mid-wicket, a straight mid-wicket. That one went square with the protection in the deep. Still some protection in the deep for Joshua De Silva. Deep forward square. Joe Root position as the solitary slip fielder as Mahmood makes his way in once again.
De Silva on the front foot, drives to mid-on, and again there's no run. Extraordinary patience shown again from Josh De Silva. 21 from 106 deliveries, just the 2 boundaries, a strike rate less than 20. And he's doing sterling work for his team. Quite often surfaces like this, you're not going to play beautiful innings, but they can be extremely valuable. Just chipping away. Neither side wants to give away a lead on this deck as Mahmood turns again. Reverse swinging into the middle of De Silva's bat. He pings it into Dan Lawrence's hands at mid-wicket. Again, there's no run.
This game becoming quite familiar. What we've seen in the previous 2 test matches, neither side really taking the ascendancy, although in both games England were in a better position, if not a match-winning position. West Indies batting out and battling out to a draw on the 5th day. And so far they're battling in this first innings.
Battling they are, as Saqib is in again, and De Silva, that familiar sort of prodding forward defensive stroke, knocks it back to the bowler. And again there's no run. There's no flourish, is there, with Josh De Silva's batting. It's very, very workmanlike. Just rather chokes the bat with the bottom hand. Rather jabs at the ball when it comes down. There's no flow to his batting. Alzari Joseph, on the other hand, there's all of the style. As Mahmood is into De Silva once again. Looks for the Yorker. Gets hit a little bit too leg side, and De Silva turns it round to Alex Lees at fine leg, and they come through for a single. De Silva will keep the strike. He moves on to 22. It's 174 for 7.
Gives Alzari Joseph and Joshua De Silva an opportunity just to get a change of gloves, and maybe a bit of a rehydration as well, as the 12-man Anderson Phillip runs onto the field. A bit of a conversation between Craig Overton and Ben Stokes at the bowler's end. Everyone trying to counteract the plans of the other as the rhythm section blares away, still creating that energy and that buzz around the stadium. Pleasantly surprised by the number of local fans coming in, and hopefully over the course of the weekend that can multiply. I've quietened the travelling fans of England. For the most part in this series, they've outnumbered the locals. They've been quite buoyant. This partnership has just quietened them down significantly. I'm still looking for some bit of action and a further breakthrough. 174 for 7 it is, and Craig Overton will continue from the Darbo end.
Yeah, 128 was the score when the last wicket, that of Carl Mayers, fell. chipped a tame catch, first catch in Test match cricket, to Saqib Mahmood at mid-on off the bowling of Ben Stokes. And since then it's been stoic resistance from De Silva and the odd big shot from Alzari Joseph. As Overton runs into him, short leg has just been put in place. That was what the slight delay was for, the helmet coming out on the pot. Silva plays a pull shot and she hits almost directly into the ground just behind him. It goes all the way to Jack Leach at fine leg, and they come through for a single. Lead is now 29 into the 20s. Another 10 runs knocked off England's lead.
And the pace significantly lower, as you'd imagine, as we got deeper into the day. 129, that last one was registered. Bowling previously, those effort balls at 140 comes in once again down the track. Alzari Joseph, big heave across to the leg side. Protection at that deep mid-wicket boundary, just a single, but real aggression and intent from Alzari Joseph. Marches down the pitch, has a go at that one, bounced awkwardly for him, and still went through with the stroke, and fortunately for him, the ball fell quite safely.
It might be worth a gamble for Craig Overton to just try and fire in a Yorker or a very low full toss at Alzari Joseph, as Overton is now bowling at De Silva, and that's down the leg side, and De Silva allows it to pass. You can almost bet on the fact that Alzari Joseph is going to come down the pitch, he's going to advance. It might be worth just trying to sneak one underneath him, fire in a quick low full toss Yorker, catch him unaware. Joseph is very much expecting the ball to be hitting the middle of the pitch at the moment. One or two adjustments to the field. Saqib Mahmood just gets in a little bit closer, extra cover as Overton is in towards De Silva, and again he plays a paddle pull shot which goes down into the leg side, and they pick up another single. Frustration just starting to show a little bit for England here. 176 for 7, halfway, 4 balls into the 69th over. West Indies now trailed by 27. How many overs to the new ball now? It'll be 11 after this one. England aren't going to have a great deal of time with it tonight, should they need to take it. Over rate has been pretty slow. Joseph goes leg side this time, it's inside edge, and I think it's been taken. Alzari Joseph stepped way outside his leg stump. Craig Overton followed him, and Joseph just had a swipe. That's all. That's the best way I can describe it. He just had a massive swipe, and the ball has taken the under edge of the bat, and Ben Foakes tumbling away down the leg side takes a simple enough catch, and that is the end of the partnership. Samuel Badri, I can tell you, is sat next to me utterly stunned at what he's just seen. And the score is 177 for 8, and the West Indies trail by 27.
In total disbelief with that shot out of nowhere. He's advanced down the track a couple of occasions, the previous delivery that he's faced, and had a swipe. This time backs away to the leg and has a similar swipe, bottom edge through to wicketkeeper Ben Foakes. Really inexplicable. Talk about giving your wicket away and gifting your wicket away, totally against the run of play. You were quite settled in, you were looking comfortable, looking organized, the partnership was building, you were doing everything that was required of you, and then that out of the blue, all of a sudden, that has to be a brain fade moment from Alzari Joseph.
Now Kemar Roach makes his way out to the middle, and there's now a dilemma, I think, for Josh De Silva, because Kemar Roach is as handy as he is with the bat, and as dedicated he is to not giving his wicket away. He's not going to move the scoreboard along in the same way that Alzari Joseph might have. So De Silva has got to have a think about whether or not he needs to try and up the ante a little, take on a little bit more responsibility for scoring. Time is not an issue here in this Test match. It's how close the West Indies can get to England. England will take any sort of lead, even if it's only 10, 15, 20. Samuel Badri's still shaking his head next to it. Can't believe the shot that Alzari Joseph has just played. It was horrendous. I spoke of the style and the flourish and the flair that Alzari Joseph has, particularly when clipping the ball off his legs or trying to drive the ball through the offside. And he just played the most agricultural swipe you could imagine, with his team quite on the brink, but getting closer to putting England under real pressure in the third innings of this match. But as it is, Craig Overton won't be complaining. He has his second wicket now, 2 for 50 are his figures, and England have got a chink of light here. Another delay, as, all the while that England were in that huddle waiting for the new batter to come in. Nobody thought to think about what the field should look like for the new batter, and so that decision has now been made to call on another helmet. So Matt Parkinson, in his slightly pigeon-toed, waddly way, has run out with another helmet for Joe Root, and he will now position himself at silly point. There's now no slip, no third man. Overton will be aiming at the body of Kemar Roach as he makes his way into him now. Short ball down the leg side, and it's taken by Ben Foakes. It's the end of a successful over for England. 177 for 8 here on talkSPORT 2.
Yeah, Alzari Joseph should know how much he's toiled to get wickets in this series, how much he's toiled to get wickets throughout this game as well. And just to gift your wicket away to a seamer, just really indescribable as it is now. Lots of responsibility on Joshua Da Silva, Kemar Roach and Jayden Seales. Still trail the West Indies by 27 runs. They'll need to get that first and maybe get an additional 15, 20, maybe even up to 30. And how vital that will be in the second innings remains to be seen. But if they can concede a lead, then England will use every bit of momentum, every bit of positivity out of that as they set about their second innings. This game, Matt Butcher, has a result one way or the other.
No, for sure, unless we get some extraordinary downpour, change in the weather out here, this game will go to result. One of these two teams will make a little bit of history, be the first to win the Richards Botham Trophy. West Indies will win their first match here in Grenada, should they get up, and England will win their first series in the West Indies since 2004. Shakib Mahmood in towards Da Silva, who again jabs the bat down on that foolish delivery. Goes to Ben Stokes at mid-on, and there's no run.
And you're absolutely right. Joshua Da Silva, a conundrum ahead of him. Does he take the single early? Does he expose Kemar Roach? Does he try to get runs? Does he play for the not out? How does he go about this innings from here? Or does he trust Kemar Roach to bat resolutely with him? It remains to be seen. But he's done a wonderful job himself. 113 deliveries he's faced so far, 2 boundaries, 24 not out. 141 minutes he's spent out in the middle.
Here comes Mahmood, and that's a wide-ish delivery that Da Silva times quite nicely through the vacant extra cover region. He'll come back for a couple. Again, there's no fuss about the stroke play of Josh Da Silva. It's just lay a deadish bat on the ball and allow the pace, whatever is given to him from the bowler, to take the ball away for a couple of runs. And 79 for 8 now. 25 the lead for England.
And the scoring rate on both days seem to have been similar. 204 scored on day 1, 179 so far on day 2 as Mahmood makes his way in. Short ball directed at the body, just swivels on that one. Joshua Da Silva down towards Craig Overton at fine leg, gets the single, brings Kemar Roach on strike for the first time to face Shakib Mahmood. 180 for 8 now on the score. It seems as though Joshua Da Silva will trust Kemar Roach, will give him the strike, will expose him. But just in terms of that scoring rate, it has been quite difficult to score freely. One of the batsmen have struggled, particularly the top order of England. Craig Brathwaite and John Campbell got off to a good start. 50-run opening partnership. Campbell in particular was looking quite good until he fell. And so every single run I guess that's the point I'm trying to make so important in this game. The outfield isn't particularly quick. So you can add probably 20, 30 runs to the score for both teams if we were playing in perhaps Kensington or the Sir Viv Richards Stadium.
Jackie Bint, short leg in place. He goes for the Yorker straight away to Kemar Roach. England think that that's hit him on the boot first, but they do not have a review left to make good on that thought. And so Saki puts his head in his hand, pinches the bridge of his nose and turns and goes back. There were two noises there. Let's have a look on the replay. Kemar Roach got the bat on it, not a problem. There's one or two local characters here that have really brightened up the day. There's a gentleman, a pair of sort of brown tan boots and white trousers and a black trilby hat that's got Happy New Year written on it. And he's having the best New Year of his life right now, I can tell you that. Dancing away as Mahmood is in again, looking for that Yorker, and again Kemar Roach digs it out. And the steel band, the rhythm section are cooking up a real storm on the western side of the ground. A couple of ladies who are in what I'm guessing is traditional Grenadian dress have been swinging and swaying their hips constantly throughout the entire day. They're going to be the loosest two ladies on the island by the time we get through to 5:37 because there was a short rain delay just before the tea break. Saki Mahmood is in once again, and he beats Kemar Roach outside the off stump. And that's the end of the 70th over now. 180 for 8. West Indies trail by 24.
There's been that sort of day for England and for West Indies alike. Started off quite well in the early session. England fought back, partnership developed, and then England fight back yet again. Ebbed and flowed throughout the course of this test match. The fortunes, no one still in a dominant position. Still so much to play for. Remember, this is a shootout. The winner of this take all, win the series. Coming on the back of two similarly uninteresting draws. This one, however, seems to be quite interesting.
Yeah. Craig Overton in, short ball to De Silva, who's up on his toes defending on the back foot, thinks about taking a single and then thinks better of it. Yeah, I mean, yesterday I made the comparison. I was trying to think of what this pitch reminded me of when I looked at it closely on day one, and it came up with Port of Spain, Queen's Park Oval. It reminds me of a couple of matches played back there in 98 series, West Indies versus England. So Craig Overton runs away from us once more, 32 on his back. That paddle pull stroke from De Silva that's been productive for him, bringing another single, fielded by Jack Leach on the boundary. And played two matches there in Trinidad because the Sabina Park match had been called off, so they replaced it with a second game at Port of Spain. Both of them were low-scoring affairs, and both of them were won by the teams batting last, chasing, I think, the biggest scores of the match in the final innings to win the test matches. And low scores, first and second innings, third innings, and then a shootout in the last. Down the leg side, that ball from Overton hasn't been able to get it right to Kemar Roach. England perhaps again maybe just overdoing the idea of the leg side field to a lower order batter like Kemar Roach. Got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 fielders on the leg side, no slip. Got Joe Root in there at silly point. Just wonder if that field is just narrowing down Craig Overton's options to take a wicket here. He's having to fire the ball in at middle stump and is losing his line down the leg side as he comes in again. And that ball is much straighter. Kemar Roach rather jumps, expecting the ball to bounce a little higher than it does, and then drops the bat on it in defence, and there's no run.
Yeah, last two deliveries up to 135 kilometers per hour from Craig Overton. And I agree with you in terms of overdoing that particular line. No slip in position. I think that should have at least one, if not two, and give him that option of bowling that ball outside of stump and a little bit fuller, bring everything into play.
As Overton's in once again, and Kemar Roach, in that French cricket style of his, gets right deep in his crease with both toes pointing back up the pitch and manages to get the inside half of the bat on it, and it brings him a single. He's now off the marks, taking him 7 deliveries. The lead is 22, inching away towards the teens. Josh De Silva is just he's got his head down, he's just battling away, eyes on the prize of not giving away a first innings lead here. 182 for 8, last ball of this Overton over. He's in, and again the ball is aimed at the body of De Silva, who defends it on the leg side. It's picked up by Chris Woakes, and that is the end of the 71st. 182 for 8.
There's just a little bit of silence around the crowd as the drinks come onto the field. Opportunity for everyone to just recalibrate and resettle, refocus for the final period of the day's play, the second day in this final Apex Test Series. No one yet been able to take the upper hand in a convincing or commanding style, and I'm sure the message that will be sent out for the West Indian batsmen will be to continue to chip away, continue to gnaw away at this target, continue to nurdle and trust each other. And for the Englishmen, they'll look to find a way to get that 9th wicket and see whatever lead they can muster.
Okay, well, Samuel Badri, I'm going to have to leave you and wander next door. So some more thoughts from you before we hand back to the boys in the studio back there in London. Players taking a drink out here, and the key very much is for the West Indies to give nothing away, and England will be thinking exactly the same. We're in for a tight one, that is for sure. Low scoring games can often be fascinating ones, and we shall see who will prevail in this Apex Test Match Series.
The groundsman just highlighting the crease and that leaf blower that is so prominent in these parts, just to blow off any bit of debris on the surface. As everyone seems to take a break, everyone seems to just refocus on the job at hand, and the shadows lengthen across the western side of the field here at the Grenada National Stadium, and we're in for might just be an interesting final passage of play. Game nicely poised. The West Indies won 82 for 8 in 71 overs, still trailing by 22 as I hand you back over to Mark Nicholas.
Thanks, Samuel. Yeah, we're in a drinks break with a bit of cricket left this evening. It'll probably be an hour. Jared, do you know how many overs are left? Pardon?
Sorry, I'll look that up.
19, so we're going to get an hour's cricket. They won't get all the overs in because so much bowling has been done by the seamers.
Well, this is why the West Indies plan of using all those part-time spinners was so good. They got through their overs. Might have cost them a lead in the end. They'd probably already be in front now if they hadn't have bowled so many. There was a period where in 7 overs, they used all 5 of their seam bowlers against the numbers 10 and 11. And in 15 over period, they used 7 of their bowlers. And altogether, they used 8 different bowlers against the numbers 10 and 11 mark. So it was a bit bizarre. Some of that was overrate. I think sometimes they were trying to give them a different look with the part-time spinners. But it was one of the more bizarre sessions we've seen. This has been higher quality cricket than the final session we saw yesterday, even if we just saw that bizarre shot from Elzari Joseph.
Yeah, that was a messy piece of cricket, wasn't it? If you were writing a book about the history of Test match cricket, you might not include that moment.
Well, I thought what they were doing, especially with De Silva's thinking, and Phil Simmons mentioned it at the start of the day, let's get to the old ball and completely, defend and then attack when the old ball comes. That's what they did, but standing at square leg, trying to hit the ball for 6, probably not ideal from Joseph.
Saqib Mahmood came in there with plenty of energy. We wondered if he'd strained his groin. It's a single for Roach, pushed out into the covers, but we wondered earlier, he looked as if he'd got a bit of a problem. Anyway, he seemed to come in with plenty of vigour there and bowled a full ball that actually just swung in an iota to Roach. Anyway, he got a single from it. So De Silva, who Mark Butcher described without perhaps not as complimentary as I thought. I think De Silva's rather good. He's played well here. He gets in good positions. He's got a better technique than most people playing in the game, and he's got 28 from 118 balls, and he's dragged West Indies up and absolutely into this match. I think Butch was more referring to the fact that he's limited. But that isn't necessarily a bad thing in Test match cricket, funnily enough. If you've only got 3 shots to play and you play them well, you'll probably be a pretty good player if your technique's good enough to keep the ball out. 98 dot balls he's faced. You'll have a lot of patience for that and concentration. He waits for Saqib, who bowls it very straight, and he whips it away leg side off middle stump. Wow, there's some timing in that. Obviously beginning to feel pretty good about himself. Ben Stokes just pulls it up inside the boundary rope by about 6 inches, flicks it back with his fingers, and then returns it to the non-striker's end, but they've come through for 3. Trying to see who I'm on with here. Oh, we're waiting for Steve Harmison. He's momentarily indisposed, but JK can fill in.
This is made for Kemar Roach's batting, isn't it? This situation, just rock on the front foot and knock the old ball around.
He's hard to get out, Kemar Roach, isn't he? Generally, and we'll be hoping that's not the case today. I think they should crowd him. I can't believe they just hang back. There's a slip and a short leg. I'd have 5 round the bat. Here we go. He bangs that in, and Roach goes back and plays it so easily it's almost laughable, because Saqib Mahmood put a lot into that. Harmy, you with us?
Yeah, I'm with you. I could hear you before. I don't think my mic was fully turned up. The Barmy Army are turning themselves up and trying to give England that one final push. But I agree what you're saying about sort of crowding Kemar Roach. It's so important that Saqib Mahmood keeps making Roach play with his bat.
I don't think it's one of Joe Root's strengths, how to attack a batsman. What makes a batsman uncomfortable? Roach waits now, and that's a good ball. Beats him around off stump. Just moves away from him a bit. Is taken at ankle height by Ben Folks. So I'm getting more and more of a feeling about what Matt Pryor said earlier, that when a pitch is uneven in both pace and bounce, it's really difficult to know where to stand, and keeping a wicket becomes extremely awkward. Anyway, it's just sliding by off stump, that ball, what England would give to hit off stump. 18 the difference between the sides. Just one slip and a short leg, otherwise people saving the single. Couple back, a nice straight ball from Mahmood, and that's the end of that over, blocked as it rolls out to cover. I wonder if we can turn Matt Pryor's mic up. I just want to ask you a question. And what do you err on, standing closer?
Yeah.
Yeah, it has to carry, doesn't it? That's the key. And if it just flies at you and hits you in the chest, so be it.
And sometimes you're talking to your slips as well, and you're just saying, listen guys, we're going to have to take it on. And it's exactly that, almost catch the rebound. You know, if it's someone in the chest, you're almost looking for the rebound off a mate. But, you know, bowlers absolutely hate it when they get the edge and it drops a foot short. So they're always saying, come closer.
Oh, yeah, no, I understand the bowlers get that. I just wonder if you have to be more cognizant of... No, that's nicely done. Just flipped it round off a short ball, a sort of little pull shot, really. Paddle pull, you'd call it. So De Silva gets off strike, which means England can bowl at Kemar Roach. 187 for 8, 17 the difference between the sides. I just wondered how cognizant you had to be about the best position for you to take the catch in. I mean, you don't want to get silly about getting too close.
Exactly, and I always, my preference was actually to catch the ball at thigh height, which is probably a bit lower than normal. Usually keepers want to catch around waist.
Here's Overton again, and now they are crowding Roach. This is much better. A silly point, a forward short leg, and a leg gully. That's much, much more like it. I think they could have another slip in.
So I had to be particularly careful of getting too deep, and of course it's not it might carry to me, but you've got to then be aware of your slips, and is it actually going to carry to those guys as well, particularly first slip. So there were occasions where I would push up, get to the point where I felt comfortable where I was, but actually first slip had to come really close, really tight up on me.
Overton bowls now, and that's down the leg side. A lot of balls have gone down the leg side to no avail for anybody today, and that's because England have, since that first hour, tried to bowl so much straighter, so we'll excuse that ball and say that he's trying to do the right thing, not quite getting it exactly spot on. What do you look for? If you're the keeper and you see a young bowler like Saqib Mahmood come into the side, what are the things that you're searching for? Sorry, Harmy, I'm just going to...
No, keep going.
Bear with me. I'm just interested in something with Matt here. As Roach waits, and that's short and also goes down the leg side. I'm just interested in what the wicket keeper is looking for in a bowler like Saqib Mahmood. I was so interested that, you know, he was saved till later. They thought of him as a reverse swing bowler exclusively. Well, clearly he's more than that.
Yeah, clearly it's more than that. With regards to when the ball is reversing?
If you want to establish how good he is, if you're going to report back to your captain, what are the things you look for in a bowler?
Sure.
Consistent lines, the right lengths, pace, what are the movement? Overton, we have a good view of him from the stump camera, and it almost carried to the man round the corner at leg gully. An old-fashioned position, but the ball's dying on everybody here. It's a soft old thing, and they're dying to bowl with a new ball. But still another 7 overs after this one until they can, and West Indies getting closer, just 16 in it now.
Well, the first thing you're looking at is everyone's aware of what the plan would be to a particular batsman. The first thing you'd be aware of is, can the bowler actually execute that plan? Are they accurate enough to deliver their skill, ball in, ball out? How many overs can they go without bowling that bad delivery? How consistent can they be?
Overton again, and now a pull stroke from De Silva, but he hits it straight into the ground, and it's the end of that over. 88 for 8 here on talkSPORT 2. The difference between the sides 16. Okay, next thing.
The next thing would be how the ball is reacting off the surface. So many international, the fine international bowlers, it almost feels like the ball is gathering pace off the deck, whether it's swinging or seaming. There's a particular bounce and carry that comes through. It tends not to sort of die off too much. Not so much on a surface like this, of course. But on a surface like this, so the ball's reversing a little bit now. A couple of things I picked up with Saqib in particular is, can he hold his length? So reverse swing, everyone thinks, go full and straight. But actually the real skill is to be able to get the ball reversing, but still hitting that length and full of a length. And also, can you get it going away as well as in?
Saqib does. I've seen him do that, and that might have been it, actually. It was well played by Roach, who stayed in his crease but blocked it in a rather French cricket way, but the fact is he kept it out.
And that's a really good example. That delivery was really good length, full of a length, but he's tried to go away from the bat with the reverse swing, and that is a very, very good skill to have, because it's far easier, and Harmy will be the one to talk about it more from a bowling perspective, but it's far easier to get the ball reversing into the right-hander than it is actually to take it away. And if you can take it away and then use the ball that goes in as the surprise delivery, that's when it becomes very effective.
All right, we'll have Harmy on that subject in a minute. Thanks, Matt, for dropping in there. Here comes Saqib Mahmood, tubey grip on his right arm, a blue strapping on his left, and that's down the leg side, and will race away for 4. The smallest little thin leg glance, nothing anybody could do about that. He's back playing French cricket again, but he's got 4 for it. 192 for 8 now. What do you make of Saqib then, Harmy?
I like what I see. I really do. I think he's still short of probably half a yard, is he, to put him in the bracket of Stone, Archer, Wood. I think he's a bit short of that on pace, but these skill sets are very good. And I think when you listen to Sir Andrew Strauss when the squads were announced and the bowlers that they were leaving at home, and how they were going to try and challenge away from home, he ticks boxes. He does tick boxes. He makes things happen in that middle when the ball's reversing and the ball's gone a bit soft, and you're trying to use reverse swing, which you get a lot around the world. And I've enjoyed what I've seen. It's just about whether his engine can keep them coming spell after spell.
played. I love Roach's batting. I love the way that he gets stuck in and gives nothing away. That was a really good back defensive shot. He understands the team's position in the match. He reacts to it. So here he's got it. De Silva's in. He's got 32. So he's just got to hang on in there. Play for De Silva. Eke out a lead. Make sure that every single run hurts England. England desperate to get batting tonight. Finish off the West Indies even with a small lead. It's so tight, this game. 12 runs in it. You can see the determination on Sakib's face as he reaches the crease to bowl, and he bowls one of those outswingers, and the bat is pulled out of the way at the last minute, but the ball hits its blade and runs off down to third man, where Jack Leach does the chasing, the sliding and the throwing, and in it comes to Ben Foakes, and it goes round the England fielders to get cleaned up, that ball. And as I say, they've got 6 overs after this one before the new one. By then West Indies could be in front comfortably if they don't take the wickets. Well, not comfortably, but just. 8 for Roach now. He's done well from 19 balls. De Silva's going to be on strike. There are 2 balls left in this over. A slip and a leg slip now. Well played, no problem. It's hit the bottom of his bat though. That's amazing. Sometimes you'd see a defensive push like that go quickly to mid-on, but that thing has trickled and just made it to the other end, to the non-striker's end.
Yeah, the ball is soft. The ball is soft now, and I think to carry on the subject of Saki Mahmood, this is his challenge, and going up that next level from first-class cricket, and how you control length, like Matty was saying, but how you get wickets. How do you get not only good players out, but how you get tail-enders out? Because at this minute in time, England are struggling with a soft ball to get middle-order batsmen out and a tail-ender out.
Good shot. Turned away off his pads, down to long leg for a single off the front foot. Well, the answer is searing pace or ripping wrist spin.
Yeah, and at the minute our Rolls Royces are in the garage with injuries and
or non-selections.
Our non-selections and our ripping leg spinners just run around the field with a helmet. And he wasn't required in this game, and rightly so. As much as I really wanted Matt Parkinson to play on this trip, this just wasn't the game for him. I'm with Michael Atherton. I thought Michael Atherton, when he said we could have had a look at Parkinson in one of the first 2 Test matches, would have been nice to see him on this trip, because I think we've getting the answers we were looking for. Might not be positive ones, but we're getting answers
from some people. Yeah, good point.
From quite a few of what Sir Andrew was wanting. So yeah, I'm happy with that. Just Mark, I would have just liked to have had a look at Parkinson.
Okay, 194 for 8 with De Silva on 33. He has the strike. Roach on 8, and Ben Stokes has been called upon in the hope of some reverse swing. It's probably a bit of a plea this from Joe Root. They've just got to get through 6 more overs of this rag of a ball, this old ball that's been hammered into this abrasive surface. Very little reverse swing, and Stokes has gone miles back here. He's obviously here he turns now and begins. What a long approach from that advertising mat on the ground there. Bowls, and De Silva goes back and pulls a short ball to the man at deep backward square. Dan Lawrence it is who throws it in. Ben Foakes shields the sight of the ball from the sun and is able to catch it cleanly. The sun getting just a little lower there now, a little more golden in its colour. Most beautiful time of day anywhere, but in the Caribbean, where the colours are so clear, almost HD wherever you look. It's a beautiful, well, it's a beautiful place, full stop. All change for England, completely different field. In fact, I would think that as many as 6 fielders have moved for Kemar Roach, so Stokes must be very careful of bowling in his pads here, because there's a single at square leg easily. Thankfully he's blocked it straighter than that, so it goes to mid-wicket.
Stokes and De Silva having a bit of a ding-dong here. There's a few words going back and forward. I think Stokes is looking to try and get into a contest just to take De Silva out of his comfort zone at the minute, because it's frustrating England. Ben looks as though he's just teetering.
Stokes bowls now, and well played by Roach, back in defence. Is that, you think, as much to get himself into a fight as to get into a fight with De Silva?
I think it's to get himself into a fight, but Joshua De Silva's not holding back. He instigated that last little tete-a-tete.
Nicely played again off the back foot, almost a back foot drive by Kemar Roach. Very nice. No run from it, extra covers there. Stokes this time says nothing. Turns and really marches back at a brisk pace to his mark, which is, as I say, right on the edge of those advertising mats. There's two companies there displaying their product to the television cameras. That's what it's all about. Here's Stokes now. And again Roach is back. He's a classic on the back foot. He's an upmarket Ishant Sharma as a tail end defender. He watches the ball closely and he tries to play for his partner. Sure, you can hear the music accompanying Ben Stokes to the wicket. He bowls now, beats Roach outside off stump. Oh, he's just so frustrated, is Ben Stokes. You can see it clearly. He thought he might have found the edge there. The end of a tidy over, 195 for 8. The new ball is available in 5 overs time. De Silva's done such a good job as he did in Barbados. He's unbeaten with 34. I think Joe Root should have tried a few overs. I think Joe Root's often able to find a way to pick up a wicket. He bowls round the wicket to right-handers and slides it across them. But I think an off-spinner to Roach, who plays back all the time, wouldn't be a bad idea.
Yeah, I agree. Or Dan Lawrence. He's bowled nicely on this trip. He's looked after the ball very, very well, but he's also, when he's had to use the ball himself, he's give England another option when Joe Root obviously doesn't want to bowl because of his back. But his body's just sort of back's aching a little bit. That's why Joe hasn't bowled as much. But Dan Lawrence, I think, has been a good option.
Well, Dan Lawrence is born of a positive approach, and if you have that, if you run in expecting to take wickets, believing you will, it's handy, particularly bowling at the tail. And he does spin it. Anyway, he's not bowling. Saqib Mahmood is bowling. The bearded Mahmood arrives now, and he bowls very straight to De Silva, who's back into line, pushes the ball away on the leg side. A lot of back foot play to slow, lowish balls. But actually, apart from 2 that took wickets today, LBWs, against Brathwaite and Brooks, the bounce has been okay. Since the ball's got soft in this post-tea session, it hasn't been very difficult to bat. To get a shot of the waiting Jayden Seales. Chin on his hand, elbow on his thigh, gun barrel straight back from Josh De Silva there in defence. It's a quite odd part of the game, this. Neither side wants to give anything away. They're feeling their way to the new ball. De Silva's not prepared to take a risk and try to get the lead by taking shots. There's only 9 in it. This tactics works so far. He's been out for a long time. He thinks that the longer he hangs on in there, the more frustrated England get, and the more likely the lead is to come, more likely than by playing any big shots. The ball swung into his pads and he picks it up really, but it doesn't go in the air. It goes along the ground and is fielded by the boundary rider, Alex Lees, and it means that Roach comes on strike, and what England really want now is for one of those fully pitched in swingers to beat his back defensive prod and slam into his pads. Children in school uniform looking very smart, always around the Caribbean. The kids look smart in their school uniform. It's nice that they're here in the ground watching the cricket after a day at school. I like to think they're allowed in for free. They possibly are. Here's Mahmood again. And instead, Saqib goes the other way and decides to bowl a short ball that Roach plays very easily up in front of his eyes, but he fends it down, and there's no real threat there. In fact, he had so much time to play that, which is the clue to the lack of threat. Shot of some netball going on with girls in multicoloured clothing, pinks, various shades of pinks. Even the netball stanchion is pink, like the pavilion here. Well, that was the ball, and Roach goes forward and plays beautifully straight. That's excellent batting.
Just what you want to see as a fast bowler. Another fast bowler. Rock onto the front foot, middle of the bat, straight down, back. Total demoralising the tired body of Saqib Mahmood.
Well, he's made it back to his mark. He turns. He's got a big heart, this guy. He'll keep coming. A bit like Gough, you know, however tired he was, end of the day, he'd turn at the end of that mark, recharge and storm in. Mahmood does that. Now he bought him a great Yorker. Dug out by Roach. Well played, Kemar Roach. What a good piece of batting that was under real pressure. A good over by Saqib Mahmood. His figures are 1 for 39. Roach has 8. The Stilber in the mid-30s has got England by the scruff of the neck, really. They don't know how to get him out. We're on talkSPORT 2, and Neil Manthorpe is taking over the commentary.
Thank you very much indeed, Mark Nicholas. Harmy, what do you think about I haven't got a specific suggestion, but it's a kind of general concept idea, and you're the man for specifics, so I think maybe you could maybe put some shape to it. But what about there being some flexibility about the number of overs after which you can have a new ball, or after which a second new ball becomes available? Ben Stokes is back into the attack, and he's around the wicket, and it's short, pulled away by Josh De Silva out towards deep square leg. It's fielded by Zach Crawley. I'm not sure. As I said, I don't have a specific. One thought that comes to mind is that the match referee can have a flexibility and say, okay, I'm bringing the new ball availability forward to 60 overs because
the pitch is flat and the ball.
Yeah, do you know what I mean?
And the crowd should be using this ball.
Yeah,
I don't. Do you go down the road the same as the white ball game and go 2 new balls, one from either end? I don't know. I wouldn't mess with it. I think on a surface like this, yes, there'll be question marks on these surfaces. There's been question marks on. Potentially, that's the new. It's a new ball wicket. The one thing I will say is probably a good job we're not playing with the Kookaburra ball, because that we're going obviously not as much happening for a lot longer than what we've had here. We've had 40 overs where the game's got something in it.
Stokes in past the outside edge of Kemar Roach's bat, and it's gone through to the keeper. I know what you mean. It's all about consistency. We all want as much consistency in the game as possible, but then it is inherently inconsistent. I mean, one team gets to bat under grey skies and with the ball swinging around, and it's bright sunshine the next day. Which is just a thought. Here is Ben Stokes once again, full and wide outside the off stump. Jared Kimber's come to light at the ridiculousness of my suggestion.
No, I mean, I was going to say that we have a sport that is played completely differently based on locations, and we have different balls, we have different pitches around the world. a second new ball after 60 overs in Asia is probably a far better idea than it would be in England, for instance. But there are different places where you could have different kinds of balls and different replacement balls.
Here is Stokes once again, and that is pushed out square of the wicket behind towards point, no run.
And if my idea seems crazy and you could never understand it, that's actually how Test cricket used to be. The 80-over new ball is something that is very modern, probably in the last 45 years. Before that, there was a new ball was taken in different locations at different times. I think in the Invincibles Ashes triumph in 1948, I think they took a new ball after 55 overs in England.
Here is Ben Stokes over the wicket trying to make something happen. Flash and a swing and a miss from Kemar Roach outside the off stump. Just before you go, Harmy, then, it's come to me. I've got the beginnings of an actual proposal. So, you know, Jared has all those, or access to all those statistics that give us the amount of movement and the amount of bounce, and basically there's a pitch rating that, you know, from 1 to 10, and how difficult or how flat and how lifeless a pitch is. So that's a scientific measurement with a few human parameters. 76.5 overs gone. Here is Stokes bowling the last ball of the 77th over, and it's full wide half volley outside the off stump, and it's just chopped away through the offside. Dan Lawrence chases it, and they go through for 2 runs. But so, Harmy, my thought is, so the regulation changes to the new ball is available between the 60th and the 80th overs, and dependent on this scientific evaluation of conditions, which is a very new introduction to the game, but something that adds a certain amount of value, then if the pitch is officially really flat, as measured by the data analysis, a metric, then the new ball becomes available earlier. So it's not a human decision. It's not the match referee's decision. It's made by the computer.
I'm all for making the game a better contest between bat and ball. Really am. Whichever way you look and whichever way you go, I'd rather look at some of the surfaces that we're playing on around the world. Look at the ones in Pakistan, look at the ones here. They're not great adverts for Test match cricket. You want to see that. I don't mind seeing flat pitches for white ball games. We're in an entertainment business, but for me, for Test match cricket, it's got to be tough for the batters as well as the bowlers. And I just think some of the surfaces, as well as you could look at the second new ball, and that could be a talking point, but I'd rather the pitches get looked after first and make sure there's something in it for the seam bowlers and their deterioration over 5 days.
Jack Leach is back into the attack. He'll bowl 2 overs before the second new ball is available. It may not be taken immediately, of course. England may well decide to just use it for 4 or 5 overs before the close. Whipped away. Josh De Silva on the back foot, nudges it behind square on the leg side, and it brings up the 200 for the West Indies. It's been a toil to get there into the 78th over. Harmy, I'm all with you. I totally agree with that. You've got to put the emphasis back on better prepared pitches that offer something to everybody. But in the event it goes wrong, in order to kind of apply an emergency measure, then the match referee can say to the on-board analyst, okay, what's the pitch rating? And then Jared will tell him it's super flat, and then he can press the button to say that the new ball's available earlier.
It's like a light meter.
Yeah.
You get a pitch meter. You get a pitch meter instead of the light meter. I think the pitch meter needs looking at. We might be onto something there, man.
Yes, I think we might be.
I mean, all I would say is that the global average against pace bowling in the last 5 years has dropped by over 5 runs. I'm not sure that this is as big a problem as we've seen over the last couple of weeks.
Leach in again, and forward comes Roach playing defensively, in which case you don't need the emergency repair job bringing the new ball availability forward. You don't need it, but it's there in the event that we have tests like this.
What? This is a fine test. Look at it, we're about to have a neutral first innings.
Oh, top edge sweep, and it's just got enough on it. That's a very well-timed top edge, actually, to be honest. Kemar Roach is Well, he's middled that. That is right out the middle of the top edge. And it's cleared Alex Leach at deep square leg, at orthodox square leg, comfortably.
Hannes, it's quite interesting we're talking about this, because in the last 18 months, these both sides haven't really seen a second new ball. They've been blown away before it came out.
Yeah. I'm surprised the umpires took enough balls to the game.
Leach in. Bit of bounce there, and Roach has hit on the gloves. No run.
I mean, last Test match, everyone was shocked. The fact that we've had 10 days of Test matches over the first two Tests, everyone was thinking this would be a 10-day series.
It's interesting, but here's Leach once again. Forward comes Roach, rock solid, pushing it out on the offside. England's series against India, Harmy, in India, was a 4-test series, and I'm not sure that went 10 days.
No, we lost the. What did we lose the Ashes in 11?
Yeah,
it was an 11-day assault on the Ashes, and we lost that. Not many times would we have been batting long enough that the opposition had the second new ball. I think we bowled with the second new ball a few times, but trying to get the opposition into long enough where they have to use the second new ball. That is, what did Warney say? The things that are overrated. Well, third new ball was something. I only used third new ball twice, 2 or 3 times, I think. Lahore in 05, Antigua in 04. But no, it's an interesting topic. If wickets are getting flatter and flatter, that maybe as we go down the model of the white ball game, which is you use a new ball from either end and that's your lot.
Ben Stokes round the wicket, short, pulled in the air, and it's going to fall short of Zach Crawley out on the deep mid-wicket boundary. Just before you go, Harmy, or we let you go, Joel Wilson, I've got 2 questions. Joel Wilson, the senior umpire, just took a light reading, a light meter reading. What's it look like? How does it feel?
It feels fine. I thought there was a second new ball was coming out. I didn't think that the light meter was coming out. There's no lights here in Grenada, no floodlights, so. But no, the light's fine. There's no problem with the current light as it stands, not even for the second new ball.
And my last question to you is, here's Stokes once again, and playing a miss from Kemar Roach outside the off stump. Just remind me, because it's 4 years since I was there, what's the local Grenadian beer?
Carib. Well,
is it Carib?
Carib is, yeah. I've had quite a few Caribs. Rum punch. I can hear Gough chuckling away to himself there. No, me and Butch have had quite a few Caribs. He's gone onto the wine very, very quickly. But no, it's not disappointed, trust me.
Stokes full and wide outside the off stump. Okay, well, from me, Matty P and Goughy, please have a cold one for us. And you know Jared doesn't drink beer, so he'd like you to have a rum for him.
I've missed him on Monday Night Club up in Leeds.
Monday Night Clubs have been missed. I did pop in the other night on FaceTime, but unfortunately I've been absent, like my school days, and enjoying and being busy. Yeah.
Stokes again outside the off stump, and it's playing a miss once more from Kemar Roach. Kept very low, that one, barely carried to Ben Folkes.
It's been impressive, Ben Stokes, this series. He really has. I think he stepped up, didn't he, at the start, and said it's time for him to step up. He had a disappointing winter in Australia. He says he felt as though he let the players down. He's got a huge heart.
2 slips and a gully. Drive, flashing drive, and the West Indies take the lead with a thick outside edge, which runs down to the unguarded third-man boundary. 2 slips and a gully, but that never carried to any of them, and it went between second slip and gully, and Ben Stokes congratulates Kemar Roach on the boundary.
Well, I did say, Manners, if they get up to the new ball, they would just about pass England. They get up to that score, and they've done it. Kemar Roach is another one, a lower order batter, but he's a good player. He's got a decent defence. He can play. The disappointment there on Ben Stokes as it were edged away for a 4.
Stokes again, turned away out towards Dan Lawrence at square leg, and there's no run. Ben Stokes has gone. he's full of chat. I think it's just a kind of exhausted gibber, isn't it?
It gets him up. If it fires him up, doesn't it? He needs to do it. It's similar to Jimmy Anderson. Jimmy Anderson's exactly the same. Certain guys need to do that. I never did. It wasn't in my makeup to swear at myself and stuff like that. But I think with Stokes and Anderson, they definitely, that's the way they go about it. I know what he's going to say here now. I've got
Actually, it's not about you, it's about Jimmy Anderson. I remember one of our sports psychs, it was before an Ashes trip, and he was going on about, on the barometer of emotion and logic, we had to all remain really, really logical.
Leach in, pushed away for a single behind square on the leg side. In fact, they might come back for two. They do. Joshua De Silva picks up 2, and the West Indies lead is up to a whopping 5 now. Joshua De Silva has 4.
So we go to our first training game, practice match, and Jimmy's running in, and he's staying all very logical, no emotion at all, not sledging anyone, not getting angry, really checking himself.
Leach in, Roach cuts, De Silva cuts, out towards backward point. No run, 209 for 8.
And after about 8 overs, none for 50, we all went up to him and went, mate, get rid of the logic and get emotional again, please. And he found out very quickly that he needed to get into it. He needed to sledge the umpire, sledge the batter, sledge the captain, get angry with someone, because that's where he had to be to perform at his best.
Leach again, forward comes Roach. He's 16, blocking that one defensively. Some players are famously out. Which England team?
Jack Russell. Jack Russell was the one who had to do stuff. He had to have everybody hate him. If you were really nice to Jack and asked him what sort of day he had, he hated it.
Leach again hits the pad of Roach, and there's no run. Which England team was it that made that universal decision not to speak to Steve Waugh, to not make eye contact with him, to make him feel as isolated as possible? Once they'd realised that that's what that rocked Steve Waugh's boat, and that he loved being sledged and loved to get into a bit of banter. There was a time where he was totally isolated.
Well, it wasn't us. He kept getting 100. He definitely wasn't us.
I thought it was under NASA at early 2000s when they came up with that.
Yeah, that didn't work either, 2003.
No, it didn't work, but that was the decision they made based on past experience and, as Matty P says, sports psychology advice. End of the over. Again, it's played defensively. Kemar Roach has 16 off 45 balls. 80 overs gone. The new ball's available. I suspect England won't take it immediately. The West Indies are 210 for 8, leading by 6.
I think they'll definitely take it immediately. I mean, what else are they going to do?
Only because they don't want it to be 10 overs.
Give over. I'll be throwing my shoe at the TV if they don't take it.
Well, the other thing is that Joel Wilson's got his light meter out again.
Well, that's not going to stop them. They'll go off.
They're not going to bring Craig Brathwaite on to bowl 61 kilometres an hour, are they?
They're taking the new ball, absolutely. If it's light enough, they're taking it.
Just on the angry meter, while we're waiting for the light meter, was Ryan Sidebottom angrier than Jimmy in his peak period? And I say that as the wicketkeeper who dropped a couple off him.
I didn't drop a couple. I dropped many.
His dad was angrier, Arnie.
Really? Another one?
Arnie was the angry... I've never known a guy in the 80s and 90s get done as much for swearing on a cricket field than Arnie. You could hear he was so loud. It was laughable. Honestly, he just couldn't stop himself.
I always thought it was funny when England had a bit of a reputation for the bowlers having a short fuse, and the bowling coach that you picked was David Saker, who no one in the UK knew who David Saker was at the time. He used to bowl off 16 yards and intentionally bounce people in club games. He wasn't picked for Victoria because they thought there was something wrong with him. Like, legitimately got suspended over and over again in club cricket in Australia.
There definitely was something wrong with him, David Saker. No, he's a great guy.
Isn't it funny how angry Ryan Sidebottom could be for a man who was so unangry off the field?
Well, he wasn't... I was going to say, to answer your question, Jimmy was definitely grumpier, definitely angrier. It was only when I dropped a catch Ryan got grumpy, but that was also fair enough.
He always seemed the angriest at the fielders who made an error of that era of bowlers, and then it seemed to sort of sweep the whole team.
Yeah, there were a few. Jimmy would lead Swan Swan got pretty filthy.
Oh, he did. He used to abuse the fielders, though, didn't he? Oh, he was
really,
terrible.
My goodness.
You could see him on camera do it as well. He wasn't a good look, was it, with Swan? He went to misfielding off him.
Welcome to our listeners on talkSPORT. You're joining us for the closing moments of day 2 of the 3rd Test match. Chris Woakes is bowling with the new ball, and his first one is a long way down the leg side. That's a rotten start with the second new ball, which has just been taken. I'm on air with Darren Gough, Matt Pryor and Jared Kimber. I'm Neil Manthorpe. The West Indies are 210 for 8. They lead by 6. And it's been a very good recovery from them, rather like it was for England yesterday. The West Indies were 128 for 7. And they're now 210 for 8. And the men who've led that recovery are wicketkeeper Josh De Silva on 41, fast bowler Kemar Roach on 16, Woakes in, much better delivery, full and straight on off stump and driven up towards mid-off. Other contributors, Kyle Mayers batting at number 7 made 28, and the best of the bowlers, Chris Woakes 3 for 43, Craig Overton has 2 for 54, and Ben Stokes has 2 for 40. It's been another slow and attritional day. We're into the 81st over, the first with the second new ball, and the West Indies have a very modest lead as Woakes in. Oh, half volley, leg stump, flicks away. That's poor delivery, and it's gone for 4, and it deserved to go for 4, Darren Gough.
It did. A good shot, actually, from Silva. Woakes coming back, sniffing a 5-4. He's got 3 for 47 now. 2 lower order batters to come. 2 more wickets in the bag. He could easily finish with 5, but got greedy, didn't he? Didn't swing from leg stump, drifted down and clipped away for 4.
Goughy, tell me one thing, right? You've just taken the new ball. Woakes, 2 of those 3 deliveries have gone in swing. But it doesn't look like he's trying to do that.
Woakes in outside the off stump, and it's enough width to chop away behind square on the offside. Well, I know because he's told me, Goughy occasionally saw the ball swing the wrong way.
Plenty of times. I got an hat-trick and I didn't mean to bowl anyone at 3 deliveries, so and that was a new ball. It happens, doesn't it? I mean...
Second new ball, wasn't it?
Yeah. I mean, the idea is you run up, don't you? You know what you're trying to do, but sometimes it just doesn't happen. It might nip back, you're going for an outswing, it's the seam wrong.
Woakes again. Ooh, bounce. Not quite as much extra bounce as Kemar Roach would have us believe, as he rips the bottom hand off the bat and jerks his head away. Actually, it just bounced normally.
But I honestly believe that. I mean, you know what you want to do as a bowler, right? But it's very rare. Well, it's not all the time. It happens. Sometimes you don't get it right with your wrist position, your front arm don't go through. It might nip back. The seam goes down at a funny angle. It swings in. It's cricket.
Woakes in, bowls. Oh, nice in swinger. That certainly looked like he'd got the line and everything else right, and he looked like he meant to bowl that one. 81 overs gone, 9 left officially in the day. We won't get them all in because we finish in 15 minutes time. The West Indies are 215 for 8, leading by 11. Woakes 3 for 48. The men at the crease, Roach 16, Joshua De Silva has 46. And I have to say again, I have to endorse what Mark Nicholas was saying. Joshua De Silva, who was thin on runs, wasn't he? I mean, he was in bleak form coming into this series, has batted with real skill.
Yeah, I mean, you know, he was good enough to open domestically. We know what a talented player he is. Me and Matt were talking before about the fact that he's really struggled coming into this side from top order player and having to work out how to bat at 7 and mostly 8. I had a look at his numbers actually. He averages 37 when he bats at number 7 for the West Indies, and he averages 20 when he bats at number 8. So I think that batting at that number has got into his head. But you watch him, I remember seeing him play might have been in Bangladesh when he started, or one of the Asian tours he was on. Very organised, very good against the spin. Doesn't have a lot of scoring options for Test cricket, I think might be one of his problems.
Here's Craig Overton with the second over of the new ball, and it's immediately driven up towards Saqib Mahmood at mid-off. Well, I mean, the strike rate would suggest that England haven't bowled quite as well as a strike rate of, what is that, about 35? 46 off 139 balls. I mean, he's limited, but then, you know, having limits as a batsman at Test cricket can be a benefit.
Also, I think that in the West Indies, the thought is that he's probably in the 7 best batters that they have in the country anyway, so if he's got the gloves, that gives him a big advantage.
driven down the ground as Overton once again goes full, looking for some swing, and there'll be 2 here to Joshua Da Silva. So if he's regarded as in the top 7 batsmen in the Caribbean anyway, would he also be regarded in the top 7 wicketkeepers?
Well, what did he say? What did he say in the stump mic yesterday? I'm the worst wicketkeeper in the universe after the ball went through his legs. Slightly tongue-in-cheek, I hope. I hope he doesn't actually rate himself dead last, but I don't think anyone sees him as a specialist wicketkeeper.
Here comes Overton, and that's left alone outside the off stump. That's good news in that case, because he's not. He's not.
I would say this, unlike in England, where it seems every young batter is also a wicketkeeper now, that's not the case in the West Indies. You know, they had Shane Dowrich, who struggled for a long time. I know he made that great innings against England, but that was kind of his peak of his batting. Dinesh Ramdin was a very limited batter as well. They haven't produced as many good keeper batters as some other countries have over the last 20 or 30 years.
Here comes Craig Overton once again, and it's left alone outside the off stump. This is what England did early days with the second new ball, but it's what they did with the first new ball. They bowled too wide and didn't make the batsman play enough. They've only got to take 2 more wickets. If they can do that before the close of play, then we're going to start very even the third innings on the third day. The lead is 13 for the West Indies. What I think Matt Pryor and other accomplished wicketkeepers would like to see. That's flicked away out towards deep mid-wicket, and it's going to run away for 4. It was just too straight. It's a lovely shot from Joshua Da Silva, and well done to him. He's reached 50. He's acknowledging the applause from his teammates and indeed from a majority West Indian crowd, which is a delight to see. It's probably 4,000 or 5,000 local supporters and English supporters, and his 50 has been very, very well earned and much appreciated, and he acknowledges that support. But what you'd just like to see, Matt Pryor, is maybe just a bit more technique from him. I mean, if he moves his feet a bit more, and anyway, he's a batsman at the moment. This is what we should be talking about. Over pitched again, or pitched up, and driven once more by Da Silva towards mid-off. You sort of don't mind in a way if he's not the greatest, but he's been well coached and he's got the basics right. But he just seems to be more of a stopper and a catcher.
Well, I think that's a good point. Is well coached. I don't know if they'll have a specific keeping coach there or who that may be. But it's. He's obviously an athlete. You've just got to get the best out of him. That comes through coaching, technique, posture, footwork, all of these things. I mean, look, the reality, I know myself, when I played my first test match, I wasn't a wicketkeeper. I was a bloke who tried to catch. I was a fielder who tried to catch it with the gloves on. That's just, and I realised that, unfortunately, whilst I was playing test cricket, got found out. What I had to then go do is find Bruce French, ultimately, and work very, very hard.
Woakes in, bowls big booming away swinger, and it does tempt Roach into the drive, but it ends up so wide he couldn't reach it. 221 for 8.
And you have a look, you go back to even Rod Marsh. When Rod Marsh started, he had a tough time, and then you
Iron Gloves. He was
Iron
called.
Gloves. I mean, that's a good nickname for a wicketkeeper. Isn't
Not
it?
ideal, is it?
It's not ideal.
Well, Alex Stewart. I mean, Richard Blakey,
Stewart.
all of them. Yeah. I mean, they were mainly batters.
Yeah, and you go and you get found out, and then it's what you do with that. And you know, there's certain fundamentals you need to have: reflexes, hand-eye coordination.
In-swinger now from Woakes, mixing it up, but that's gone down past the leg stump. Johnny Bairstow also went through a poor patch and then went away and worked really hard for a year, didn't he? About, what was it, 2017?
Yeah, exactly. He went to South Africa and he kept dropping catches. The right-handers nicking off just down to his right-hand side, and he had a bit of a flaw within his setup and his trigger. Went away, worked on that, and actually came back. He was keeping very, very nicely.
Here's Chris Woakes up to the crease once again, bowls, and swinging it both ways at the moment. That's another little away swinger which is left alone by Roach.
And the other thing to just keep an eye on with the wicketkeeper, it's all well and good standing up to Chris Woakes, but how does that actually affect the game? The really crucial element is don't drop the edge. Don't make the mistake. That's if a wicketkeeper, I think people sometimes judge wicketkeepers for the wrong things. You don't need to be fancy. You need to be able to do the job, and that's it. If you can then score hundreds at 7, that's actually more crucial.
Oh, it's poor delivery. It's very wide down the leg side, and just don't know what it is with Chris Woakes, and he's bowled so many down the leg side in the whole series. And I mean, I'm not sure that was swing. I don't know. Is it?
They haven't got it right with the new ball this game. Full stop. I think Woakes has been magnificent his second and third spell, but he had a poor spell with the new ball earlier. Didn't make him play enough, and he's come back so far, and he's not quite got it right. But it's
Woakes in again, 2 straight. Leg stump, but not going down the leg side on this occasion, and Roach pushes it away defensively towards mid-on.
But they've just not got it right, have they, with the new ball in hand? But is he trying too hard now? Because, let's say, 3 for 48, you've got number 10 and 11 to come. You are, as a fast bowler, the instinct is there. You know if you get 1, there's a good chance you're going to get 2. And you walk away with 5 for. In a much-needed game for him. He needed wickets this game.
He did. Here is Woakes again, and back and across. Blocks it once more, does Roach. The lead remains 17, 221 for 8.
As you said earlier, Gough, sometimes you run in, you have a plan, you know what you want to do, and it just doesn't come out. For me, Woakes just looks, he's got 3 wickets today, but he just looks so out of form, so low on confidence. That last delivery, we're able here to see the picture of the slow-mo. You can see him almost fighting his wrist position to try and get it right, and he just can't. And I mean, that one that went down the leg side, that was almost a bit yippy. He just is, his rhythm, his action, he just looks really, really low on form.
And I think one of the big thing we talked about in Barbados, Matt, is but his front arm is not like it normally is. It's not pulling through as much. He's not got that high elbow. There's a few technical issues there which he's got to work on.
Craig Overton is in, punched away through the onside for an easy single out to the man at deep mid-wicket. Josh De Silva has 53 from 145 balls, and Kemar Roach 16 from 53. Remarkable how these 2 innings have seen top order collapses, top and middle order collapses, and tail end recoveries. Here is Overton again, and that's playing a miss, I think, outside the off stump from Kemar Roach, kept very low, and Ben Foakes ended up taking that one-handed in his left hand.
He's not going to be able to wear those same whites tomorrow, is he? I mean, he looks like he's been rolling in the mud all day. Folksy. That uneven bounces. Clear to see. There's a little bit of movement there. Uneven bounce still there.
Here is Overton, once again, and a thick outside edge, and it's run away past second slip. Again, nobody on the third man boundary, quite normally at this stage of the innings, and it's 4 more runs. So, an uncontrolled edge from Kemar Roach, but it didn't go to hand. And Roach is up to 20. It's a problem with the new ball, as it does travel as quickly off the bat. And it gives the batsman more of a chance to score quickly. Gosh, lead of 22 suddenly now. Here's Overton, and it's a bit of bounce, and it's again just fended off by Roach down towards long leg, and they go through for another single. Roach up to 21, De Silva 53, lead is 23, and the partnership is 50. 50 off 89 balls.
It's a good partnership, only 89 balls as well, so they've actually scored quite quickly. If you look at the way De Silva's played, really, throughout his all innings, it's been a bit cautious. He's been limited against the spin. He's been looking for that cut shot.
Here is Overton, and short pulled by Chris Woakes towards, pulled by Josh De Silva to Chris Woakes at mid-on, and they scramble through for another single. The lead is 24, 228 for 8. Kemar Roach 21, Josh De Silva 54. Just a reminder of the contributions up the top of the order. John Campbell, the opener, made 35. 28 from Kyle Mayers. Alzari Joseph also made 28. But now, Josh De Silva top scoring at number 8. And back and across does Kemar Roach, playing defensively once more, and there's no run. Well, I mean, it's just so difficult to read this test match. I mean, that it just hasn't followed the normal, traditional patterns of what's going to happen tomorrow, Matt.
I've no idea. What I do know is England will be, now they're in that horrible position where you're watching every single run thinking, hold on, we've got to score these. What do they say? Each run counts as 2 now. We spoke earlier that 50 runs, when England were 50 ahead, we were saying 50 runs is a lot of runs on this wicket. West Indies now lead by 24, 2 wickets in hand. So England will be certainly keeping one eye on that.
Driven up towards mid-on, fielded by Saqib Mahmood, and momentarily thought about a single, but unable to take it. 2:28 for 8. We've just got a couple of minutes left before the day's play, and in order to warm up the vocal cords and larynx, in order for to record the following on podcast, I'm going to do one more ball before I hand over to Mark Nicholas. Here is Chris Woakes once again, and forward comes Josh De Silva, driving quite sweetly that one up towards mid-off, and there's no run. 2:28 for 8. The lead is 24. And to take you through to the close of play, here's Mark Nicholas.
Thanks, Mennett. Well, just a minute to go, I'm afraid, because the over rate is they're going to end up 5 behind, I think. Chris Woakes, wide of off stump. That's how he started with the new ball first time round, when England were disappointing in the first hour. Wow, this has been some innings from Josh De Silva. I have to say, he's looked absolutely solid. He's played very intelligently, given nothing away, worked to position. The people who've been with him out there, Joseph and Roach specifically, have done excellently. Roach now on 21, De Silva on 54. Chris Woakes turns and arrives at the crease. That's a nice ball. God, this pitch is flat now, boys, isn't it?
I'm just amazed what's happened. It seems to get flat after tea. On both days, it's always had a bit there for the bowler. They talked about it this morning, but there's always something there. Chris Woakes talked about there's always one ball there. But after tea, on both days, against the lower order, it just seems to have flattened out.
2 almost identical days.
Absolutely.
There is a symmetry, isn't there? The difference, of course, as he goes back again, does De Silva, and blocks on the back foot, is that England has still got to arrive tomorrow and take 2 wickets, whereas West Indies finished the job last night, albeit with a play on. I know that we've all the standard hasn't been good. There have been a lot of mistakes, and some of the techniques aren't very good and stuff. It has been quite interesting in a way. Been a sort of quirky couple of days, Test match cricket. Woakes again and is left alone. A fullish, wideish ball, and it's left alone by Josh De Silva, and he's saying that must be time. Maybe the clock at the ground hasn't quite ticked over, and now the umpires are looking at the light anyway. So I don't know why, because play should end at 9:30. For a reason we don't understand, it can go for another 6 minutes to 37 minutes past the hour. A couple of bails have been taken off.
Is that because of the slight rain delay?
Oh, there was that little squall of rain. Correct, we lost 7 minutes play then of that squall of rain. That's exactly what that is. Thanks, JK. Very good.
I mean, I should say, Mark, that I'd already packed up and was already basically on the train when I realised that there was that 7 minutes left. But I think you were on air. It was just a quick little shower, wasn't it?
Yeah. In fact, some of the England players didn't even leave the field. So now they're checking the light at the other end.
They're going to take 3 minutes checking the light.
Ridiculous.
Mainly umpires come off in situations like this, don't they? They don't I don't know why, because it's supposed to be danger is supposed to be relevant, but once they get mainly umpires come off in situations like this, don't they? They don't sort of. I don't know why, because it's supposed to be danger is supposed to be relevant, but once they get what's happening? Oh, here we go. No, here we go. Craig Overton will bowl, which will please England. That's nice and bouncy and carries through to Ben Foakes, but it's left alone because it isn't straight. It seems to be the new ball that is England's problem when it comes to bowling straight. They're happy to bowl very well and straight with the old ball, but not so well with the new ball. Both umpires having a smile about that little performance with the light meters. Roach waits for Overton, and that's a good outswinger, full length. God, get that on starting on middle and off. You've got a ball and a half left alone by Roach.
The problem is, and you're right, it looks great, doesn't it, when you watch it on screen and swinging out, good shape, good length. But sometimes as a bowler, you try and think, I've got to get this straighter. And you try and start it on middle and leg. And what happens? You don't get your wrist quite right, and it drifts down the leg side, and it ends up getting clipped away through the leg side for 4.
Again too wide. He just can't get it straight, and the problem is he's seeing it swing and he thinks if I bowl it too straight it'll angle down the leg side and they'll knock me away.
So do you know one way to get over that is come wider of the crease, it doesn't swing as much, and you can bowl at the stumps. So that's what you can do, and it exaggerates the movement. Although it doesn't move as much, you do exaggerate from the angle you're coming at.
Here he is. He looks like he's had a long, hard day. There he does. That's better. That's closer to the batsman. And I think that was a product ball from Kemar Roach, who has 24. To Silva, 54. 2 to 8 for 8.
They do look tired, don't they? Look, not in intensity, or they're not sort of labouring in, but it looks like... England have been in the field for 85 overs. It looks like they've been in the field for 150. I think it's probably the back-to-back test matches into the third test. A lot of wear and tear.
Yeah, and I also think it's well bowled and well played. Thick edge, that's going to go for 4. Roach deserves that for his obdurate resistance to England. 232 for 8, so the lead has now increased to 28. God, this is a heck of a partnership, isn't it? This really is a bad blow for England. I was just going to say the other thing is the fact that they've done all this bowling without success on such slow, flat decks. So they thought they had a chance in Antigua. No. They thought they had a sniff in Barbados. No. They thought they could command the lead here today. No. And all of that weighs on you. The burden of failure. That's a good ball, nice and straight, and very well played by Kemar Roach across his stumps, who's showing the same valiant resistance as Jack Leach did yesterday.
I was just thinking about this pitch, watching Kemar Roach and thinking about Jack Leach yesterday. They've almost made a perfect batting pitch for a tail-ender who sort of props on the front foot a little bit and doesn't have a back lift, and if they get an edge it's going to run along the ground anyway. Like, I mean, Ishant Sharma and Matthew Hoggard and Jason Gillespie, you wouldn't be able to get them out on this wicket.
Okay. He's looking again at the light meter.
It can't be that hard, can it, Mark?
Gregory Brathwaite. I know. Oh no, they're now saying you've got to bowl spin. Just tell him to get off. They've got 1 minute's play as far as we can see, and now they are. They've all said, okay, enough is enough. Cricket can be a ridiculous game in such situations. That old line about use your common sense. The trouble with common sense is it's not very common. So in today's play, 86 overs with 232 runs and 8 wickets. You can't really fault that on a difficult-ish deck. Over rate no better at around 13. It seems impossible to do anything about that in the modern game. But credit to West Indies for that. I suppose that steal, actually, as much as anything else.
Exactly. I think both teams have shown a bit of steel with the bat in this game, especially the lower order batters. The game's on. West Indies have got a small lead. You'd have expected them to have a lead, wouldn't you, yesterday when they were 114 for 7, England. But England fought their way back into the game. They're still in the game, but West Indies have gone back ahead with some steely batting, especially from De Silva. 54 not out. He was excellent. Campbell got started, 35. And Kemar Roach, bless him, 25 not out from 63 balls.
Bless him, is good. Well, I'm glad to say you both are staying with me because we're about to lead into the following on podcast. You're listening to the Following On podcast in partnership with the ECB. I'm Mark Nicholas, and I have with me Darren Gough and Matt Pryor to look back on the second day of the third test between West Indies and England in Grenada. West Indies finished the day on 232 for 8. That's a lead of 28. They began well with Craig Brathwaite and John Campbell looking in command. They put on 50 for the first wicket, but somehow managed to slip from 50 for no wicket to 95 for 6. Mahmood again. That's LBW, is it? It's kept low. Yes, it is. No, it does bang that in. Now, what's that hit? They love it. England love it. A glove on it. A wicket.
Woakes is in once again, and that one is straight and stayed down, and the finger goes up.
Joshua De Silva and Alzari Joseph rallied, though, before the latter fell with the score on 177 for 8. But De Silva hung on in there and put the West Indies in control with his battling 50.
That's flicked away out towards deep mid-wicket, and it's going to run away for 4. It was just too straight. It's a lovely shot from Joshua De Silva, and well done to him. He's reached 50.
Well, I'm looking down this tail, and I'm thinking that, it's unbelievable, this scorecard. Joshua De Silva unbeaten with 54. Alzari Joseph made 28, and Kemar Roach is unbeaten with 25. So it didn't look good, did it? Let's be honest, guys. At 6 for 95 and then 7 for 128. But the score's now 232 for 8. They've done extremely well, Matt.
Well, and they've done they've done to England exactly what England did to yesterday. With, given that bit of hope, England would have thought they got themselves into a position, very strong position, where they thought, okay, well, we're going to go into the third innings with a bit of a lead here. Maybe not a lot of a lead, but certainly a bit of a lead. But West Indies have played brilliantly. Look, Joshua De Silva, to be fair to him, because one thing I will say is, as a wicketkeeper as well, he's been poor. He had a poor time with the gloves. That sometimes can creep into your batting. It can affect you. But he's done a fantastic job for his team. And at the end there, he started to play some really nice shots as well. He started looking like the top order batsman that we know he can be.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's been an unbelievable day's Test cricket. In fact, I've really enjoyed it. After watching Barbados last week and the Antigua the week before, we've come here and you've got two teams who are lacking in confidence, who have to grind for every wicket and every run, and that's the way it's been this series. And we've got 3 days left of this Test match with both teams in the game, and they're having to fight for every run. It's been great.
Yeah. And it's well worth England saying to themselves, listen, we were 114 for 9 in the first innings of this match and all but out of it. Now West Indies are only 28 in front and are 8 down.
Yeah, so again, I think both teams have to be realistic. The West Indies had to be positive last night, even though they got England at 114 for 9. They put them in and they still dismissed them for 204. All the fight was on England today. They had to come out and stay in the game. England have done that. They had a poor new ball. Woakes and Overton were average, but they came back in their second spells. They delivered and got themselves back into the game. But the West Indies again, after tea, when it tends to flatten out, have gone back ahead. But it's still a one-innings game for me. A lead of only 28?
Yep.
Is nowhere. Oh, no, on any other pitch, it's probably a leader about 45. But realistically, England can come out tomorrow and bat well, and they're favourites for the game again.
Yeah.
Well, they've got to get 2 wickets first.
I was going to say, they've got to knock 2 over.
They'll knock them over quickly in the morning.
Oh, okay, Goughy, good. Nice to hear. Well, the star for West Indies definitely has been Joshua De Silva, and Samuel Badri is chatting to him now.
Joshua De Silva, very well played. Congratulations on beating half century. Your fourth half century for the West Indies, but first in the region. How special was that knock?
Very special. My home form hasn't been very good, so it's good to get to raise my bat in front of the home crowds and just get something done for the team. It was very much needed.
And when you went in, the score was 95 for 6. You got it past over 200. You got a lead. How important were those partnerships along the way?
Extremely important. A lot of thanks to Alzari and Rochi. They played pretty well, and Cal Mears as well with a 28. So all of us played a very big part, and Rochi and Alzari even bigger part than me.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you a little bit about that. You seem to trust those guys, not shading them, giving them the strike, trusting their defenses and having that partnership going.
Yeah, Rochi can bat, Alzari can definitely bat. I have all faith in Jaden as well. So when it comes down tomorrow, we're just trying to get as much runs on the board as possible and get a good lead.
And tell us a little bit about the surface. It seemed to have settled down quite nicely. The ball isn't doing as much in the later part of the day.
Yeah, it's actually, it flattened out a lot. There's the odd one staying low, not much spin at all. I think Leach got one to spin to me, but other than that, it's pretty up and down.
Yeah, at one point it seems as though you guys were going to concede a deficit. In the end, you have a lead. How much further will you want to push it out tomorrow?
As far as we can. Come out tomorrow and bat the same way we did. Just try and get runs on the board and do the best we can.
Thank you very much, Joshua. Well played today again.
So many interviews around the world, and it's like saying, how many do you want? Well, 480. Like, how much more lead do you want tomorrow? We'll push him as far as we can. Quite right, too. I like him. I agree that he didn't keep wicket especially well, but you've explained why it's difficult to keep wicket on these sort of pitches. I just like his attitude to the game, and I'm interested that somebody with that good method is having success on this so-called incredibly difficult pitch.
Yeah, and look, the first thing you have to do is earn the right. It's one of those pitches where you have to earn the right. You have to have a bit of luck. You have to play and miss a little bit, but if you stick to your process, keep it pretty simple. This is the thing. The most complicated thing about cricket is keeping it simple. Keep the game simple, but earn the right. He faced 100 and whatever balls before he really started getting some rhythm, and then actually the new ball came onto the bat better, and he started middling it, played some nice shots, but he did the hard yards first. He didn't come out and try and hit it from ball one. I really enjoyed that interview, in fact, because what's obvious is, he commented there himself. He said, I needed to do something for the team. My home form hasn't been good. It's not like he's pretending it's not there. He will have walked out feeling under pressure, and he's just really, really chuffed that he's been able to contribute.
What do you make of Chris Woakes today, Goughy?
Well, I think he's been poor with a new ball. I think the pressure of knowing he has to perform. He's got a pitch that's more suited to him. He knew he had to perform, and I think he's felt that pressure with the new ball especially. But the way he came back with that extra zip, ball that better length, that fuller length with the odd bouncer, that's the Woakes that we want to see. That's the Woakes that I trust, I believe in. And we got it, didn't we, for 2 spells today. He come back again with a new ball at the end, and he tried almost too hard. He sniffed a 5-4, and he just tried too hard, rather than just trust what he'd been doing in the previous 2 spells. But he'll be pretty happy inside, because he's taken 3 wickets.
Okay, well, I think we can hear from the man himself now. No, not quite yet. We'll have to wait a second. He's coming, definitely. Matt, what do you see in Chris Woakes that's different? Do you think he has less confidence abroad? Do you think the fact that there's not the swing and zip off the seam that there is in England? Or do you think it's the old story? It eats away at you if you don't have success?
I think it's as much that as anything else. It just eats away at you. He doesn't have much confidence. I personally think, watching him, particularly in that last spell, he bowled some horrible suddenly swinging in and miles down the leg side. He just looks out of rhythm and out of neck. Potentially the pressure of leading the attack. It's a different pressure as well. That might be getting to him, and or he might not be coping with that as well as he may have. But as Goughy says, look, we know he's quality in England. It's just he has a mental block, and I think a lot of it's got to do with his natural length that he bowls. He likes to run in and bowl, hit a sort of back of a length rather than throw it up fuller. And when he bowls fuller, he gets what we would call it floaty. It doesn't quite come out with as much heat on it and intensity. I think that's his big problem.
English bowlers of that pace over the history of English cricket have relied on the seam. You know, if you can hit the seam in England, you'll probably get something out of most pitches.
You can put it there in England. You can put it there and let the pitch do the work. You look at some of the guys who year in, year out, we've got one at Yorkshire, Pato, he's 38 years old now, and he puts the ball on a length every year, takes 50 wickets plus every year.
There's a 46-year-old
Stevens still doing it. Just put, 70 miles an hour now, right? Puts it on the length, swings it both ways, got natural skill, great wrist position, and he takes wickets. Year in, year out. He opens the ball in at 46. I mean, it's ridiculous when you think about it. But you can imagine him bowling on this pitch, can't you? I mean, how difficult would it be for him to get a breakthrough on this pitch? It'd be almost impossible for him. But that's what happens. You get lazy, you can put it there, you can bowl within yourself. When you go to places like this, where you have to hit a length hard, it is hard on your body, it is hard on you mentally, and you have to want to do it.
All right. Okay, well, we can hear from Chris Woakes now, and he is with Samuel Badri.
I think we're pretty pleased with how we've gone today, to be honest. We obviously didn't probably play as well as we would have liked yesterday. Obviously, the two boys down the back end got us out a bit of trouble. So I think with the bowling effort today, I think we're pretty pleased. I think the wicket played better at times today. Still had moments where it showed a bit of variable bounce. But to be honest, I think it played better, especially when the ball got softer. So I think we'd probably take that at the start of the day.
Yeah, and at the start of the day, everyone thought that the first hour would have been so crucial. You guys bowled some 17 overs before you got that first wicket. If you had an opportunity to do it again, would you guys have done anything differently?
I think naturally we'd have bowled a little bit fuller, and maybe risked a few more boundaries for a few more chances. But I actually thought the wicket played quite nicely this morning. I think the roller clearly made a difference. I think after that drinks break, when the roller seemed to have wore off a little bit, the ball started to do a little bit more, and then we found a better length, and naturally we picked up wickets doing that.
And what is it about these final wicket partnerships? Your last wicket partnership, 90, the highest of the innings. This partnership, currently the highest of the innings for the West Indies. What is it about these tail-enders, or lower order batsmen rather?
Yeah, that's a better way to put it, maybe. They're certainly playing nicely, aren't they? I think it's hard to put your finger on it. I think when you get to the end of the day, bowlers maybe don't have the same sort of sting that you have at the start of the day when you're fresh and ready to go. And I think we certainly saw that with the West Indies boys yesterday. Maybe that was similar with us today. I'm not sure. Certainly not through a lack of effort. But also credit to the guys down the order. I think they've played better. Maybe the wicket gets a little bit better as the day goes on, potentially. Maybe there might be something in that, but other than that, we just got to keep bashing away and maybe give the guys down the order a little bit more credit.
Okay, Chris Woakes there, we're talking pretty honestly and highlighting one or two aspects that we've discussed ourselves. Let's throw it forward to tomorrow and to the rest of the match. Is this a game that you implicitly believe England can or will win?
They can win, yes. Will they? I'm not sure. Again, it's the first hour, really important first hour, first session, all of that. They need these two wickets quickly. I'm worried if West Indies get too much of a lead. The England batting, we know, has been frail for a long time. Look, let's be positive here. Let's hope they're going to get it. Gough said it. They're going to get 2 early wickets. They're going to come out, bat well, and bowl the West Indies out.
I actually do believe England will win this Test match. I think West Indies' chance was that first day. Although they have got that lead now, having England at 114 for 9, the game would have been over now if they'd have knocked them over quickly. But the West Indies have come back into it and showed great spirit at the end there. And I think tomorrow, England will get 2 early wickets, and I think England will go past them. It'll probably be Joe Root that gets 100. Or Ben Stokes will do something special. England have got special players, and I think one or two of them might step up to the mark.
Very good. Thank you very much to Matt Pryor and to Darren Gough. The lead then for West Indies, 28, with 2 of their first innings wickets in hand. You've been listening to Following On here on talkSPORT 2 in partnership with the ECB. As we say good night, we'll also turn our attentions back to a day that's been full of interest.
Campbell chops it away behind square on the offside. He's hit that nicely. He's going to get 4.
I'd be worried already if I was Joe Root. I would, because there's no spite in the bowling at all.
Well, I would say promising. England have been distinctly average.
Saqib Mahmood around the wicket, bowls cut by Campbell behind square on the offside, and it's racing away for 4. It was kind of you to say that England's bowling has been average.
I could have. use some different terms, but I'm conscious that I'm on public radio. Manners.
Here is Saqib Mahmood. Oh, short wide. That's a gift. He's absolutely thrown the kitchen sink at that as John Campbell.
Just another terrible delivery. I'm going to say I've had enough with mincing my words. It's been really bad. It's been awful from England in the first hour. Oh, that one's gone straight along the ground. Ben Stokes appeals. Brathwaite doesn't even bother to look up. He starts to walk. First time perhaps I've ever seen a batter walk off the field for an LBW, and Ben Stokes has the breakthrough for England.
Mahmood again. That's LBW, is it? That's kept low. Yes, it is. And so Brooks, who looked in good touch, has to go. And that's the beauty of bowling straight. Overton again. Is that a little edge? There's something, a clicky sort of noise. Well, it has definitely hit something.
There's a spike as the ball is on to the glove.
And Joel Wilson overturns his decision. Magnificent bowling from Craig Overton.
Good to hear you, Skip. How are you doing?
I'm well. It's nice to hear you, Goughy. Anyway, this must be light relief from your day job, is it, at the moment?
Oh, this is happy days. It's like Christmas, this, honestly, mate. I couldn't wait to get a car down here this morning. I ran out of the house.
Here's Woakes. No, he does bang that in. Now, what's that hit? They love it. England love it. A glove on it, a wicket. Woakes again now. That is out. Bairstow takes the catch. Holder is anything but secure. Suddenly West Indies are 5 down, and guess who is the main man? Chris Woakes.
Well bowled, Chris Woakes. Welcome to the party. It's easy, this playing abroad. You don't have to be in England on green seamers.
Grenada's most famous cricketer at the moment would be Andre Fletcher. Do you know what his nickname is?
Fletch.
I thought you'd know that because you called this place.
It's a good guess though, that man. I like that. Fletch.
Woakes is in once again, and that one is straight and stayed down, and the finger goes up.
Pitch it up, ball at the stumps, get the batsman wanting to come forward. Thank you, Chris Woakes.
Really, really pleased for Chris Woakes.
Here is Stokes once again. Chipped up into the air and out. Straight to Saqib Mahmood. West Indies, we've been here before, but the West Indies are in trouble.
Woakes turns, so he stands up with that bat raised, pointing to first or second slip. He goes for the hook shot. It's high in the air. It's a great hit.
Okay, I know you need to go, but just before you do, have you seen any monkeys on the island yet?
No, I haven't.
Your challenge from me is to go and find yourself an agouti.
It sounds like something that should come with a straw and a pink umbrella. Loads of ice.
Joseph goes leg side this time. His inside edge, and I think he's been taken.
In total disbelief with that shot.
80 overs gone. The new ball's available. I suspect England won't take it immediately.
Give over. I'll be throwing my shoe at the TV if they don't take it.
Exclusive international